not been his trait, but there is that possibility. Josh Pascal, whenever he returns, like what's he going to be? And so there's just a lot of things that we can talk to him about, and obviously talking to AJ about, is it pitching chaos? Is it going to, how long does it take to familiarize yourself with all these new arms?
With Brad.
Yeah.
Last time we had him on at training camp, he broke the Taylor Decker extension.
Oh, that's right. Oh, maybe today.
Is Hutch today? Hutch. Maybe it's the whispers on the streets that we may or may not be making up. We'll find out at 8:50 from Brad. Yes. With AJ, you said learning about all these new arms. We got to see some of them yesterday, and John, I wonder, is this pitching confidence, pitching chaos?
I'm curious as to what the fans think. How confident are you in this pitching staff? Now, obviously, we saw Paddock last night play against his former team and get banged around a little bit. Mm-hmm. But, I just want to see, and we also saw Melton in the bullpen, and that was 2 really nice innings. So some positives yesterday, other than the score of the game, which was nothing positive about that. But taking the bats out of it, how confident are fans in the starting rotation with Morton and Paddock added to Skubal, Flaherty, Mize, and how confident are you in this bullpen now that Melton is there, and we saw him yesterday, that we're going to see Finnegan, and we'll see him not have to, this bullpen not have to rely just simply on Canely or Vest. Like, where are people at in the confidence of this, and does it eventually lend itself for maybe not starting pitching chaos, but chaos on the back end?
248-539-9797. I think people are going to tell you it's a mixed bag because it is, John. I mean, we got to see Rafael Montero throw for the first time as a Detroit Tiger, and I think you saw why he was available. He was having trouble locating, throwing strikes. He gave up a couple hard hits and gave up a couple runs.
Yeah.
Now, Matt Vierling didn't do him any favors misplaying a ball in center, and he actually misplayed 2 balls yesterday, but Montero is as erratic as advertised. And that's some of the volatility of a bullpen, John. They didn't get a bunch of rock-solid guys, so we're going to live and die on a roller coaster ride.
Yeah, and I don't know, there must have been something in the air last night, because as I was, surfing the channels and watching a whole bunch of Major League Baseball, it felt like there were a lot of errors in the outfield last night. It was bizarre. And Vierling was he was bit by that same bug. But, yeah, so if you're looking at, all right, we know what we're going to get out of Skubal. 9.5 times out of 10.
Yeah.
You know what you're getting. And I think we're very familiar with Flaherty and Mize. Some good, some bad, and we're hoping that as the season continues, that and if they do add in a pitching chaos day, it adds a little bit of rest to these guys as you start to get towards September. And August, as we've talked about, and I know they just lost to the Twins last night. And who do you keep calling them? The St. Paul Saints.
Yes.
You're not gonna go undefeated for the month of August, but you have the opportunity to mix and match some of the things that are happening on the mound, whether it's with the starting pitching, whether it's with the bullpen. And I'm curious. We'll ask AJ this when we talk to him at 8:02. How long does it take for him to familiarize himself with all these new arms and know exactly what he has? What's that communication like between him and Chris Fetter? And, what kind of magic does he expect out of Chris Fetter in working with some of these new arms? But what are the best matchups? Because it's not always, the easy thing is right arm, left bat. Or left arm, left bat. Whatever you're trying to matchup you're trying to create. But there are, and we heard from Scott Harris, different shapes, different spins, different arm,
ground
angles.
Ball guy in a situation I need a ground ball. It's, hey, these guys can't hit breaking stuff, so I got a guy who can throw nasty sliders. Well, he's the perfect matchup for the bottom of the order.
Yeah.
There's more than just lefty-righty and righty-lefty, but
he's got to be able to know and familiarize himself with this staff, see it in person, and it needs to be second nature to where he doesn't even have to think about it. Okay, I'm going to go with Melton right here, or I'm going to go with this guy.
What's your level of confidence that they have, quote, the goods, the guys in the bullpen to get it done?
It's actually relatively high, and I know this is on the heels of what we saw last night with Montero, and it wasn't great, but I don't expect greatness out of him. I am excited that we have Melton, and I've been talking about this for a long time, and especially when we get to the postseason, if they put Morton in the bullpen, now you've got a couple of guys that can get you from, and in the postseason that might be, hey, starting pitching only goes 5, and then you go 6, 7, 8. You've got a couple of guys that are, have the starter mentality to go a little bit longer, to get one trip through, or maybe 1 1/3 trips through the order to get to Finnegan, Vest, Canely. Now I'm hoping that Canely, with less pressure on him, less opportunity, is able to find what he needs. And then you start adding in some of these other guys that either get healthy or start producing a little bit more. And, you're mixing and matching. Yeah. So my confidence as we get towards the postseason is actually fairly high.
You're a very glass half full guy.
Well, I enjoy life, and I think it's more of a positive experience.
You already see what he's doing to me, guys, before I even say a word. But in everything you said was, when this hits, and if this hits, and then this hits, and then, well, what if they all don't hit? Because the odds would suggest the volatility. Like Chris Paddock, we love his first start, right?
Right.
This is who he is. Jekyll and Hyde, inconsistent pitcher. He has a 4.9 ERA. John, I would venture you're going to get just as many nights as you did last night as you did his first start. And again, that was against a light-hitting Minnesota Twins lineup.
It's also on the heels of Casey Mize giving up 3 single shots.
Yes.
All right, so thankfully nobody else was on base. They ended up winning that game.
Yes.
But, it's – yeah, I understand there's a lot of ifs in there, but there's always going to be ifs in sports. If Tarek Skubal doesn't get hurt, or if Tarek Skubal continues to dominate, it's still an if. Now that one's in low caps,
yeah,
and some of them are in all caps. So there's always going to be some ifs, and you've got to have a little bit of confidence in some of the things that you've seen, and you got to have confidence that these guys are competitors, right?
Yeah,
and the fact that Paddock, right, he knows yesterday wasn't good enough for this team. And Morton came out in his first, appearance for the Tigers and threw a gem. Now, he knows, and he's very familiar, especially at 41, he was on a bad team. He's got a great – his clock is, it's about to strike midnight. He knows he's only got a little bit left, so you're going to get the best of him every time. Doesn't mean he doesn't get hit.
And will it be good enough? You may get his best. I have no doubt of his motivations, John. I would tell you, Morton's ERA being what it is, his next start will probably be like Paddock's last start, because that's just what the track record, right? This ball club loves to cite track record. So
your confidence is very low.
It's much lower than yours, yes.
Right. Yeah, well, I always expect it to be.
Well, it's a day that ends in Y. But Chris Paddock, right? So let's go on track record. This team loves to cite track record, and we like to go off of what is most likely to happen. Not the fairy tale, but what's most likely to happen. Paddock's ERA every season since 2020. Are you ready?
Sure.
4.7, 5.0, 4.03, 5.4, 4.99, 4.95, 4.50.
That's who he is.
Yeah, it is who he is. He's a dude that's going to give up a handful of runs every time he goes out there. So, again, good enough to be a back-end starter to get you in the postseason, not necessarily a horse when it comes time to playoff time. So you're going to be relying on, are we hitting it at the right time? Not, do we have the right guys? Are we hitting it at the right time? That's the bet they're making.
Right, but you're also, if you get to the World Series, how many times do you expect Skubal to pitch?
In a 7-game series, ideally I'm teeing him up game 1, and I'm getting 2 starts and a third appearance.
Right, and so you start, that's where AJ needs to really dial in on knowing these pitchers. And right now, the stats. They're all right there.
Yeah.
But there's a feel for it. And, it's – AJ has – and I don't expect him to always have the right answer all the time or wave the magic wand like we talked about at the beginning of the season. But I do expect that he is more in tune than maybe some other managers – than some other guys. That's what makes him so good.
Yeah, I think he's a good manager.
And so I do expect him to be able to create matchups that are favorable, or at least favor the pitcher at the time.
We got ticket text coming in, 248-539-9797. Also a note from Gov, the division lead is down to 7.
Ooh.
Guardians won last night. All right, we'll keep talking Tiger baseball. We're going to have some fun with hobbies, the worst hobbies at the end of the hour. It's 97.1.
Hey, it is. It's going to be a little bit steamy today, so if you woke up, house is warm. Give Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical a call. Whatever you need in that list of services, they take care of my house. They'll take care of yours as well. Upgrade your system now, and you can save up to $1,000. Give them a shout for details. You can also schedule a free in-home estimate so you know what you're getting into before you sign on the dotted line. They offer same-day service if you call before noon. So give them a shout if you need something today. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Got ticket text pouring in after that Tiger game yesterday. A check-in on what we think of the pitching. You saw some more of the new names and saw more of these guys. Ticket texter says, I didn't like seeing the meatball shop set up at Comerica last night. Matt Novi.
No, I mean, you didn't like seeing it the other night, too, when it was Casey Mize. And I know
his damage was limited. And
it was limited because there was no one on base.
Yep.
And I struggle when I hear people say, well, he pitched really good because he got through 6 innings and it was only 68 pitches or whatever it was.
Only 3 runs, quality start.
Yeah, 3 runs, quality start, but there were 3 bombs, 3 meatballs that he served up. And, okay, yeah, for the other 66 pitches, they were great, but there was 3 that could have cost him even more than they did. So there is a give and take there. I'm not saying it's perfect,
right?
But I do have confidence that this pitching staff will be good enough,
based on not their track record, but Fetter, right, and Hinch.
Well, some of him, yeah, some. Yeah. So it's based on their track record. They're not awful pitchers, but it's also based on Chris Fetter's track record of being able to get the best out of pitchers.
Yeah, I just. Again, he did such a great job last year, and it was so magical. That hasn't been the case this year. They got 2 months where the bullpen's been bad. Yep. The guys they brought in are bad, and some of them have already been broomed out of the organization. Carlos Hernandez came in here as, they'll get him right. He throws a splitter. Gone. I mean, that's what's
I'm talking
most
about
likely
the ones
happen.
that we actually believe we'll see.
So, like Montero, we saw. I don't know if he'll be on the playoff roster.
Right, and I kind of hope that he's not.
That's the guy they added, though.
I understand that, but that Finnegan was. We talked about Finnegan was the crown jewel of their addition. That's what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Moving Melton to the bullpen, I like. Postseason, moving Morton to the bullpen, I like.
John is right. The Tiger bullpen is like a wet burrito. Chaos in the back end.
Yep.
Oh, gosh.
It's a great text.
The perfect analogy.
Text says, can we talk about the Veerling thing? Why are they pushing him to be a guy when he's clearly not?
He's really struggled, and he's struggling in all facets right now. Last night was a struggle in the field.
He did get 2 hits finally. Finally.
But, okay, is that a one-off?
I know.
Or is he is approaching that –
almost 100 at-bats.
Yeah, I think it's like 88, 89, 90, something like that.
He's had very little power. That was his first multi-hit game.
Right, so maybe there was a little confidence built up last night. Maybe it's just getting close to that 100 at-bat mark where he's starting to feel better at the plate.
I heard Doug say this yesterday about Riley Green and the angst, and it's like, dude, the month of August is low-level opponents. You got to lead. This is the month to figure some stuff out. Because when September
he had the day
comes,
off last night.
And they gave him the day off yesterday. Texter says you could argue they win that game if Veerling is not in center field. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really like playing that game because you have no idea what happens if he doesn't have those errors.
Text says, guys, our bullpen needs to add swing and miss. We added 5 noodle arms. You see Duran throwing 102. We added no bats as well, Brad, in ATL. It says, if I get breaking news today that a toddler spears Amon-Ra St. Brown, I think we'll know who the culprit is.
Yes.
And
he does want to get out there and play.
I know he does. And this one says, Costa's a Debbie Downer. Jansen, give him some positive vibes. He needs help.
Hey, I try every single morning. Heather tries, the best that she can, and we're doing what we can.
You operate on feelings. I'm operating on the numbers.
Well, it's not. No, I'm. You like I don't look at numbers.
You feel that Fetter's going to make it work. I'm giving you the numbers that say they don't have the guys.
Okay, well, and I could go back to last year and talk about all the guys where Fetter made it work.
And I could talk about all the guys this year that he hasn't made
right.
work.
And so
I'm living in this year. You're living in what you want to happen.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm living in some fantasy world. That
you want them to win the World Series bad enough that you're saying it to be
confident. You're sitting here saying I have no factual basis to what I'm talking about.
I'm giving you their track records.
All right, with Sewald
Paddock's
gets healthy.
no good.
He's
Montero's
got a lot of swing
no
and
good.
miss. All right. So I do believe that Morton will be good. And I believe that Finnegan will be good. Based on the fact that he had a crappy year to start the year, and he pitched a lot better. We saw what he did when he came out and pitched for the Tigers, all right? We won't know what he is in his second start until we see it.
Friday night.
Yeah.
That's the Angels.
That'll be great.
Yeah. If we went off of Paddock's first start, we would have thought he'd be a stud too.
Well, we'll see what happens.
All right. Let's get to Heather with the news.
I felt like I was a little bit in danger there. I saw
it's
those
okay.
hands.
It's all
talking
right.
with those hands. I
Yeah.
thought, okay, hold on. Why am I in the middle here?
I'm still waiting for
Gosh.
Darren McCarty to come here and give him a slap.
Jeez. Yeah, he should. You guys, it has happened again. You might have seen this. A sex toy was thrown onto the court.
What color?
Green.
Oh, it was the green.
Why is
They're
it always
sticking with
green?
well, because it's their calling sign, John.
Oh.
Right?
I guess.
Whoever's doing this is
is the
running a
thing.
full sex toy operation
Yes,
at WNBA games. Well, it was thrown onto the court while the Fever played the Sparks on Tuesday night. The bright green object landed right near Sophie Cunningham with about 2 minutes left in the second quarter. Kelsey Plum kicked it into the stands, acted
Yeah.
as if nothing was there. The coach, the Sparks coach, kind of spoke after the game, Lynn Roberts, and says, this behavior is ridiculous, it's dumb, and it's dangerous. She said this is really stupid.
It is really stupid, and it is dangerous. If they throw it on the court, I mean, somebody could trip on it, somebody could step on it, and twist an ankle.
Sure.
It wouldn't matter what the object was.
Right.
Correct.
Throwing anything onto the court is not safe.
Yeah.
The Auburn Hills man accused of exposing himself to girls outside of 2 Rochester Hills businesses has been charged with 2 counts of indecent exposure. And we now know who this guy is. 32-year-old Brandon Richardson. He was given a $5,000 personal bond. If convicted, he faces up to life in prison. And the Oakland County Sheriff, Michael Bouchard, basically thanked the public for their help in identifying this guy pretty quickly, even though he did turn himself in. And he said that he looks forward to moving this case forward in the days ahead. Richardson is due back in court at the end of this month. Diddy, he must stay in jail. A judge denied his latest bid for bail, says that he must stay in jail until he is sentenced. So Sean Combs has been behind bars since his September arrest. He was acquitted last month of the top charges that he was facing, racketeering and sex trafficking, but he was convicted on 2 counts of a prostitution-related offense. The judge basically noted that he hasn't proven that he did not pose a flight risk or danger, nor shown an exceptional circumstance that would justify his release after a conviction that otherwise requires detention. So he will stay there until he is sentenced. Hey, the White House Christmas tree will have Michigan roots, which is pretty darn cool. A West Michigan Christmas tree farm is set to supply the official White House Christmas tree for 2025. It's a first for a Michigan grower in 4 decades.
Wow.
Yeah. The last time the White House had a tree for Michigan was 41 years ago.
Okay,
darn sweet.
I'll ask questions that you probably don't have answers to.
Corson's Tree Farm is the name of the tree farm. They were actually named the grand champion in the National Christmas Tree Association's Christmas Tree Contest.
Oh, wow.
Didn't know it existed, but it does. So it was selected because of that to provide the White House Christmas tree.
It's an award-winning tree.
So since it hasn't been 4 decades, do they make a rotation? There are 50 states.
I think it's whoever wins this big.
Oh, who wins that thing?
That's how I
Does
took
it say
it as?
which state has the most
No, John,
appearances?
I don't have all of that.
I love how she's flipping through multiple
I know,
pages
I
here.
know.
It's just about this Michigan tree, John.
Yes.
Who cares about where the other trees came
hey,
from?
is there a chance we could go back to back next year?
I'm sure I could find you the list.
I know.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
yeah.
I think you could.
I have these feelings and excitement about possibly having a back-to-back Christmas tree at the White House.
I think
But
that
do you
we
have the
could.
facts, John?
Yeah, that's why I'm looking for
I
facts.
know.
I'll see what I can do. Hey, a rare freshwater jellyfish was spotted last month in Lake Erie. It's kind of cool. Officials say it was spotted at the Presque Isle State Park. And these rare jellyfish are non-native aquatic species, probably introduced to North America, they say, with aquatic plants out of China. They really pose no danger to us or to anything, really. They're just kind of interesting, intriguing. People know about them. They want to see them. And lo and behold, it was spotted there. They were first observed in the Great Lakes Basin in 1933.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty cool. Finally, data shows that certain states produce more cheaters than others.
Oh.
Yes. A new survey looked at online searches, and from that, it found that New York has the most cheaters, followed by Alaska,
What?
Nevada, get that,
Okay.
Wyoming, and Hawaii.
It just feels like a scattershot. Like
It
no
does.
rhyme or reason to any
Right?
of that.
Yeah. Like, what would be the commonality in... Okay, well, there's some commonality, it feels like, maybe between Alaska and Wyoming, but...
And
Sure.
Hawaii, maybe remoteness.
Sure.
Yeah.
But New York is the opposite of remote.
Oh.
No, but population there,
Right.
Nevada. I mean, it obviously doesn't stay there.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. And I tried to find where Michigan landed on this list, but they only gave me the top 5 and the states that are least likely to have cheaters.
So we're in the middle.
Those are Mississippi, Arkansas, Idaho, Kentucky, and West Virginia. So if you
John?
No comments. No comments.
All right, Heather with the news. It's 97.1.
Hey, summer is heating up, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Made with real brewed tea and real vodka, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, there's no carbonation, so it's super easy to sip and enjoy no matter what your plans are this weekend. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Sold at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
John, I am staring at a list of the top 25 quarterbacks of the last 25 years in college football.
Okay.
Let's have a little fun. Let's go through this morning.
That sounds good to me.
Number 25, Mackenzie Milton. Number 24, Michael Penix. Number 23 is Troy Smith. Number 22 is Kyler Murray. And number 21 is Carson Palmer. Thoughts on that first initial group at the bottom?
Well, Michael Penix, obviously, we saw him in the Big Ten when he was at Indiana. Never really anticipated that he would be the quarterback that we saw at Washington, have the season, and ultimately be a first-round pick. But it's kind of unique because Mackenzie Milton played for 2 schools, but it was before really the whole transfer portal thing became a thing. Michael Penix, being able to see him at both schools, it kind of, you feel like, maybe Indiana got the raw deal on that one of missing out on the best season of Michael Penix Jr.
It was the COVID year. They pulled off that upset against Penn State.
Right, with the controversial call at the end zone.
Yep.
Yeah, did he get in?
He kind of lived 2 lives because then, he takes Washington to the national championship game. Mackenzie Milton.
Did he lose in that one?
Yes, John, he did.
He did. That's right.
Mackenzie Milton, they say, has a national title of his own from the undefeated Central Florida team.
Yeah, the one Scott Frost created.
Manufactured.
Yeah.
23 was Troy Smith with the Heisman, Kyler Murray a Heisman, and Carson Palmer a Heisman. There's a lot of Heisman Trophy winners on this list.
Kyler Murray in that year with those couple years with Oklahoma was as dynamic as a college quarterback as you're going to see.
All right, the next batch. Number 20 is Stetson Bennett. 19 is Robert Griffin III. 18 Bryce Young. 17 Caleb Williams. And 16 Alex Smith. What stands out from those guys?
Robert Griffin III, you forget a little bit of how good he was at Baylor and the season that he had, because obviously he gets to Washington, drafted at the same time as Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
And doesn't end up being, have that career because of the injury he sustained and was never really able to recover. But it gets lost in the shuffle, the season, especially his Heisman Trophy winning year that he had at Baylor.
Kind of a one-hit wonder in that way. Like, was here, gone, and kind of forgotten about.
Is Alex Smith maybe the most forgotten quarterback, if not for the leg injury? Because he preceded Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City. And what he did at Utah, I think if you asked people where Alex Smith went to college,
they wouldn't know.
They wouldn't know.
Should he be that high then? 16th?
I mean, well, you look
what
at
are his
the numbers.
Impacts? So he had that great season at Utah, but didn't win a Heisman, didn't win a national title.
Was that the year with Urban?
Yes.
And so I do think he should be there. Maybe not at 16. I actually
see him on
think
the list.
That Kyler Murray. I think he was too low for being. I'm not a huge fan of his. I think it's been well documented. But in college, I think his performance at Oklahoma is too low on this list.
Stetson Bennett at 20, not the most talented, but from the story of a walk-on to a two-time national champion quarterback.
He was there, he wasn't, then he was.
Yeah. He's on the list. Okay, so as we continue to bump up the list, we're at number 15 where it's Jaden Daniels, Heisman Trophy winner, Tua Tagovailoa, Kellen Moore, Andrew Luck, and Jameis Winston at number 11.
So Kellen Moore, Boise State. If you put him on another team in a better conference, does he have the numbers? And maybe, okay, I don't mean to be taking shots at Boise State or the Group of Five. I just feel like Kyler Murray, if you put him at Boise State, he may, instead of being 22, he may be 2 or 3.
So the Kellen Moore thing, 49-3. Some of that is the level of competition.
Right.
He wasn't the most physically gifted, but they'll label him a winner and a guy who got the ball where it needed to be, very cerebral. Plus, the face of the BCS busting Broncos is Kellen Moore. Again, on the list, probably too high at 13.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that he is one removed from Andrew Luck.
Yeah. Now, Jameis Winston, I wonder at 11 if he should be higher. Now, we'll get to the top 10 in a second, but his track record, won the Heisman, won the national championship, 26-1 as a starting quarterback. There's 10 better than him the last 25 years. We'll get to it, but do you agree with me that there's a case he should be higher?
Yes, 100%.
Number 10, Marcus Mariota.
I mean, what he did at Oregon, and still popping around the league a little bit, but tremendous numbers. I just don't know that I would have Jameis Winston ahead of him. I honestly would have Kyler Murray ahead of him.
Really? Okay. Number 9, Trevor Lawrence.
I think this is way too low for Trevor Lawrence. National title.
First true freshman to win a national title since Jamel Holloway.
Right. I know his NFL career has been subpar for the expectations coming into the NFL. But, I mean, let's go back to when he was at Clemson. Everybody thought that he was the golden child. Yep. He was God's gift to football. He was the modern quarterback. He was tall. He could throw. He could run. He was built in a way to take the hits as a running quarterback. And the production that he had was, I mean, I'd put his career up against anybody else on this list.
Yeah, again, the knock would be no Heisman Trophy, but national title as a freshman. He didn't lose his first game until they met a buzzsaw known as the LSU Tigers the second season of his career. He's number 9. Number 8, Johnny Manziel.
Johnny Football.
That's right.
I'm also curious, like, it's really hard for any of us to put away what we know since then. And because Johnny Manziel's college football career, and it really took off when they beat Bama, but that Heisman Trophy year was unbelievable. Have you seen some of the documentaries and some of the shows that have come out about what was going on at Texas A&M at that time?
The life of the party behind the scenes?
Yeah. I mean, it was so bizarre. And to know that he could perform around with all that chaos going on.
John, he was a magician. That
he
Bama
really
game
was.
where like the ball squirts out, he finds it, and he makes a play in the red zone. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean,
I think he's a guy that like you'll have to tell people about in 10 years because they won't fully understand the phenomenon that was
Johnny Manziel. He made his coach. How much money did he make?
Sumlin, right?
Yeah. I mean, in terms of what he made there and then going to Arizona after that.
Number 7, top 25 quarterbacks of the last 25 years college football. Number 7's Baker Mayfield.
Again, you're talking about an Oklahoma quarterback, and this is why I think Kyler Murray is too low. I don't think he was better than Baker, but I think you could have two quarterbacks there like 7 and 8.
Number 6 is Lamar, and let me give you the top 5, and then we can get into any debates here. Yep. Number 5 is Matt Leinart. Number 4 is Tim Tebow. Number 3 is Vince Young. Number 2 is Cam Newton, and the number 1 quarterback of the last 25 years in college football is Joe Burrow.
I don't think you can. Now, Joe Burrow had maybe the best weapons because he had Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson, and you talk about that offensive line that he had. I mean, so many guys on that offense are now playing and having great careers in the NFL. But he's the one that distributed the ball, and that career, I don't know if that year will ever be matched. It might be the greatest year of a quarterback in college football history.
Yeah, and again, Newton had a great year himself. Tebow, it's a longevity argument, right? I mean, he won a Heisman. He nearly won a second Heisman, a 2-time national champion, one as a split starter, one as the starter, and he had that leadership moment. We're going to rally the troops.
Sure, but I still wouldn't put him above Vince Young, what he did at Texas, or Cam Newton. I mean, what Cam Newton was able to do was spectacular.
I think the top 4 are the right top 4.
I do. I 100% agree with that. And then once you get past that, like, you could make arguments for a lot of these guys.
Flavor of the month, whoever you liked most. Those are the top 25 quarterbacks the last 25 years. 97-1.
Hey, let me tell you about the D, because we're going to head out there in just a couple of weeks. I think it's the 22nd of August. If you want to join us, it's America's favorite place to watch football. That's Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. You can chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot-tall high-definition screen, and you might also have a perfect view of Cabana Boy. Located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Cleaning up some ticket text, then we'll talk about the worst hobbies. And this is equal opportunity.
Uh-huh.
Guys and girls, come one, come all.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Texters say Colt McCoy should be on that list. Top 25 quarterbacks last 25 years. What do you think? I'm cool with him being left off. I think he's a fringe guy.
Yeah, wasn't he the one that got hurt in that?
I know. It's a what if.
And so, maybe if he hadn't been hurt and he was able to finish.
He could have beat Bama. But you know who did defeat Bama, dethrone Nick Saban, and not end up on this list? Deshaun Watson. He should be on this list. National champion at Clemson.
Yeah.
Helped them break through before it set the tone for Trevor Lawrence later.
I was actually at that game. I was on the sideline looking down the goal line when he scored.
It's epic. I mean, I'm not going to put it quite in Vince Young takes down USC territory, but just behind it, I think, was that game as they went back and forth. He should be on. Whether he's, he doesn't have to be top 10, but.
No, but, okay, so put him up against Kellen Moore.
Yeah, I'd put Watson over Moore.
Right.
I'd put him over a lot of the guys. I mean, Mackenzie Milton?
The
guy at 25?
I mean, that
I know
you start getting into some of those arguments, and absolutely.
This one says Cam Newton should be number one. Look at the team he had compared to Burrow. Cam Newton's best season was otherworldly, inarguable. He is the best.
I know, and I mentioned it at the time when we were talking about Joe Burrow. He had unbelievable weapons to throw the ball to. Remarkable weapons. But
do you remember the gauntlet they had to go through, though, to win?
Remember Texas earlier in the season.
And they did it, decisively.
Yeah.
Remember that game against Oklahoma in the playoff where Burrow was at 5 first-half touchdowns?
Yeah.
And they made it look like child's play.
Yeah, but, again, it was a great quarterback and having a great season with Chase and Jefferson. And then what was it? Who was the running back? Was that Hilaire?
Yes, Clyde Edwards-Hilaire.
Yeah.
So their season, they beat number 9 Texas early. They also beat number 7 Florida at the time, number 9 Auburn, 3 Alabama. They beat number 4 Georgia, number 4 Oklahoma, number 3 Clemson.
It was.
I mean, it was a meat grinder.
It was.
And they won every single game. They won the national title by double digits. They won the semifinals 63-28. They won the SEC title 37-10. Like John.
It was a stacked team, and it was a loaded schedule.
Yeah. Okay, on the Tigers, so by the numbers, Cookies has determined the season is over. We shouldn't bother watching, and John feels we should let it play out. Got it.
Yeah, okay. I also do have, since we're kind of wrapping up some things, so I just saw this today. Remember the ice cream that we were talking about?
Yes.
The breast milk ice cream?
Yes.
I have it in my news,
I'm
John.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Dare you? Well,
Guys,
yes,
no, it's
yes,
okay.
Yes,
guys, it's a tease.
Find
out more in the next news.
What about it?
News,
What are you going to say,
Stay
John?
tuned. The breast milk ice cream story has an update.
Yep, there you go.
7:25. Don't miss it. That's going to get us some Marconi. Okay, hobbies.
Yes. I saw this. It's list season as we're trying to get through training camp. The least attractive hobbies that women see in men. And so I'll start. We're just going to go. I think there was 14 or 15 of them. I'm just going to go with 10 and let you know what they are. Coming in at the bottom. Go ahead, Heather.
I was going to say, are these in a particular order?
Yes. So,
okay.
the number one is by their analytics.
Wait. Do you want to do the number one now? Okay.
No,
I get it. Okay.
Before we do this, ladies, we want to know if they got it right.
Okay.
And guys, this is equal opportunity. We want to know the least attractive hobbies that women have. But
okay.
John, you go through this.
Yeah. So number 10 is weed.
Oh, that's a hobby.
For some people, it
Well,
is.
to some people, yeah.
All
Reek
right.
of it. Their home smells like it.
Well,
yeah,
sure.
yeah, and they know all about it, and they
Okay.
research it. They got their own
The favorite dispensary,
strains,
whatever,
yeah.
all of it. Yeah.
They grow it in their home. Yep.
So
okay.
number 10 is weed. Number 9 is clubbing, as a hobby.
Okay.
All right. Number 8 is crypto.
Okay.
Okay, whatever. Yeah. Number 7 is dudes that wear makeup.
And that's a hobby. Yeah.
Oh, it is a hobby. Absolutely.
You know, I'm saying, as a hobby. Yeah, I get it.
I've not run into this other than
Like TV people, yeah.
right? Yeah, but that's not necessarily that's
not
a
the same
profession.
thing. No, these are
Yeah.
people who are doing
Okay.
What's the
now
thing
you're saying you don't. Number 6 is anime.
I never got into it.
No, well, yeah, me neither.
You, John, you're not a big anime guy?
No, not a big anime guy. Number 5, this one I did not know, and I I know I looked it up, but I'm hoping I'm going to lean on you, Jim, because when I said it the other day, you knew it was MTG.
I had to Google it. Magic the Gathering. It's like a card game.
Oh, it's a game. Yeah, that's on there.
Yeah, but it's like a fantasy card game.
Yes.
Like Dungeons and Dragons.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Kind of. I think Dungeons and Dragons is probably more elaborate. Although I don't know. Maybe the Magic the Gathering people will tell us differently.
Yeah,
Got
I
it.
don't know. Yeah. Number 4, drinking as a hobby.
That's worse than all the other ones?
But by their metrics,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, who likes to be around somebody who's
Drunk all the time.
drunk all the time?
Sounds like no fun.
Yeah,
That sounds like a
they're
party.
doing it as their
Can't
yeah.
get anywhere. They can't drive.
Right.
I mean, they're
it kinda
stuck inside.
Some of it kind of goes hand in hand, right? Clubbing, drinking, weed.
Yeah.
And so number 3. Now this one I'm debating. Is it just because they're argumentative, or they always take the opposite side of you and they want to argue you, debate you while you're at dinner?
A little bit of debate is good. I
Banter?
think.
I agree.
You
And-
shouldn't
and-
agree on everything. That's no fun.
Number 2 is cosplay.
Cosplay, yeah, that's up there for me too.
Like going to
So
those Comic-Con conventions dressed as the characters.
Yep.
yeah,
I'm Pikachu.
Yep.
Okay.
that's weird. And I like Disney, but the people that show up as their favorite character, that's weird.
It's weird.
Number 1, comic books. If that is your hobby, that is apparently the least attractive hobby that men would have that women see in them.
Wow. I don't know if I'd put comic books at number 1 for me as least attractive. I'm definitely, I think, like being into the comic books or superheroes is not attractive to me because I'm not into that.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's the least attractive.
What is? Speak for all women.
Well, I'm not. I'm speaking for
I know,
myself
I know.
because everyone has different tastes, right? The LARPing, the live action role play, that's weird. That's if you do that,
They bring like the swords.
like
and
that's You want to go to the Renaissance Festival dressed up every year? I'm not into that. That's weird to me. Like that's not attractive to me. I guess I should
So
say.
would LARPing fall into cosplay?
That's
a little
good
bit?
question, a little bit.
Yeah, I think there's some overlappage for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, I'm not into that. The anime is up there for me too, which kind of falls into comic books. They're kind of this. I know they're
kinda the
not the
same,
same,
yeah.
but they kind of fall into the same for me. I'm not into gamers, like video gamers. If that's your hobby, that's what you do all day. That's unattractive to me. I like people who like to get outside, who like to be active. So that's up there for me. Gambling, I'm surprised wasn't on that list.
Yes.
That's on my list. If that's what you do all day, you spend your days at the casino or gambling online. That's unattractive to me as well.
You mean your girl doesn't want to hear about the same game parlay you built for Sunday?
And all the money that you are not winning.
Or
Yeah,
maybe you host a
exactly.
podcast on it. Like maybe Cash the Ticket or something in that regard. I mean, is that you find that unattractive?
Yeah. I've got some others too, and I think I've shared this sometime a while ago. I'm not into hunters. Hunting to me
Apparently,
is not
she's
attractive.
Yeah. She doesn't like either of us.
And Disney adults, I'm not into either.
John, you like to go to Disney.
Yeah, I do like to go to Disney.
But you don't consider
haven't
yourself
been there.
a Disney adult.
No,
like
no.
there's adults that are very into Disney.
Oh, sure, and
They've
yeah,
got the Disney stickers on the back of their car,
yes, yeah, that
Disney purses, Disney shirts.
So a Disney
All sorts
adult
of
is not
Disney.
someone who takes their young children to Disney.
No,
that's
because-
what John. That's what you do. You don't.
Yes.
You've never gone. Have you just gone?
I've never gone by myself.
Yeah, they
No,
go by
no,
themselves.
No, and I could see a time because Lisa likes Disney as well. We like the resorts. We like the way they're set up. I do like amusement parks.
Yeah.
Sure.
And I don't know that we would ever decide to go down there without the kids. And maybe there'd be some few years where we don't go when Teddy's older and we go then with grandkids. But I do enjoy going, yes. I also enjoy hunting.
I know.
We know you do.
Yes. How about fishing? Is that one where is that an acceptable hobby?
It is.
Okay.
Why is I'm just curious from your perspective, hunting versus fishing? Why is one more attractive?
Because you're on a
Again-
boat.
But you know, I don't know. Fish to me are just fish. Where animals, I'm like, oh, that was a beautiful deer, and you just shot it with an arrow or a gun, and I'm just not
Poor
into that. And then you got
Bambi.
to gut it, and a fish is just different to me. Even though you have to do all of that
Yeah,
to a
you've got
fish,
it, yeah,
I
and
know you
fillet
do.
it. But
You also eat fish.
I do
as
eat
opposed to
right,
exactly.
yes,
So
yes,
I don't
indeed.
know.
But I will say this too, because there are a lot of people that kind of have that same thing. They don't want to go hunting. Like my wife's not into hunting, and she's never going to go hunting with me. But obviously it wasn't a huge turnoff for her. But she will go on the boat while I'm fishing.
Mm-hmm.
So you could kind of kill two birds with one stone there.
Yep.
I can see that. So here's the deal. You just heard the least attractive hobbies that women have for men, the hobbies that men have.
Yeah.
We're going to take phone calls on whether the women agree with that, and ticket text too. But, John, we got to put the shoe on the other foot.
Yeah, dudes.
Dudes, let us know. What are the least attractive hobbies that women have? 248-539-9797.
Uh-oh.
Next, 97.1. Least attractive hobbies for men. And we're going to also ask about the least attractive hobbies for women. Phone calls, ticket text, 248-539-9797. John, you want to kick it off?
Sure. And I think one of mine would be and I know everyone has a cell phone, but if you are on it constantly, if we're at dinner and you're on it, if you just are, it's surgically attached to your hand and it's not a work thing, you just can't put it down, that would be a complete turnoff to me.
Your phone is a hobby, living your life on your phone.
Yeah, everything that you do is on your phone. There's nothing that drives me more crazy when you're trying to have a conversation with them and they keep looking at their phone. Like, put it down.
I feel like everyone should agree with that.
Yeah,
like nobody wants to date somebody who can't pay attention to them.
Live in the moment.
Yeah.
Some of these, what I think, cross gender.
Sure.
If their hobby was weed, if their hobby was drinking, like I just those aren't individuals that I would want to be around as a partner.
So when you say like weed, the smell is a huge deterrent. If you're not someone who smokes it. With drinks, what do you define as that? Like someone who has a couple drinks with
they can't
Saturday
do anything.
night?
Yeah, they can't do anything without having a drink.
So every activity has to be attached to where are we going?
Yeah, we got to make
who's
sure
got a case of beers. What are we doing?
Is there going to be drinks there?
Yeah.
It's like that. That just would be a huge turnoff.
I have astrology.
Oh, like people like horoscopes?
Yeah,
is that what we're talking?
Yeah, wait, well, I'm a Capricorn and you're an Aquarius.
There's people.
They're obsessed with it.
So a lot of these that we're talking about in moderation,
of course,
is fine because
check your horoscope in the morning and leave it to yourself. Fine, but if you're gonna go, that's such a Taurus thing to do, John. You're such a Sagittarius. I don't even know what you are, but like. That's a bit much. And I also put knitting because knitting makes me think of like old women, like an old lady. That's not attractive to be a knitter.
Oh, okay. So no wigs and no
false hips.
No false hips.
Yeah, there you go. 248-539-9797. But my number one was not having any hobbies is the worst hobby. You should have something.
You don't want their hobby to be you?
Right. Like it's important that you have your own things.
Got to have your own stuff.
I do agree with that.
248-539-9797. What are we getting on the ticket text? Drinking is not a hobby. That's called addiction.
Well, what if somebody's into like brewing their own beer? That's a hobby.
Yeah,
right?
I think that's cool.
And then they consume it. So that could be more of a hobby. I see that. I agree. Like drinking, to me, is just part of your lifestyle. It's not a hobby. But if you are into like brewing your own beer, that's a hobby.
And I think that's a legit one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about this one? Scrapbooking. Scrapbookers are hoarders who get to carry their stuff around forever, John, in Lake Orion.
Scrapbookers. Okay, I love it.
So, okay.
I do not scrapbook, but
You don't have a scrapbook for the kids?
No. I don't even have a baby book for the kids. I feel so awful about that because I don't print any photos. Oh, they're all digital.
But I wouldn't necessarily call that a hobby. If you're doing it for your kids, for memories to be able to look back on, I wouldn't call that.
But some
people are way into it. Yeah, they get the scissors, the paper,
the little punchers that punch out shapes and things.
Yes.
Yep, stickers.
CrossFitters.
Okay.
Vegans.
Okay.
EV owners. Smarmy early morning talk show hosts. Well, I'm not all of those.
Right. Yeah. So here's another one, and this is, we all love our pets. And I know everybody thinks, I don't love dogs. And
I
all
like that you stepped away before you said this.
Right, but because when you brought in Josie,
yes,
right, I loved Josie.
You did.
And so, but those that are like their pet, especially if it's a cat, that is their hobby. Like everything they do, they wear the cat shirt. They wear, they take their cat with them on the plane. Like that to me would be that's a absolute deal breaker.
What if the kids are your hobby? Is that okay?
What if the kids?
Kids have to be your hobby if you have kids. Like I was thinking about
so
that. Like, well, what are my hobbies right now?
But I'm saying I have the shirt with the kids' faces on it, and everything has to be with the kids. Kids become your whole life.
Well, they do become your whole life.
Well, you're also a person beyond your kids.
You are.
Yeah, but there are certain phases where, would I love to go fishing on the weekend? Sure. But I am going to softball games. I'm going to baseball games. I was at basketball camps.
So just like you said, like when the cat becomes someone's personality, I'll push back and go, you're no fun to hang out with if every story is about your kids. I also want to hang out with you, right? Like that would be the thought.
Sure. But if go one step further. If your hobby is not
having kids.
If you don't like kids.
I don't mind being around children, despite the narrative that the show is creating. I would be glad, you guys are going to have your kids here later today at Lions training camp. I'm not going to frown and put my hands, in a cross.
You're not going to give them the Heisman, the stiff arm.
Get away from me. We're doing a job over here. Let us know. 248-539-9797. Texters says, horse girls are weird. Women really into horses?
Gosh. See?
I don't know. Some of them can be kind of hot.
Yeah, I feel
Cowboy
like you had
boots,
horses.
tight jeans.
Something. I'm not. I don't see that one.
I call BS on Heather's take on gamers. Let's revisit her dream involving Jim.
Oh, jeez.
Disney adults are the weirdest and unattractive things adults can be into.
I mean, it's on my list.
Yeah.
I agree.
Least attractive hobby you can have is judging other people's hobbies. Let people like what they want. Come on.
Sure, but we're talking about judging them in regards to dating them.
Right, and we all have our own interests. If you're into live action role play, then you're going to
find somebody that's also into it as well.
And I'm not, so I won't.
248-539-9797.
I was curious about the debating as an unattractive hobby. I'd love to hear from those because my wife is an attorney. And so she is, by trade, that's debating.
Yeah.
And so there are times where we'll be talking about whether it's a political topic, sports, football. She's into football.
Yeah.
And we will have some heated discussions about how a coach should handle the situation. And so I kind of like the debate that we have back and forth.
Part of what you do. It's part of what you enjoy doing for a living. I think what that list is referring to is like devil's advocate guy.
Yeah, who always just on principle takes the opposite point of view.
Yeah. Ticket Texter says, people who walk in random cemeteries, that's a bad hobby.
Yeah,
Touché,
look for their child's names in cemeteries.
It's weird.
Turn off influencer. Everyone with a phone is a, quote, content creator. Nate in Royal Oak.
Yeah, if you're always trying to get that Instagram picture for a post and it's all about your likes.
Some of those influencers make good money, though.
Oh,
you guys.
Yeah. But if that's their entire life, and I know it can be a job.
Right.
Well, and if it is, that's one thing. But it's everybody who thinks
that they're an influencer,
and it's just wait. And I'm gonna be able to quit my job and do this full time. And for those that do, more power to them. There's some funny content creators out there, but for every one that thinks they can,
there's a dozen of them that
at
aren't.
Least. This one says people like to gossip as a hobby.
Yeah, if they're talking behind your back, sure.
Reality TV.
Yeah.
As a hobby, I don't know because I'm not into reality TV, but my girls obviously are. Love
Yeah.
Island, one of them. The Bachelor, Bachelorette, all that
Golden
whole
Bachelor.
series. Yeah, Golden Bachelor. I'll be into that this year. But I don't watch them for entertainment purposes. I watch them to be the entertainment for my kids.
Oh, you like to. I get what you like to do. Shopping, least attractive hobby for a woman. Find something else to do that doesn't involve spending all the money.
Yeah. If your hobby is how many boxes can show up at the front porch today, that's a turnoff.
Well, so you said earlier, all of these in moderation, like, are easier
sure.
to stomach.
Yeah.
That's true of all these. Hobbies can be expensive, though. Like, not just shopping. Like, some of these people get really into their hobbies.
Oh, sure. I mean,
so you could just as easily blow through $500 doing something else.
Yeah, but again, it's all in how you treat that individual. So, like, I mean, fishing is not a cheap hobby, but you can do it on the cheap. But the further you get into it, the more you're if you go boat, fishing rods, reels, like lures, I got thousands of them, and so it does add up. Yeah.
Sure.
This one, people who are into politics, from the minute they get home, they have CNN or Fox on all day long. Give it a rest. That's Fred from Marysville.
It's a little obsessive. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say no matter what side you're on, like you have to be like a real person at the same time. You can't like get into the talking points so deep that like you're always looking for a way to get someone says something, and it's like an in for you to like use the data you heard on your agenda stream.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. We got a loaded show today. We are going to talk to A.J. Hinch at 8:02, check in with the Tiger manager. Brad Holmes, we're out live at Lions training camp. Great day to check in with the Lions general manager. That'll be at 8:50. It's 97.1. Get a brighter smile without breaking the bank. Brightside Dental is the spot, and they're the spot if you haven't been making those regular dentist appointments. If you've skipped the 6-month cleaning or you haven't been in a year, 2 years, 3 or more, they're not going to judge you. They want you to get back in and start to work with you on that. So Brightside Dental, $35 new patient special that covers exams and x-rays with no hidden fees. So make an appointment, get back into that routine. Go to brightsidedental.com, call 1-800-PAINLESS. Tell them Jim Costa and the Morning Show sent you. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Yeah, Twins jumped them early. Twins pick up the win. That's Greg Gania, who was on the radio last night. Dickerson on TV. Gov likes to needle me. The lead is down to 7 in the division right now.
Yeah, well, you declared it over.
Deep breaths, people. Deep breaths. The month of August has plenty of opportunity for this baseball team to keep Cleveland at arm's distance. We are going to talk about the buzz around our baseball team at 7:35, including some numbers to support just how crazy everybody is about Tiger baseball. And then, John, I know we're going to get into the pitchers and what we're seeing out of this bullpen and your confidence level. Glass half full, glass half empty. We'll do all of that before A.J. Hinch at 8 o'clock this morning. Brad Holmes at 8:50. Some ticket text on the hobby stuff as we wrap up that conversation. Texter says, disc golf is a stupid hobby. Says, tell Heather's husband to play real golf.
You know.
Pot shots at Colin. They never stop. John, you never got into disc golf, I take it?
I never have. I've seen people do it.
I have a cousin that's super into it. Like the people who love it.
In the Plymouth, Canton area, there's a lot of disc golf that is around. I know that there's some on Hines Park Drive. Like there's some there as well. I see people doing it. I'm like, hey,
you're outside.
You're outside. You're outdoors.
You're
competitive.
Through the forest. Yeah, it's a
you're
game.
Trying
it's
to
a sport.
get better.
Yeah,
I'm
all for it.
Yeah. As far as hobbies, compromise is key. My husband lets me buy Lions season tickets, and he gets to spend that much at Comic-Cons. Those events are not my thing. Football's not his thing.
Okay.
Opposites attract, they say.
Well, yeah, but it's again, if it's something that within reason, and you have yours, they have theirs. That it kind of goes to yours. You're number one, where somebody doesn't have a hobby.
Oh yeah,
you can have something.
As long as they're not forcing you to be a part of it.
Right. Text says, this is going to be the most controversial one we get all day. And it's probably best we do this and then move on to the breast milk ice cream update in the news. Car people. They will forever and only talk about their cars. Find something else to talk about. In this city to send that text.
Yeah, them's fighting words.
Because I grew up with my dad and my uncles.
Yeah, mechanics.
Talking cars at every event. They'd be out in the garage or they'd be off by themselves and they'd just be talking about whatever thing they were working on.
And everybody's been working all summer long. Get ready for the Dream Cruise.
That's right.
Not this coming weekend, but next weekend, yeah. I don't know. Those are fighting words there.
Look, it could be expensive like any hobby can.
Oh, sure.
I'd rather you talk about a car than talk about Batman or Superman or
Magic
dressing
the
up.
Gathering.
And, whatever.
Yeah, because you can go ride in whatever car it is.
Yeah.
I guess you can ride Superman, too.
I think that's the cue.
Yeah, the
news cue or what?
Heather with the news. Can we start early? Let's do it. Let's get some of these stories in.
Well, should I start with the breast milk ice cream story?
I guess so. Why not?
The big news of the day is that breast milk ice cream is finally available nationwide. You can get your hands on it, maybe, because I actually just tried to. I thought, you know what? I'm going to tell you that it's available nationwide, and you can order it on the Frida website. So I go to the Frida website, $12.99. Thought, okay, I'll order one.
For a gallon?
2 pint minimum.
Pints?
I think it's $12.99 per pint. And I still thought,
$25.
That's all right. I'll bring it to the studio.
We'll do it as a bit.
Sold out.
What?
Sold out. It was going to be available while supplies last through August 10th.
So
the demand is there.
Check back tomorrow?
So it did say check back tomorrow. So I'll check back tomorrow. Want to remind everyone, it's not actually made with real breast milk. It is just supposed to contain nutrients that are found in breast milk, including colostrum.
What is that?
Oh, is that?
Well,
is that?
It's like I don't know what.
Sounds like it helps you. It sounds like it's
the
like
colostrum
fiber.
Was super
Supposed to help
important.
you
Like when your baby is just born, you produce colostrum for a certain period of time, and it's just this nutrient-packed. I don't know what nutrients are in it, but this nutrients-packed part of breast milk.
So when we did this story, all I heard is healthy ice cream. I'll have healthy ice cream.
Does it taste like breast milk is supposed to taste?
Well, you've never tasted breast
I
milk,
haven't.
so you wouldn't know. They say it's sweet, salty, and smooth with hints of honey.
Okay.
Sounds good.
I mean, I really now I'm intrigued, and I'm bummed I couldn't get my hands
tomorrow.
on it.
We
So I'll
need
be
to
checking
check
back
this.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Listen to this story. A Delta flight attendant is suing the airline after she was injured during a crash that left the plane upside down on a runway in Toronto.
Yeah.
You remember that crazy landing? The plane actually rolled several times before coming to a stop upside down. Well, now this woman, Vanessa Miles, says she was on that flight that crash landed. She was not actually working. She was a passenger on the flight, but she was headed to the next destination where she would then go to work as a flight attendant. There were 80 people on board. 21 were injured. She said that after the landing, the cabin began to fill with smoke and jet fuel, and she lost consciousness. She was hanging upside down from her seatbelt. When she awoke, she was able to get down, but fell right into the ceiling of the plane. Then when she went to get out of the plane, she fell another 6 to 7 feet because the slides didn't deploy. And anyway, she says she suffered a lot of injuries. I mean, the list is long of what she suffered. Severe and permanent injuries.
Is that 80 people were on that plane and only 21 were injured? That's amazing.
It is crazy. I agreed. Anyway, she is seeking $75 million plus court fees.
Okay.
And she basically accuses Delta of assigning an inexperienced and inadequate. There you go. An inadequately trained pilot to operate the flight. She says the airline cut some corners when it comes to safety, basically rushing pilots through training programs and knowing that it put passengers at risk. You guys, it happened again at a WNBA game. Somebody, I don't know if this is like a gang, a group of people that are doing this.
But these are in different cities, right?
It is, but you can have people in your
It's a
gang
movement.
all over. Maybe a movement. A sex toy was thrown onto the court during the Fever and Sparks game on Tuesday night. Again, it's the same colored object. I don't
Green.
think it's the same object, but it would appear
Yeah,
that
they're
they're all
probably
connected.
not able to retrieve the same one.
I'm guessing not.
Yeah.
But anyway, a green sex toy landed right near Sophie Cunningham. One of the other players, Kelsey Plum, kicked it back into the stands. The game went on. But the Sparks coach did speak after the game and just kind of reiterated what we all feel, that this is ridiculous, it's dumb, it's really stupid, she said, and also dangerous for the players.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. The Auburn Hills man accused of exposing himself to these young girls outside of 2 businesses in Rochester Hills has been charged with 2 counts of indecent exposure. This man, 32-year-old Brandon Richardson, was given a $5,000 personal bond. If convicted, he could face up to life in prison. Of course, the Oakland County Sheriff's Department is saying, hey, awesome job to the public. We shared his image, and he came forward right away. He says he looks forward to moving this case forward in the days ahead. So this man, Richardson, will be back in court at the end of this month. Let's see. A passenger on a recent flight is being shamed online after slapping another passenger who was having a panic attack. Video of this incident kind of went viral, and in the video you can see there's a man who is visibly distressed. Crew members were kind of escorting him down the aisle, and then another passenger slaps him right across the face and
For any reason?
basically tells him, calm down.
Knock it
right?
off?
Yeah, knock it off, calm down. And all the other passengers on board are like, whoa, this man is clearly in distress. He's having a panic attack. That's not how you handle it. Well, the slapper, the guy who did the slapping, was removed, reported to police, and he was also put on a no-fly list. So he's not getting on that plane again.
Can't hit other passengers.
No. Listen to this. This is kind of interesting. There is a law that just went into effect. This is in Louisiana that bans drivers from driving below the speed limit in the left lane on a highway.
Good idea.
Oh, I get that, yeah. I mean,
It's a great idea. I love it.
I guess I haven't paid close enough attention, but I know there used to be, obviously, the maximum speed, but there always used to be posted minimum speeds.
Used to be, yeah.
And so,
I remember.
yeah.
Maybe I thought that was for trucks, but that maybe it was for everyone. I can't.
There should be a minimum, specifically in the left lane. I get it. If something happens on the highway, you're off on the right side. You got your hazards, whatever you got to do.
Yeah.
The left lane, let's go, people.
Well, because it is a
even if-
passing lane, so you should be going a little bit more.
Even
but
if you're going the speed limit in any lane, and so you're going 70 and you come up on somebody who's going 30, like, yeah, that's a hazard.
It is.
Yeah. So drivers will face a $150 fine on their first offense for driving too slow, $250 on their second, $350 on their third, and at that point you could also face jail time. So that's even if you're going 1 mile per hour under the speed limit in that left lane.
Gotcha.
They're gonna get ya. I didn't do my research, John, so I can't answer all your questions on this, but it is pretty cool. The White House Christmas tree.
Oh, yeah.
Coming from Michigan this year.
Awesome.
Yeah, very cool. So a West Michigan Christmas tree farm. Corson's Tree Farms is set to supply the official White House Christmas tree for 2025. It's the first for a Michigan grower in 4 decades. And what I didn't realize is that there's this big national Christmas tree competition, and this farm was named grand champion, and then because of that was selected to provide the tree for the White House, which is pretty cool.
Can I ask new questions?
Yeah, but I probably don't know the answers. What do you got?
Well, so do they already have the exact tree picked out, or it's just coming from this tree farm?
I think it's just coming from that tree farm,
Okay.
but I would imagine that they must know
Which tree? So I was going to ask
it's not going to
how
be this
tall.
little. Yeah, it's got to be a massive tree.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfectly shaped.
Pretty cool. I don't know. I think it's neat. What else do I got? Let's see. I'd like something interesting. Well, a rare jellyfish is kind of interesting.
Kind
Yeah.
of.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is. It was found in Lake Erie last month, spotted off Presque Isle State Park. And this jellyfish is this rare freshwater jellyfish, non-native aquatic species. They say introduced to North America through this aquatic plant out of China. And basically they say it really poses no danger to humans or to any,
It doesn't disrupt the ecosystem or anything?
that's what they say.
Okay.
It doesn't seem to have any negative impacts, but it is just intriguing by most because it is so rare. It was first observed in the Great Lakes Basin in 1933.
So they've been around.
They've been around, but you don't get to see them too often. Nope. I've never heard of one.
Nope.
I haven't either.
Didn't know
Heather
they existed.
With the news. Coming up next, some news about the Tigers, and the buzz is real around this ball club. It's 97-1.
Hey parents, it's Heather. As the new school year kicks off, you've got a lot on your plate, and if you're like most, you appreciate knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your monthly bills. Well, Verizon has some big news that will bring you serious peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. And right now, you can get a single line for a low price of just $50 a month when you switch and bring your phone on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that amazing price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your back-to-school worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit today and ask about their 3-year price guarantee. Get ready for a smooth, connected school year. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
The Detroit Tigers are a ratings darling. We'll get to that in a second. Talk about our ball club. A few ticket texts to clean up. 248-539-9797. John.
Yeah.
The people have thoughts, and on everything we've talked about, including the green sex toy.
Oh, yeah.
WNBA.
Okay.
Someone says this is a conspiracy theory to keep the sport afloat while Caitlin Clark is hurt. Keep them in the news.
So they have
They're
plants?
planting the green dildos, and they're being thrown on the court.
I doubt it.
Okay, that's Josh and
think,
Warren.
Yeah, okay. You can have your conspiracy theory all you want, but I think they would all agree it's very disrespectful. And I don't think that's the route that they would go. Maybe I'm wrong.
Stacy in Commerce says, I order my breast milk ice cream cones, A cup, B cup, or double D cup.
I mean, I could tell you my preference.
Let's wait to see if you would. Tigers are dead.
That goes without being said.
This says Tigers are dead. They will most likely win the division, but will lose in the first round. Time to move on to football. Drew in Woodhaven. Well,
we are at Lions training camp, but they're not dead.
They're not dead. Even me with the glass half empty. Like, I want to watch these games and see how it ends.
Yeah, I mean, that's the intrigue of watching and playing the season out and seeing how it ends. Like last year, we did shows here where we were talking about, oh, hey, the great job of Scott Harris of selling Jack Flaherty, and we're talking football. We don't ever want to talk Detroit Tigers again. The next time we'll talk about them is league meetings, owners meetings, right?
Whoops.
And then all of a sudden, they made a historic run. You watch the games, you enjoy the moments, and if they get to the postseason and they don't go past, the second or third rounds, right? And it will be able to identify what they did not have enough bats. Was the pitching not good enough? Or they just have a couple of bad days? Like, we'll be able to analyze at that time, but you have no idea.
I mentioned, people are watching, people are paying attention. We know locally everybody's buzzing about this baseball team. They've been flexed to Sunday Night Baseball a bunch lately.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I remember the Twins game with Scooble on the mound. They had the Rangers game. Most recently, they had Sunday in Philadelphia with a great electric crowd, right?
Yep.
They lost the game, but people are tuning in watching. The ratings up 35% Sunday Night Baseball from that game with the Tigers playing in it. So My question is, besides winning, they typically put good ball clubs on Sunday Night Baseball. They're all brands and winners. Why are the Tigers this level of draw?
Well, okay, so some of it's Tigers. Some of it was people watching to see if this is going to be a preview between the Phillies and the Tigers of the World Series. Because, I mean, Schwarber has been on fire since the All-Star break.
Yeah, he's making a push for MVP.
Right. And so I think there's a number of different reasons that selfishly we're all focused on Detroit. Well, it's got to be Detroit. Well, there was another team in that game as well.
They've had a couple of these headlines with the Sunday night flexes. Like, this has been a good decision. There's a reason they keep doing it.
Right. They're flexing Detroit because people are tuning in. They want to figure out, okay, who's got the best matchup this weekend? Can we flex them to Sunday night? All right, if there's not a terrific match, it just happened to be that it was a good matchup between the Tigers and the Phillies. But if they, everything else being, the same, the Tigers are one of those teams that they will flex to Sunday night because if it's a Scooble start, if it's projected to be a Scooble start.
Oh, easy win then.
Yeah, easy win. Everybody wants to see the best pitcher in baseball.
From a TV perspective, yeah. Buster only said more than 2 million people. 35% over last year's rating, game worthy of a great rating, great pitching matchup with Sanchez and Morton, and great defense, playoff atmosphere, the Duran entrance, all of it delivered.
Yeah.
From a Detroit standpoint, what makes this team so appealing? I mean, you guys are listening, you're Tiger fans. If we could just acknowledge winning, and then give me the other thing, because winning is always going to be what draws people in, but what about this club has captured your attention?
Well, I think it's how they've done it. Like, who's the superstar?
Like Scooble, but that's only one every fifth day. So people are watching the other days too.
That's and so when you want to see a game, you're looking at it going, okay, well, do I get to see a Michael Jordan or a LeBron or an Aaron Judge or who is the superstar? Other than Tarek Skubal, and he's only pitched in one of these Sunday night games. There really is no superstar, but you have a Javi Baez. You've got great stories. Javi Baez, who was selected to the All-Star game as a center fielder. He's a shortstop. Everybody knows him as a shortstop. Yeah. This is the first time he's ever taken, games in center field. And so I think that's part of the attraction. Plus, he's having fun doing it. And then you look at kind of the uniqueness of how the Tigers are doing it. They don't have a superstar, yet they continue to win.
Yeah, I asked the question, 248-539-9797. Why? Why are the Tigers this big draw outside of winning? Because, again, they always put winners on these big Sunday night spots. John, I think you're hitting something. It's this, like, curiosity.
Yeah.
Right? Like, no, they don't have Verlander, Scherzer,
right.
Price. Like, they're not throwing a Cy Young guy every single day. Right, Miggy's not playing every day. There's a curiosity. How are they doing this? Can they keep doing this? This is fun. This is unexpected.
Some of it also might be the hangover. People were introduced to the Tigers last year and the great story that was, and the pitching chaos. So much was made of that there's a curiosity of, okay, how are the Tigers doing it this year?
And can they really keep doing it? And thus far, yes. I know the games are going to get tighter and tougher in the postseason, but from a regular season standpoint, you get a chance to watch a team that's super aggressive on the bases, right? You know they're going to stretch a single, do a double, and Green got thrown out doing that the other day, but two dates ago. But they're aggressive on the base paths, and they're winning a lot of games. And are they for real? How good are they? Are they good or are they great? Like, these are conversations we have, and I think nationally, people who don't watch every day, when it gets spotlighted on Sunday night, they go, you know what, this is different than same old Red Sox and Yankees.
Right.
I'm going to give the Tigers a look here.
Well, and the Tigers are an historic franchise.
Yeah.
And so now that they're back and playing good, for a long time, I think it was just simply curiosity. How are they the first team to 30 wins, 40 wins, 50 wins, 60 wins? They're not going to be the first team to 70 wins, but how are they this good when they don't have those stars? And, a lot of baseball fans, who are we missing? And the baseball, quote unquote elite, how is A.J. Hinch doing it this year? I think there is some draw to just A.J. Hinch.
It's weird to think you'd tune in for a manager,
but it's the mix and match. I don't know the numbers of this. Like, how many other managers on a daily basis are pitch hitting 3 different guys?
Right.
How many? And it's not been pitching chaos like it was last year, but you're kind of curious as to how they are going to handle this pitching rotation, the arms, who's coming out of the bullpen.
Well, and that's something that, like, candidly, we're going to talk about a little bit with AJ today, is figuring out this bullpen.
Yeah.
And I think we're watching, trying to figure out the bullpen too.
Oh, yeah, I think everybody's trying to figure it out, and we'll dive into the confidence that people have or don't have in just a little bit, but that's all part of the equation, and I think there's just major curiosity as to who are these Detroit Tigers.
Yeah, I think nationally that's a huge thing. Locally, I think the numbers are back. People are living and dying every day with this ball club.
And people are showing up to the ballpark.
Yeah. Now, Texter says, I think this is because of all the transplants. Like, they get a chance to watch the Tigers as a transplant in another city. We know Michigan, people who grew up here end up moving somewhere else for work.
Right, yeah, there's a lot of Michiganders down in Florida. And yeah, I mean, but
that's what it says. Nationally televised games, Detroit teams always do good because of transplants.
Yeah, but to the tune of 35%.
That's significant. This one says, I think the Tigers on nationally TV are high ratings because people locally want to see them but don't want to pay extra for the app. So this is their one chance to watch. I don't know. If you want to watch them.
Yeah, you're going to find a way to watch them. You don't have to have any apps to watch them on ESPN, but you do have to have, you got to have a streaming service or you got to have cable.
Cable, at least, yeah. Ticket text 248-539-9797 says it's the same thing as when the draft came to town. We set attendance records. When our team is good, we support. Those numbers are likely from us in a huge quantity here in Michigan.
It very well could be.
So his point is the numbers are up, and it's not because people in Arizona or Los Angeles or Miami are watching. It's because all of us can't get enough of this ball club.
Well, but I also think it goes to, all right, who's going to be one of the top 2 teams coming out of the American League? I think there's a lot of people, they're more concerned with what they're doing in New York right now and trying to figure out.
Free fall, 5 in a row.
But it's Boston fans trying to figure out, okay, who are these Tigers? If we make it to the postseason and we face them, what does it look like? It's Houston, probably for a couple of reasons. Their manager, A.J. Hinch, is now here, and we beat them last year. It's Seattle trying to figure out, did we get good enough at the trade deadline to be able to, we swept them before the All-Star break. Yeah. Can we continue can we expect that in the postseason?
248-539-9797. Numbers are up big whenever they put the Tigers on Sunday Night Baseball. Why the draw besides the obvious winning? And, John, we will talk, as you said, the confidence in this pitching staff next, 97-1. All right, let's talk about Lions fans. This time of year, we know what it's all about. It's time to roar louder than ever. The 2025 season is kicking off, and so is the ultimate way to celebrate with 1800 Tequila, the world's most awarded tequila, and it's back as the official tequila of your Detroit Lions. Pre-game tailgates, post-game celebrations, 1800 Tequila brings smooth, bold flavor to every moment. Sip it in a sideline margarita, enjoy it straight. Either way, you're raising your glass to a championship season. Make 1800 Tequila part of your game day lineup all season long. Victory never tasted so good. 1800 Tequila, official tequila of the Detroit Lions. Please drink responsibly. Hanging out live in Allen Park today. We are at Lions training camp and John, football season. Something about it being in the air.
Yeah, I mean, it's just nice to be here, and obviously all the fans are starting to show up now. The stands are starting to fill. Everybody's in position for post-practice autographs.
Already?
Yep. And it's the excitement, you could certainly feel it. And with one game under their belt, one preseason game, and the fact that we've heard Hendon Hooker's going to start this game, we'll get a chance to see him.
Big
and
game for
we
him.
know that was really the biggest question mark coming out of that game is Hendon Hooker and Kyle Allen were both insufficient to be QB2.
Is Brad looking elsewhere? We'll talk to him at 8:50, general manager of the Detroit Lions. A.J. Hinch will join us at 8:02. We asked a question. Sunday Night Baseball ratings are up every time they put the Tigers on.
Mm-hmm.
It's winning, yes, we know that, but they always put winners on Sunday Night Baseball. They put big brands, and yet this team's drawing more. What's the draw? Why are people falling in love with this ball club? Ticket Texter says Michigan is the biggest fan base in college. Detroit sports translates around the country. And not necessarily. I mean, there's more Yankee fans than Tiger fans.
Yes.
Yet Tiger fans are watching these games.
I think there's a certain feel for Detroit teams too, and I know we always use the term grit, but there are fans around the country, whether you are a longtime Detroit fan and you're transplanted somewhere else, that enjoy watching somewhat the unexpected, but teams that just grind out wins.
Well, and kind of came out of nowhere last year and started so hot this year, they've become one of the great stories in baseball. Texter says they're a cute story. Cute stories get views. Says they're nothing more.
I don't know that they're a cute story.
Well, that'll take us into this abbreviated conversation we wanted to have today, which is your view of the pitching today.
Right, and it's how confident are you? And it's not always just, hey, what they do at the deadline. We don't want to get into, they didn't have a right-handed bat, blah, blah, blah. But it's now that you've seen Paddock a few times, and he was not necessarily a trade deadline deal, it was done in regards to the Reese Olson injury. You've seen him a couple of times. You saw him yesterday. It was a loss. He faced his former team. But it's Morton, it's Melton, it's Finnegan. It's some of the newer names that are a part of this staff that have been added to this staff. And I know they added 6 arms, and some of those aren't even here anymore, right? And some of them won't be. And some of them, it's going to take some time. Who knows if we ever see Cobb? Who knows if we ever see Sewald? Who knows if we ever see Reese Olson again this year?
Yeah.
Like in the postseason. But what is your level of confidence now that you're starting to witness some of these guys throwing the ball from the mound, whether it's starters or whether it's guys that are now in the bullpen? And I really liked what I saw, obviously, yesterday from Melton. And we kind of talked about that when they moved him to the bullpen, which is what you a lot of times see done with young pitchers at this time of the year.
Yeah, especially gearing up for the postseason. Young arms.
We saw it with Jackson Jobe last year.
Yeah, Melton out of the pen made sense to me, and he did the job 2 shutout innings yesterday. The problem is he came in after damage was already done. Right. Paddock, I think that was kind of a comeback to earth moment. His first start was great. His second start was not. The answer's somewhere in the middle. He's a back end of a rotation guy.
Right, and it's all you're expecting out of him is in the back end of the rotation guys, you're going to have – it's going to be somewhat of a roller coaster, right? Not everybody has 5 starting pitchers with, sub-3 ERAs.
Like I would say Charlie Morton, who was phenomenal on Sunday, he's probably going to have a stinker or 2. The way Paddock just did. I mean, right. That's what the numbers would tell us.
But you're also going to get stinkers out of guys that aren't Skubal.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's what happens.
More often from guys like Paddock and Morton. I mean,
sure.
they're guys with ERAs around 5.
It is a possibility. And so I do like the way that you phrased it better than the argumentative conversation that we had to start the show.
I'm trying to be nicer, John.
Is glass half full or glass half empty with this pitching staff? I generally tend to be more of a glass half full, and I'm going to put it on the players to perform at a higher level in competitors in a competitive environment where there's actually something on the line. Now, is the division on the line? I know Gov likes to needle you a little bit. I've reserved my needling.
I've been impressed.
In regards, because I'm not going to say they have the division locked up, but they have a remarkable lead.
We're not in panic territory.
With now 7 games. But I do think when you get towards the end of the year, and September is going to be a much different schedule than we're going to see in August. August is they're going to play the Twins a bunch of times. They're going to play the White Sox. They're going to play the Angels. Like it's not a edge of your seat matchup.
Well, that's what a text says. He goes, this is the time. The next 2 weeks are huge. If they want to set themselves up to win a World Series, get the 1 seed, beat up the garbage teams, get yourself a first bye, set up Scooble, all that stuff.
Yeah, and it's the perfect time for have a schedule like this for AJ to tinker with and figure out what he has in the new arms and how he wants to create matchups.
Well, I'd say even beyond that. Like, I'm not thrilled with Vierling, but you've got a month where you can figure some stuff out still. Riley Green, be panicking if this was the start of the postseason.
Right.
They have a month to let the guy try to figure some stuff out. Now, I'm curious where AJ's at. We'll get some of his thoughts on the state of this baseball team. You say half full.
Yeah.
I'm skeptical.
Yes, you are.
I look at the numbers of these guys. They aren't banking on all of them making the playoff roster, just in terms of the number of players they added. They know the volatility of the bullpen. They can't possibly all make the roster. Their bullpen is one of the 10 or 12 worst in baseball this year with Chris Fetter.
Right.
So I think you have every right to cast some doubt into whether or not they can string it together over multiple 7-game series and win the whole thing.
Right, but so when I look at, and I say glass half full, I'm also looking down the road a little bit in regards to Melton not always having a great outing because he's a young pitcher. There's going to be some tough lessons that he has to learn along the way, but I do like him coming out of the bullpen at the end of the season and certainly in the postseason. I like Morton at the end of the season being moved to the bullpen.
Get AJ's thoughts on Charlie Morton. He's got quite the history.
Yeah.
Reunited. We'll talk to AJ Hinch after the update. It's 97.1. Beautiful day out. Tigers are the day game today against the Twins. We're joined this morning by the Tiger manager, AJ Hinch. AJ, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
We're doing good, and I want to start off with this. You got a lot of arms at the trade deadline, a lot of new things to try and figure out with these guys. We'll talk about the relationships a little bit in just a moment, but how long does it take for you to figure out how you want to utilize and when you want to utilize some of those arms?
Yeah, hopefully not too long because we're right in the thick of it in August, and you spend a lot of time getting to know these guys and also just looking at their track records. It's so good to get them in the games and get them in their roles, and we'll sort out how we're going to use them. I mean, it's somewhat fairly obvious. Like Charlie's going to start, Finnegan's going to be at the back end somewhere, and Montero's going to pitch. Probably as much, kind of as good as he pitches. Like the more he pitches well, the more he's going to get to pitch. But so I think when you turn over part of the bullpen, it's time to get up and going because the games. I think we have 40+ games left. These guys are going to all be pitching in important innings, and the faster we get them up and running and into their normal routines, the better they'll pitch.
So Finnegan, you don't name closers, but you said back end guy. How can he impact the bullpen as maybe the most proven piece you guys added?
Yeah. Well, first off, I'm not afraid to announce closers. With where our pitching staff is and how we're constructed, I think it's important that we leave open the option that, he's going to come in the 7th or he's going to come in the 8th. Vest is going to pitch back there. Tommy Canley, we've got to get him back to, the time where we all knew when he came in, like the rally was over or the inning was over. He was an automatic out when it came to coming in the game, Tyler Holton. So I think for me, like, I fall into the same sort of habit that I use the guys in a similar way. Finnegan's going to get a lot of closing opportunities. I just don't want his mentality that it's this big change if all of a sudden we need him in the 7th with the bases loaded and he's the best option. So it's a little bit of how to manage your team, not so much roles, but I think he and Vest are going to get the last out the most.
You've got a history with Charlie Morton and a relationship with him. How do you envision, or how can he best impact this rotation that you've been able to put together?
Yeah. Like 6 innings like you did the other night. Like he was,
yeah, that would be great every time.
Like sort of vintage Charlie Morton with spin, velo, sort of defying the age. He's still, the ball's moving well. His body's moving great. So, like, that's stable start. If we get that guy, he can impact us in a ton of different ways. I do think his presence matters. I mean, I love this guy. My history with him is well documented, but I believe in the person. And if we get that kind of production, which has been how he's pitched for 10 or 11 starts prior to the deadline, that stable part, when we lose Reese Olson, obviously we've had a couple starters, have trouble getting deeper into the game. It's nice to have that presence of the guy that's been there, done that. He did not even blink whenever, he was in trouble the other night on Sunday Night Baseball. And that comes with experience, and he can handle it.
How does that, the individual that he is, not just the pitcher, but the individual and the experience, how can that impact some of the younger pitchers on your pitching staff?
Yeah, I think just the steady approach. I mean, listen, he walked in with 18 years of Major League service. So, that alone, I think, will get everybody's attention. When they put up that stat the other day where he was making his 400th start, and it's, Scherzer, Kershaw, and Verlander. Like, that's pretty good test of time. It doesn't mean he's been, necessarily as great as all of those throughout the years. He's battled some injuries. He's had a little bit of inconsistency. But the last 18 years, you know what you're doing. And as long as that breaking ball is playing the way that it's played for, let's call it the last month and a half and into his first start as a Tiger, like, that is a good pitch. That's a weapon against some of the better hitters around the league, and it's why we acquired him, is because he has something to offer to help us win.
Talking to Tiger manager A.J. Hinch, the deadline overall felt like more reclamation projects than proven commodities. Some of that philosophy you guys have, Chris Fetter. Do you feel like you have enough arms right now to make the run deep into October?
Yeah, I think we have a lot of arms. I think it's always interesting, the emotions that come, with the deadline. Our team, really did handle the unknown pretty well. I mean, I think there was a lot of talk and a lot of curiosity leading into it. It was the first time that this group has ever been around a team that's trying to add pieces, regardless of what those pieces are or where they're going to play. So that was a new experience for our guys. But when you look at, as we get healthy, I think that's going to be super key. Like, Paul Sewald is pitching the World Series. Jose Urquidy is pitching the World Series. Like, those are names that aren't necessarily at the top of people's lists of waiting for them to come back, but they're key pieces for to get to the finish line of a game and get to the finish line of a season. So, obviously our team super excited to get to know a lot of these guys. I mean, the way the deadline's covered, I think, just brings a lot of passion and a lot of anxiety and a lot of curiosity and a lot of answers from the outside. And that our job now is to get this group to back being a team. We've won, 5 of 8. After going through a section of games that I don't really want to talk about anymore. Like, it wasn't fun. But I think this team, knows we're in a position, to win this division and get into the playoffs and go deep into October. We've got to handle what we're doing now. We got a lot to do to get to there, and the opportunity is right in front of us.
on the offensive side of things, Riley Green, it's been a tough 3 or 4 weeks. The ratio at the rate that he is striking out has been a topic for us. How concerning is that for you, and is there anything that he can do to correct that?
Yeah. Well, concerning is a tough word. I mean, obviously, I don't want this guy swinging and missing. I don't want him punching out. I mean, the concerning part is because it doesn't have to be part of his game. Like, when we look at Riley Green and his impact over the course of the year, and you look up at the scoreboard, if we didn't list the strikeouts, you'd be like, man, this guy's having an incredible season, all-star, big production, hit in the middle of the order. And then the strikeouts creep up. I didn't really see it coming to this extent. He's going to be better for it. I've seen players in my time who have gone through these stretches of, whether it's selling out for power or whether it's getting a little bit into swing mode. And, when the team was struggling, he's trying to do a little too much because he knows he's the center part of our lineup. All those things kind of hit him, and he's had a really hard time getting out of it. So I think he will. He's too talented and too good of a hitter not to. And we've tried to get him to kind of take a deep breath. Yesterday, I gave him a full day off. I mean, I was going to use him in the 9th inning if he was part of a tying run type thing. So I obviously still want him a huge part of this. But the mental break yesterday, I'm hoping, will lead to him just ball and play moving forward. And then when he does that, he'll hit it to the 20th row, or he'll hit an opposite field ball that continues to carry out of the ballpark. So we need Riley Green. He knows that. Right now, it's been a little rough.
Beyond just the last 3 weeks or so, lefties have really eaten him up this season. You guys are big on matchups. Would you be in favor of not a full platoon necessarily, but giving him more off days against lefties? Would you be in favor of giving Carp some of those at bats? Because again, he's hitting right now and not striking out at the same clip.
Yeah. No, I think those are all fair questions, and I will see how it plays out. I think that we face Kikuchi this weekend against the Angels. They'll both probably be out of the lineup on that Sunday, but I think you're always kind of paying attention to what it does to your lineup and what that advantage is to having either guy off. The one thing that Riley has consistently given us is defense, and I think that's the part. Carp, I've had a hard time keeping him on the field. So, there's other things other than the one at bat against lefties that I have to weigh, but we'll see how it plays out. It's all about the group that I have on the bench and the confidence we have that they're the better matchup at the beginning of the game, and then finding Carp at bat in there or finding Riley in at bat off the bench, kind of see how it plays out.
I know you don't want to necessarily talk about the 12 of 13. We won't go there, but
you're really going to bring it up, John?
No, but part of, or at least part of the timeline that matches up is Kerry Carpenter is back in the lineup, and how impactful. What does he mean to this team of just simply being available to be in the lineup?
It matters a lot, and it matters because of the presence he has, and specifically when he stays in the strike zone. Like last night's at bats were pretty good. The last couple nights where they're 4 and 5 and 6 pitch at bats, he's not chasing. He gets into swing mode a little bit. He's always one swing away. And what I notice is just how differently the other manager manages against our team. And sometimes I stack Riley and Carp. Today I'm not. I'm putting Torque in between them. But I think it's important because he's the guy they circle. Because he knows, we can separate like we did the other day. We can come from behind if all of a sudden, he gets a good pitch to hit. And that second and third time through, I rarely see their bullpen quiet. And a lot of that centers around Kerry Carpenter. And a good example is the Twins have one left-handed pitcher in the bullpen, and they have to deploy him at the right time. We know that's going to be Colt, Carp, or Riley. Carp being in the middle of that. If they go after Colt, it takes them some time to get to Carp. If they wait and go to Greeny, Carp gets a bunch of right-handed at bats. So he puts so much pressure on decisions on the other side.
Multi-hit day for Vierling yesterday. Are you hoping, hey, it's going to start to wake up here?
Yeah, we need him. We need him, and obviously had some couple tough plays in center field that he was pretty bothered by last night. And I think, he was late to the season, but we got to get him going and get him playing. I mean, part of my confidence, having the left-handed bats on the bench is the emergence of the right-handed bats. I think Jahmai Jones has done a really good job against left-handed pitching. Andy came back up. has had his moments against left-handed pitching. Vierling seems to be a really key for us to be a strong player against left-handed pitching, because that's how our team operates. It's also how the other team attacks us. So hopefully last night will give him a little bit of boost of energy and confidence that we know he can impact his team.
Well, that's part of the bet, right? Scott Harris talked about the moves we make and don't make are bets on guys. Not adding a bat is a bet on Vierling, essentially, right, among other guys.
Yeah, among other guys. I think the whole group together really does function. You know what's really interesting when you play against us, and I have a lot of friends that are managers and around the league, and at different times during this year, when we're churning, we have been an incredibly hard team to play because we have strength on your weakness, and we're able to match up and do a lot of different things. There's other times where collectively we've been quiet and we haven't found those strengths, and those are the days that we don't score. So it's much different whenever we're not maximizing our strengths and we have a hole somewhere where you just don't feel like good at bats are coming. But I do go back to like better times where we've been a little bit more consistent. Teams don't love playing us when we've got guys playing at the level in which they should, and we end up in the better position with the matchup.
We just had a topic about the increase in ratings when the Tigers are on Sunday Night Baseball. Obviously, if Scooble's starting, we know everybody wants to watch him because he's the best pitcher on the planet. What do you see as the attraction of why everybody wants to get a view of what you guys are doing on the field?
Well, I think we're a likable team. I think when you see Detroit and you see the emergence last season, we were a big story. We've been in first place for the majority of this season. And obviously I think we've got some good personalities that have started to get recognized around the league. I mean, when you have 6 All-Stars, that's 7 if you count the bat boy. Like it's pretty good to have our brand, kind of out in the national spotlight. The games that we have played on Sunday Night Baseball have been pretty good games. Maybe that's attractive, but I think there's some curiosity on what we're doing, how we're doing it, and what's next for us. Led by Tarek Skubal, obviously, who's arguably the biggest name on the pitching side of the game.
He's A.J. Hinch. I know it's one game at a time. I sense a little more urgency as we're getting down to it here. It's good to catch up.
40-plus games, we got a sprint race here, so you're right. It's time to go.
Appreciate it, A.J. Thanks.
You got it.
It's 97.1.
Hey, there's a lot of great moments right now where we use a nice cold beverage, and Founders Brewing Company, they know it. They've been making high-quality beers right here in the great state of Michigan for over 25 years. Their focus is always on using the highest quality ingredients, and you can count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. With that dedication in mind, their all-day IPA is crafted for every and any moment. It's easy drinking, refreshing, and flavorful. All-day IPA is the kind of IPA that's never out of place. So whether you're tailgating, maybe you're watching our ball club, you're sitting down for a football game, grilling, hitting the beach, kicking back, it doesn't matter. There's so many great moments. It's smooth, full of flavor, and endlessly crushable. It goes where the good times are. So look for All Day IPA at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
If you're injured in an auto accident, take control with KG Law. You're going through a lot. You're stressed. You may be in pain. You want someone to fight for you, someone who cares about you. Get personalized care, guidance, and full legal representation from the Michigan law firm that's won over 5,000 personal injury cases. 98% success rate. KG Law knows how to win your case. That's KG Law, K-A-J-Y. Lawrence KG is a Detroiter. He's built his team up. They care about you. 877-KG-CARES, online at kgcares.com. That's K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. Did you notice that too? The little extra juice from AJ, a little more urgency.
Yeah, and I think we've been talking about this, where you want to be one of the top 2 seeds.
Yep.
And I think there's that sense of urgency not to fall back into anything near where they were in that 12 and 13. A lot of lessons can be learned, how to utilize those so they're not wasted moving forward.
I mean, he's Mr. We got to win the game today.
Right.
And he's like 40-game sprint.
One of 162 is usually the answer that we get.
And he's like, got to get the bullpen right, got to get guys in there, got to get going. Sprint, sprint, sprints. That was a different tone from him.
It was. And this is the month to do all of that. One, to rack up some wins, but also figure some of those things out in the process.
You said earlier I was being a little nicer to you about our Tiger discussion.
Oh, yeah, when we're going, half glass full, half glass empty versus
the shouting match from earlier.
Yeah.
I said I'm trying to be nicer. Texter says, try harder, Costa. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, a man who was waiting for his brother to bring him gas along I-94 in Ypsilanti over the weekend was critically injured when another driver who may have been impaired fell asleep and hit him. So when troopers got to the scene, they spoke to the victim's brother. Obviously, he showed up with the gas, told him that his 30-year-old brother had called, said, hey, I ran out of gas. Could you bring me some? His car was stopped on the right shoulder of an exit ramp. And the brother said that when he got to the scene, he saw this pickup truck driving into the woods along the freeway, and his brother was lying there in the road next to his car. Police say that their investigation found that the victim was standing outside of his pickup truck when he was hit by a 50-year-old man. The at-fault driver had fallen asleep, struck the victim's truck before hitting the victim, and then continued on into the woods. That driver, the at-fault driver, suffered only minor injuries. Of course, police say alcohol and or drugs may have been a factor. A Delta flight attendant is going after the airline after she says she was injured seriously during that crash that left the plane upside down on the runway in Toronto. We all remember that. This flight attendant, Vanessa Miles, was on that flight that crash landed upside down. She was actually riding as a passenger at the time. She was not working on that particular flight. 80 people were on board, 21 were injured. She said that after the plane had landed, it started to fill with smoke, jet fuel. She lost consciousness while hanging upside down. She was strapped into her seatbelt.
Terrifying.
Obviously, when she came through, she was able to kind of fall to the roof of the plane, and she had to then get out of that plane, which she said like exploded into flames just moments after she actually got out. Lucky to make it out alive. She said she had to stand in 15-degree weather then for about an hour after that. The lawsuit says she suffered serious and severe permanent injuries. She's requesting $75 million plus court fees. She basically accuses the airline for not taking enough time to properly train its pilots and also the pilot who was flying the plane at the time. Okay, are you guys familiar with the Nicki Minaj challenge that's going on social media?
No idea.
No.
You haven't seen it? You probably have seen it and not known you have seen it.
Okay.
I mean, because I see it everywhere. It's basically this like elaborate balancing act that women are doing. You balance on any sort of random objects. It could be like stacked dumbbells. It could be anything. A Jenga. People are doing it on like top of a Jenga tower, and you wear high heels. And you balance on one foot with your leg crossed in this Nicki Minaj pose that she does in one of her music videos. Yes. And it's everywhere. People are doing it all over. There's the Jenga one. I mean, I've seen all sorts of objects.
I've never seen this.
You haven't?
Is she on, like, lipstick?
Yes, or nail polish.
Nail polish.
And they're not just doing it on the floor, if you see. Some of them are, but most of them are doing them up on a counter.
You want to see people fall? Is that what you want to see, John?
That's where I'm getting to. There is this woman who is trying to be an influencer, an aspiring influencer in Russia. She broke her spine after she fell off the top of her counter while trying to do this Nicki Minaj challenge. So she posted this on Instagram. She's trying to balance on top of a tub of baby formula because she just had a baby like weeks ago. Right? That's on top of all. So
probably not a good idea.
The formula wasn't just sitting on the counter. It was stacked on top of like a frying pan.
What?
That was then on top of the counter. And in the video, she loses her balance. The pan goes sliding out from underneath her. Obviously, she topples backwards and falls off the counter. Medical emergency. Broken spine.
How many likes did it get?
I don't know. How many followers does she have now? It might have worked in her advantage, at least for that.
I just don't understand what people are doing sometimes.
I watch these thinking, oh my God, like, because you see them standing there and somebody like helps them up, they're holding them, and then they let go and they get the video, and it just seems
dumb.
It seems really dumb.
Yeah.
It seems really dumb.
Well.
This is kind of cool. Single women are now using the dating app Hinge to get their furniture built. So apparently single women are using the app like a handyman service, and they're updating their profiles basically saying, hey, I can be won over by a man who's handy, right? Who's good with their hands, I guess. I don't know if that's what they're saying, but maybe take it
good with
two
tools?
ways.
Yeah.
So one woman says that I feel like guys need a little job or mission, and then they feel so happy. They're like a golden retriever. They accomplish something, and then they're happy to help. So what's
there is
happening,
some truth to that sense of accomplishment.
Oh, there's always a truth to a sense of accomplishment, sure.
and basically there's an expert.
How do they pay?
Oh, John.
It's
You normally skip that part?
What? No, I'm
There's
just
no
I'm just
payment
wondering.
involved. That's their date. Like, come on over. We can have a glass of
so,
wine
yeah,
while you assemble my IKEA furniture.
Oh,
or you can
okay.
install my cabinets in my
you get
kitchen.
to hang out with me while
Yes.
you fix my house.
Yes.
You get a date with this lucky lady.
Boy, that sounds fun.
And experts say that there's been this post-pandemic shift where ladies want utility, not just chemistry. And this trend is basically like men get to impress the ladies by showing off their skills,
Yeah.
and then they can show off they're good problem solvers. They're
Yeah, good handiwork.
Yeah, exactly. So apparently it's taking off, and people on TikTok are showing off all the work they've gotten done for free because of this dating app.
Huh.
Kind of genius, right? I don't know. Works for them. Finally, you might not have heard, but it is here. Breast milk ice cream available nationwide if you can get your hands on it. Because I tried, and it is sold out online.
Try tomorrow.
I'm going to try tomorrow because I thought I'll send it to the studio. $12.99 per pint. Order at Frida.com. Not made with real breast milk, people, but
It's just like healthy ice cream.
according to
healthy
it's supposed to
herb.
but
mimic
it's
all the
still-
nutrients.
You can't get it out of your
honestly,
head.
if it was a blind taste test, I probably would have no issue with it. But knowing that it is breast milk ice cream,
We just won't tell you, John. It'll be Ice
Yeah.
Cream Fridays.
Ugh.
All right, that's Heather with the news, 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game. Well, listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. Well, that's why I got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks on my morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
If you're thinking about replacing your roof, you got to give my friends over at Rapid Roofing a call. Mike Beatty and his team are amazing. Rapid Roofing uses only the highest quality roofing materials and products. They'll professionally install your roof and back it with the best warranty in the business. Most jobs are completed in just one day. That's what they did with mine. It was show up, rip the roof off, make the needed repairs, replace the roof, clean it up, and they were gone. Call Rapid Roofing, and they'll come out and do a free 17-point attic and roof inspection. Plus, right now, you can get a 0% financing up until 2030 with approved credit, and it's a no-pressure sales. They're going to give you the best price right out of the gate. Call 888-360-ROOF or click on rapidroofing.com to get a free quote. We hired Rapid Roofing a few years ago. They did a great job. Protect your family's home like I did and restore your peace of mind quickly. 888-360-ROOF or on the web at rapidroofing.com.
All right, John, we're going to time his 40-yard dash. He is making his way over. Not exactly sprinting, but we will be joined by the general manager of the Detroit Lions, Brad Holmes, momentarily.
Yeah, just a few moments.
We can see him.
Yeah.
Wave to him.
He's walking right past the as we do play-by-play on Brad Holmes' walk.
The autograph signers?
Yeah, the autograph signers.
Do you think
so
he stops?
hopefully,
they're waving at him. They're trying.
Yeah, he's got the wave. I got somewhere to be. And that somewhere is here. So we'll.
Well, would I not be surprised though that like fans would want the GM's autograph here? Like in other cities, no, but with him here, I wouldn't be surprised.
No, and he's a very visible individual here in Detroit because of what he has done for a franchise that has honestly struggled until he arrived and Dan Campbell arrived. And so it's been a great few years. Obviously, the team is in a much different place. Questions that we'll ask are much different than we asked in year one,
no
in year
kidding.
two.
Yeah.
And his challenges are a lot different now than they were at that time.
To his credit, though, and not all the other teams in the city will embrace it the way they have. They have said, we're chasing the Super Bowl. It's the goal. It is. They'll speak about it. They'll acknowledge it. They'll work towards it. They're not afraid of it.
Yeah, and obviously everybody wants to know about the edge. Everyone wants to know about the interior offensive line.
Yep.
And now the newest question, which we saw on full display last week in the Hall of Fame game, is what are they doing with the number 2 quarterback? But that's the difference of what last year it was Jake Bates, and it was also number 2 quarterback. But it's much different talking about those things. Guys that may never see the field and you hope never do as a number 2 quarterback versus how are you going, like where are you going to throw the ball? You need receivers. You need this. You need that. That's not where this team is.
Lions are out on the practice field. They got practice going on. We're going to be out here as a station a bunch next week, too, as the Lions gear up for the season. Yeah, Brad, we're on the air, buddy. Let's get going. Let's do it. Good to see you. We were watching your walk over. We were timing your 40, and we noticed you weren't sprinting, so we killed some time. We're good.
Yeah.
We'll get you on the headset there.
Yeah. So go ahead and put the headset on there and pull that mic down. When was the last time you did a 40?
Oh, my gosh. 2002 in the spring. When I ran for the Scouts and they rejected me and said I wasn't good enough to play in the NFL.
There's no gray in the beard.
I got it.
Then.
I've been trying to become a scout.
Well, okay. So let's talk about camp so far and just the energy and the mentality for you guys going into the season. How you feeling?
Yeah, the energy's been great. I think Dan's done an incredible job of making sure that the message has been clear, the tone has been set. Obviously we got a lot of new faces from a coaching staff standpoint, and they brought a ton of energy. So I think everything's been a smooth transition. Staying relatively healthy. Couple, that you would like to have better outcomes, but for the most part, it's been pretty good.
Challenges for you are different than they were when they took over the job. Mm-hmm. What are the challenges that you have in this training camp with this team right now?
Man, that's a really good question. As the roster has improved, and it really was kind of like that. We first started seeing those challenges in the draft, really, on the approach that we took, is that, it's getting harder and harder for a lot of the young guys, just because when you add more veterans, you have better players that are going into their second and third year. It's just, you want to really give these guys time to develop and all that, but sometimes you just might not, because me and Dan are the best man's going to play, the best man's going to make the team, and so that's one that's gotten harder. There's a lot of different avenues and routes that we can take, but that's probably the biggest challenge that I'm seeing.
Since the last time we talked to you, Frank Ragnow's retirement, also replacing Zeitler up front.
Yep.
Just your confidence level that you guys can replicate what's been an elite offensive line.
Yeah, no, we still feel very good about it. We're still very confident in that offensive line that's led by Hank Fraley, which obviously we got a ton of confidence in. He's one of the best, if not the best in the league doing it. But we feel good about, Graham. Graham Moss has a lot of experience playing center. He's been a lot of experience playing guard, but he's got some comfort and familiarity with Jared being under center. So we start off with Tate, give him a lot of reps at center, and he still can do it. But I think just really, as we work through these combinations, I feel like in all fairness that Graham and his experience being in the offense at that position, as you know, that's a lot. I mean, that is a lot. And Tate can handle it. But, I think early on with him, back at guard, but he's still going to get some reps there.
The other guard that we had a chance to see a little bit at the end, Christian Mahogany.
Yeah.
What are you seeing from him in year 2 now that he's healthy and going through his first camp?
He, look, like you said, he showed some promise last year. It was in spurts. He was kind of sick early and kind of came on late. But now that he's had the full off season, he hasn't missed time. He's had a great camp. And, you have hope and optimism, but you've only seen a little bit. But what he's shown so far, he's doing a great job.
How big a deal is backup quarterback? We can see a lot of them in the preseason. Ideally, they never play in the regular season, but, Hendon Hooker said he gave himself a 0 out of 10 for his performance in the first preseason game. How big a deal is backup quarterback?
Oh, it is a big deal. It's a huge deal. And when you're trying to acquire those guys, often those guys are, as they should be, they're very selective in the situation that they'll choose to go into. But obviously, we had drafted Hendon for his development and his upside, and he's been getting better and better and better. We obviously brought Kyle in that's had a lot of experience, starts under his belt. He's been in that role for a while. So it's been a really good competition, but it is a very important position. Knock on wood, hopefully you kind of hear all this about, how come we haven't seen Hendon play? Well, good. Yeah, you know what I mean? So that, but at the end of the same time, they're one play away, so those guys got to be ready.
What are your expectations? What do you need in a number 2 quarterback?
Just being able to efficiently manage the offense and play clean football. You don't need to be Superman. Obviously, it's a production business, and you want guys to make plays. But the other thing is mindset and mentality. Guys have to go into – if they have to go into a game, it'd be unfortunately if they have to go into a game because the starter's not available. They have to have the mindset just go in there and just let it rip, that you didn't have all the reps during the week. And so you can't get in there and get gun-shy and say, oh, my gosh, I didn't get all these reps during the week and now I got to go in there. No, you got to go in there and just let it go and have confidence in yourself.
How much confidence do you have in Hendon Hooker? Because at the end of last year, you guys brought Teddy Bridgewater back.
Yep.
Where are you at with Hendon overall in the evaluation?
Oh, he's getting better and better. I thought he strung together a couple of good days these past days. I know the Hall of Fame game wasn't ideal. And look, he was not trying to make an excuse for him at all, because even he told you how he didn't like his performance, but it wasn't the perfect situation to be in either. But he's going to get a chance to be in a better position. He'll start the game in Atlanta, kind of get in there with a lot of our twos and just kind of see how he operates. And then, the expectations are still high, just like I told everybody in the spring. He's getting better and better. And it's not really so much like the thing with Teddy Bridgewater last year. Just I think you guys all know, it's just when you're in a playoff atmosphere, Hendon's never been in that situation in the NFL before. So we were trying to do the best thing for the team, but we're trying to give him reps now to get him hopefully prepared to be ready for that.
I want to ask you maybe an obvious question, but first of all, Hutch is back.
Yeah.
And how does he look? And second of all, you broke Taylor Decker contract news with us last year.
Come on, Brad.
I know. I was walking out here. I was like, man, I don't have anything good to
You set a high bar, Brad. Break some news.
Yeah. So I guess the obvious one is it seems like it would be a huge priority to lock up Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah.
How are things going in that realm?
Yeah, it hasn't had really any intense talks yet. Look, I mean, we'll definitely get some dialogue going soon here. But all those things take time, especially the larger the deal is. But as the player, he's looked great. And I've been saying I'm really not all that surprised just because of tracking him since college, since the early days of Michigan. I mean, he had that big injury in Michigan, and he came back. I think nobody would argue a better player. And I don't know to say it's exactly the same because the games haven't kicked off yet, but what he's shown in practice, I mean, the change of direction, the explosiveness, I mean, he's not having any effects, but I'm not surprised when a guy like him that has this kind of mindset. But it's very important, and hopefully soon we'll get some dialogue going.
Talking to Brad Holmes, general manager, Detroit Lions. Last time we had you on, we talked about edge, and we had that exchange about, I don't understand, Za'Darius Smith. Not an elite edge, right? I know that was a different conversation. Za'Darius is still out there. Is there interest on your side?
Yeah, look, Za'Darius did a lot of good things last year for us, and we said we're going to keep in contact with his agent. But, it's not – everything's not just one-sided. Za'Darius has expectations. The team has expectations. So sometimes it takes a while for those things to get on the same page, especially a guy, that's been in the league as long as he has. I'm sure that, I'm not saying that he doesn't want to be in training camp, but, if he misses sometimes. So, there's obviously still interest there, and, we've been keeping in touch.
How have you seen those guys operate opposite Aiden? Marcus Davenport, I know Josh is out. Levi is not going to be available.
Yep.
How are you seeing that position take place?
Yeah, now Davenport, he's having an excellent camp. He really is. I've always said that he is an ideal complement on the other side of Aiden. We all know what the issue has been, but it's never been an ability issue. So hopefully he can have better luck there. But we finally got Muhammad back out to practice. He's been showing some good thing, and the young kid Ahmed, he's been doing a really good job. He made some plays in a Hall of Fame game.
Yeah.
He's still got some ways to go, but what I like about him is that even when he kind of makes a mistake or does something wrong, it's 1,000 miles per hour. So that always going to fit in well here. And we got some young guys that were kind of undrafted guys that are taking some steps too. Nate Lynn we signed as an undrafted guy last year. He kind of showed up in the Hall of Fame game a little bit. Obviously, he missed a year with the shoulder last year, so it's good to see him out here. Ukwu, who played a little bit, had on practice squad last year. He's been doing some good things too. So it's a lot of youth out there. It's very comforting to have a guy like Casey Rogers in here now that's coaching these guys up, and that we have a ton of respect for all the things that he did in Tampa. So so far so good.
Things good with Alex Anzalone. I know there's a little tension. You guys gave him a little more money. How were those talks? Maybe some harsh realities?
Yeah, look, that's it's normal football business, and it's just the business aspect of it. We value Anzalone highly, all the things that he's done for us, and he's been a 4-time captain for us and all that. So, he's still a good player. He played well last year. He's getting a little longer in the tooth, but as far as what we're seeing right now, he's still performing well. But was happy that we're able to come to some type of resolution for the immediate right now. And look, I'm sure that Anzalone would tell you that he's glad that it's behind him for the immediate for right now, so he can just go out there, concentrate, and play football. And he's looked good out here.
I know we're up against it. We got to get to a break, but I can't believe we've talked this entire time without talking about your first-round draft pick, Tyleik Williams. With Aleem McNeil being down for some time still,
Yeah.
Levi out, there's a lot of pressure on him to produce as a rookie.
Yeah, and you know what? He's been exactly what we expected. He came in great shape. His body looks good, his weight looks good, and everything that he's been doing on practice, he's been making plays, but we're not surprised because that's just what he's done on tape. When guys have that kind of power and athletic ability and ability to bend, and he's very smart. So he's not being slowed down by the thinking, so he's just out there just playing, but so far so good. I don't know if it's a lot of pressure. He's just doing what he does, and obviously I think Aleem is doing very, very well in his rehab process. So once he gets back, then we'll just be even more fortified in the middle there. And I think the other thing too, the other component with Tyleik is that DJ Reader was able to have like a full off season. He was kind of rehabbing for something the year before we signed him in free agency last year. So he's had a fall season, and he looks amazing out here.
Great.
I'll take the phone call from Jimmy. I want to ask you one more question.
Yeah.
I know we got the clock. I'll break the clock. People look at the cap space. I'm
Yep.
sure you've seen this, and they go, why aren't they doing more in
Yep.
2025?
Yep.
We know 26 you guys are negative. The cap can be manipulated. Just a
Yep.
chance to speak directly to the fans who want to know how it is you guys are using cap space to put the best product on the field.
Yeah, obviously cap space is important, but the cash budget you could argue is even more important. So you can look at a number to say, oh, this is the cap room you have, but when you start for our unique situation where we have a lot of young guys that we're trying to budget and plan for, that number that you're seeing in black and white, that's not really what that is the number, but in our meetings and our planning and our budgeting, that's not really the number. So, look, it's not just, you got a whole new reset of cash that you can just spend out. It's like you have to be very strategic with how you manage that. And we're just in a unique position because we have a lot of young players that we'd like to keep around. And unfortunate for us, they've been very good players, so they're not going to be the cheapest either. So
You've done too good a job drafting them, Brad.
that's kind of the, I would say that's the other side of the sword that you're going to have to pay. You just got to build a pay, but we have the right people in place. We got a good team around us to make sure that we're being strategic, and hopefully we can get them all done and keep them.
He's Brad Holmes.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me on.
It's 97.1. All right, a little discombobulated. We're good now. Good to check in with Brad Holmes. John, takeaways?
Gosh, there's so much. I mean, there's so many more things that I wanted to
I
ask
know.
him. But so in regards to Marcus Davenport, there's never been a question when he's healthy. He can be an effective player, and he would be great opposite Aiden Hutchinson. But he alluded to it, like he's had one struggle, and that's just being able to stay on the field, stay healthy. If and we were talking about ifs earlier. There's little ones when we're talking about Tarek Schoolwell. There's big ones when we're talking about the health of Marcus Davenport. That one is in all caps. You don't know. Is he going to be available? How many games, if he is, would he even be there for?
Zadarius kind of played right into it. I mean, well,
yeah,
maybe a little later into camp is how I read that.
Yeah, absolutely. And what have I been saying all along?
I know.
Vets don't like camp.
I'm looking at you.
And, first of all, especially when you have an extra week of training camp, you have an extra game in training camp. I thought even before they announced that they were going to be in the Hall of Fame game, it was going to be sometime after Atlanta. And it may even be after, Miami next?
Sounds right.
It might be after that because
as long as it's here for week one, he's a vet. You trust him to get up to speed.
He's a pro. He knows this defense. Even though it's a different voice in Calvin Shepard, it's still a lot of the basics are the same. The terminology is going to be very similar. Throughout the course of the offseason, he's been a pro his entire career. You trust that he's in shape, he's been working out. It will take some time to ramp him up, but there's, 3 weeks? There's 2 weeks in between the last preseason game and the first regular season game anyway. So 3 weeks is more than enough for him to get up to speed if that's the route they end up going.
You said like so much more we could ask him. I threw that cap question out there, and like it's kind of a bomb. You have to diffuse it. There's so many layers to it. There's so many follow-ups. Like this idea of windows to compete in, they kind of reject. But there are windows that they have to operate in from a salary standpoint, and that's, I think, what is fueling their decisions to sign guys and not sign guys, knowing that every couple of years those chunks are going to have to get moved around, and you're going to lose some dudes.
What was your take on his answer to Aiden Hutchinson? Not a lot of conversations.
Not intense conversations,
right.
Which to me says don't expect anything before the season. That's what I interpreted it.
Or even during the season.
Well, the next off season. So basically he's going to go out and put some tape out there.
Yeah.
He's going to go let Micah Parsons get paid.
Yeah, and
then he's going to ask for
see
more.
if he can win himself a defensive MVP.
Yeah, and instead of going, hey, I know these guys are flirting with 40, 41, 42, I'm fighting for a number that starts with a 5. And whether I get it or not, I think that's what we're setting up for is, and I believe it's on Aiden's side. I've often said that.
Yeah.
Brad has tried to lock guys up early. They want to do that with all these other guys. Aiden's camp is going to say, well, we wanted to see what Trey Hendrickson gets paid.
Yeah.
We were waiting to see Myles Garrett and Watt, and we'll wait to see Micah Parsons' very public situation in Dallas. I have often thought that's an Aiden camp philosophy, and to hear Brad say no intense talks, I think only furthers that.
It does, but I think the one thing, because we've heard this for a lot of people, don't sign him until you find out what you're getting after the injury. I think he kind of addressed that with, he had a similar injury at Michigan. It was a terrible leg injury, came back, and he was strong. You know the player that you're going to get with him, and because it didn't involve a joint, it was a broken bone. It was a very dramatic broken bone, but it wasn't the ankle, it wasn't the knee. I have no issue. I think he's going to have a terrific year. I think he's going to be the same, if not better. But there's going to be some people that take what Brad Holmes said and be like, well, they want to see before they offer him that deal.
Backup quarterback. I think we asked 3 questions about the backup quarterback. But it's on people's mind with the game coming up on Friday, and they acknowledge Hendon Hooker's going to get a lot of opportunity.
Yeah, and he'll get an opportunity to show how much he's grown. We've heard about the competition. Competition drives success. And so we'll get a chance to see it. And it's not, everybody thinks, well, it's a competition between Hendon Hooker and Kyle Allen.
No.
If that's the way that Hendon Hooker is viewing that, or Kyle Allen is viewing that, that's a huge disservice to themselves. The competition is with himself. How can I get better and not be a 0 out of 10 against Atlanta? What do I have to do to be better than I was at practice on Wednesday when we're watching it here, so that it shows improvement? It also shows that I can be the guy that they can rely on if the worst happens.
Not where I thought you were going to go, but I acknowledge that. I thought you were going to say they're not competing with them, the team.
Oh, they're competing
with the
every
league.
Other,
they're competing with Carson Wentz. They're competing with anybody who may be cut in the next 2 weeks.
But again, if your focus is on I'm competing with Carson Wentz, or I'm competing with whatever other mythical quarterback that they would bring in for number 2.
Carson Wentz is a real person, not mythical.
Right, but it's you're doing yourself a disservice.
Right.
You're distracting yourself.
Yeah, you can only control from a what should he be focused on today? Yes, but in reality, he is competing not just with the guys on this roster.
With everybody in the league.
But as we saw last year, he was the number 2, and it just wasn't right to have him be the number 2 for the playoffs. Yeah. He still has to earn that mantle.
He does, and again, if you're trying to figure out how can I be better than Carson Wentz, you're distracting yourself from preparing this game plan. You're trying to do too much, and you're going to go out there and say, well, I have to make this throw, where it might not be the smartest thing to do. You're going to take chances you shouldn't take. So it's simply just compete with yourself. Be better than you were yesterday.
Takeaways from Brad Holmes. What stood out to you guys? 248-539-9797. They're sounding the horn at practice. It's going on right around us. AJ Hinch at 9:35. Tigers sprint to the finish. A little more urgency from AJ. It's 97-1.
Injury attorney David Feminino is the guy you want to call if you're ever hurt in an accident. But what he really wants is for all of us to be safe. He knows how tragic accidents can be. That's why he started David's Driving Edge, to spread awareness about distracted driving and help us with all the tips to be better prepared on the road. If we can prevent accidents before they happen, that's the real win, and we all win in that one. Learn more at getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge. That's getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge.
Twins take down the Tigers. Rubber match today. Day game. Carson Anderson going to be out at gate A for that one.
Yeah, I mean it is the rubber match, and it's one that this team should win.
Should
take care of business.
This is the month to pick up some steam.
Yeah,
beat some bad clubs, build an even bigger lead in this division, put yourself in a great spot for a bye in the first round of the American League playoffs. This is the time to do it. AJ Hinch will join us at 9:35. A little more urgency from AJ. Talking about a sprint to the finish.
Sprint to the finish. There's 40 some odd games.
Take.
Yeah, and it really is. And my takeaway from talking to AJ was that sprint is we want to make sure that, one, we have all the pieces in place. I know everything about the relievers that we have or the pitching staff, the new arms that we got. I also want to make sure that, because we talked to him about Riley Green.
Yeah.
Make sure that he's up and running at full speed. Matt Vierling. Make sure that he takes care of business this month, but it's about getting those 1 and 2 seeds.
Because when you get to September, you're going to face the Mets and the Yankees, and I know the Yankees are on a skid, but those are better ball clubs that you're going to face in September. You're going to get Cleveland, I believe, 6 times, 2 different series with the Guardians. So right now is the time to solidify some of this.
Yes.
And now or never. I mean, John, there's no more trade deadline. These are the dudes they have. Either it's going to work or it's not. If I ask you glass half full, glass half empty, do you feel like they've got the guys to do it?
I do. Now, they all have to perform at a high level. We've seen it at times. I don't know if we've ever seen it. There's been some games here and there where we've seen great pitching, great hitting. That's what it's going to take. It's going to take elite concentration and elite performance, which is, how do you define a World Series champion?
Yep.
You're going to have all those things come together at the right time. And this is the month for them to solidify all of those little details.
There are stories of teams that are just good, not great, that win the World Series.
Sure.
So it can happen, but I think they are in that category of team. I think they're a good, not great team.
Oh, yeah, I don't know that there's – if you said that this team was great, and we kind of always tried to make sure we're using the right words at the beginning of the season, when they had the best record in Major League Baseball – they were still just a good team. They weren't a great team. And even if they win the World Series, I don't know that I'd look on this and say, like the 84 team, I would put that in the great category.
Yes.
I wouldn't put this team in the great category.
And we've seen great Tiger teams, and I would say we had great Tiger teams not win the World Series. So, again, some of this is a crapshoot. Bullpens are volatile. I would have liked a little more stability in terms of track record. So, like Paddock yesterday showed you the other side of the coin. His first start was good. His second start was bad. The truth is he's a 5 ERA pitcher. And Morton, who I know AJ has a special relationship with, they were in Houston together, is also a 5 ERA pitcher.
Yeah.
His second start may be like Paddock's second start. Montero, we finally got to see Rafael Montero's Tiger debut. Couldn't find the strike zone. And that's more of his track record as a guy who's already been DFA'd. They added a lot of these guys who they have to wave a magic wand. And this year, even with Chris Fetter, they have one of the worst bullpens in baseball, and they don't get enough swing and miss. I don't foresee that magically fixing itself, so I would put them in that category, I guess, glass half empty. But we've seen good, not great teams win it all, so it's not like I'm turning the channel, cancel the season, but that's my read of the situation.
Yeah, and I mean, even tonight with Flaherty, right? He's got two sides of that coin. Is he going to be the good Flaherty, or is he going to be the one that gets hit up in the first inning? Mize. You could have 66 great pitches, but it only takes 3 to ruin what otherwise would have been a really quality start. And, thankfully they were 3 solo home runs. But if there's somebody on base, then all of a sudden, hey, things change. And that's why when you get to the end of the season, AJ has to figure out, how do I get the best out of my team?
I'm getting a kick out of what's going on right here.
Oh, yeah.
In Chalet 2 at the Lions training camp.
Rory's here.
Yeah, Rory's here. Yeah. Hey, Rory, how you doing, man?
My kids are terrified.
Yeah. Jack's not a big fan either. Rory, it's not you. All right, it's just the kids.
Yes.
Little kids, yep.
Brooks is screaming his head off.
Is he excited? Where's Brooks at? Oh, he's
was
over there.
He's in Colin's arms.
Yeah.
Oh.
And Teddy has this little shake when he gets a little bit nervous about a creature coming towards him. He gets his elbow going, and he got this little shake. And
He gave him a fist bump, though.
oh, he did?
Yeah,
All
he
right.
did.
Steps in the right direction.
Uh-huh.
How much do you guys love taking your kids out to this?
Oh my God, I've had a huge smile on my face this whole segment because I'm just watching them here. It's so exciting.
Yeah,
Lots of fun.
I don't know how much Teddy will remember that he's 3 years old.
Right.
You know, like, will this be one of his earliest memories? I don't know, but having some of the other kids who are older to be able to be here and experience this, it's just like any Lions fan, right? You want to be able to see the team and take in the atmosphere.
Well, let's get to Heather's news. Keep the show rolling.
Let's do it. Well, there's a James Beard-nominated chef who's just opened a brand new restaurant in Ann Arbor. Little Kim. It's this much-anticipated vegetarian-forward
That's Little
concept.
Kim, not Lil Kim?
Not Little. It's not
the
Little
rapper?
Kim.
Yeah.
No. Not to be confused with Little Kim. This is Little Kim.
I know. I saw some excitement over there. I'm like, well, we need to make sure that we specify this is Little
Kim. Yes, it's a vegetarian-forward concept restaurant. Is now open, and it's right across the street from Kim's.
Okay.
So
That's Big Kim?
Miss Kim.
Miss Kim.
Same owner.
I apologize, Miss Kim.
Same owner, same chef, has both of them. So Miss Kim is across the street, Little Kim right there.
Okay.
So the chef, the owner of both, says that this new eatery reflects cuisines of Korea, Japan, China, and India, all vegetarian menu. So John will never go there. Has a focus on also. What?
I have gone to vegetarian restaurants before. It's not like if I'm picking a restaurant, but if my wife wants to go there,
What do
I
you
can.
order?
What do you
I don't
eat?
know what's on their menu.
I mean,
Like a salad?
veggies are gone. No, salads are gone.
He doesn't eat vegetables. Fruits?
I mean,
A fruit salad?
Is this
Tofu?
vegan or is
It's
it
vegetarian, but there are vegan dishes available.
okay? So can you have cheese
Not if you're vegan. But
Yes,
if you are,
on
if
a
you're vegetarian.
on a
Yes.
vegetarian? Okay, so
Yes.
hey, put a little cheese on those vegetables.
You do grilled
Put
cheese.
a little gravy on there.
You can
you
cut your
do
grilled cheese as
sure.
so,
I
yeah.
don't think Little Kim's has grilled cheese.
Well,
But-
if she's a James Beard nominated chef, I mean,
can whip
hey,
up one.
Go
It might-
back to the basics.
It might be the best grilled cheese you've ever
might
had,
be.
if
Could
that's
be.
the case. Dusty May and Michigan agreed on a new contract in February, but it wasn't until recently that it became official. And the new contract was signed last month, and this 5-year deal goes through 2029, 2030. Through that season, it will pay May $25.5 million, which is $6 million more than his original deal.
Look,
and
they ended the season strong, and
Yeah.
he's been a demon in the portal, so it makes sense.
last season, the average annual salary of a men's basketball coach is $5.1 million.
Look, you
Yeah.
got to pay to keep up.
You do, and I mean, so a part of that negotiation wasn't just money for me; it was money for assistants. It was commitments in NIL, and so yeah, to whom much is given, much is expected. And second year of Dusty May, there's high expectations for this team.
Yep. Washington Capitals star Alex Ovechkin has partnered with a Russian technology company to produce a movie, or it could be a series or a documentary
About his career?
which
Okay.
is pretty darn cool. It sounds like there's more to this deal. Like he's going to be a spokesperson for the tech company, an ambassador as well, maybe appear in some commercials and such. But
I wonder if in the movie they'll use some footage from one of his early interviews.
With you?
Yeah. So when he was first in the league, right, I used to have a Monday night show on Comcast. It was, I don't know, Monday Night Live, something like that. And
Creative.
yeah, I didn't come up with the name. And not that I would have come up with anything better. But that was the first time I did an interview through an interpreter. Because he would answer, and some of it was in English, some of it was in Russian. I'm like, okay, here we go. Chick Hernandez was, and still does a lot of stuff in the D.C. area. I kind of let him take the lead on that one. I need somebody with some experience.
Look, I'd be curious to watch a series about his career, a movie
I
about
would
his
too.
career. He's all-time goal scorer.
Yeah, and a great, by all accounts, a great teammate.
so millennials have been known. I think we've killed off straws.
Yeah.
Napkins, I think, was in
Ow.
there, and I'm sure a slew of other things the millennials have just ruined. But Gen Zers are next, and they are killing off one of my favorite breakfast cereal. Well,
Breakfast foods.
The cereal. They're killing off cereal. Who doesn't like cereal? Sales of boxed cereal have been declining in the U.S. now for over 25 years. But experts say it's really this younger generation, the Gen Z, that has really had a shift in how they eat breakfast. They actually say Gen Z they're not eating breakfast.
Oh, that's
they're
common, yeah.
foregoing it altogether. But when they do eat breakfast, they're choosing eggs, fruits, toast, pancakes instead of cereal, and they're also eating more vegetables at breakfast than any other generation.
So they're
Good for them.
Yeah, I would say they're label readers.
Well, they're avoiding the sugary cereal, and they're eating real food, eggs and fruits and vegetables and, stuff to fill you up in the morning, waffles and pancakes.
Young people, how dare they? It does say that they do buy cereal, but when they are, they're not actually eating it for breakfast. They're eating it as just like a snack or using it for a different meal, I guess.
You love cereal. What's your favorite cereal?
I love cereal. I eat cereal every single day.
Does
No,
she
I'm
not
not-
have the palate of a 8-year-old child?
there's-
I'm not lying. I do.
act like an 8-year-old. She eats like an
I
8-year-old.
do. I love Cinnamon Toast Crunch, probably my all-time favorite, but it all depends on what I'm in the mood for. I like just basic cornflakes. I can go super basic cornflakes, Rice Krispies, or I can do like the really sugary crap, but I like it all. I don't discriminate. Cereals are all good.
Where's Tom to tell us they're after his Lucky Charms in that cringy Irish
Right, yeah.
voice?
This is really interesting. There's a couple that are going viral after selling tickets to their wedding weekend, and some of the guests had to pay nearly $1,000
Just to get into the wedding?
attend. So the couple says that they are baffled by the overpriced tradition of a traditional wedding, right?
Okay.
And it is.
Right.
It is
I get that.
shocking. I get it as well. So they decided to create a case study on their own wedding by selling tickets to prove that weddings can be funded so that marriages start out without this financial strain. So they had 2 ticket packages for their wedding. The basic ticket was $57 per person. That covered admission to the wedding ceremony and the reception. That's what you get.
Food or no?
Yeah, you get the
Okay,
food
yeah,
at the reception. I mean,
Okay.
I'm guessing they still wanted people to gift them money too. This was just your
Probably.
ticket in the door. And then those wanting to make a full weekend out of the event could purchase the second option for $997.
Oh.
2 tickets, you get the rehearsal dinner, you get obviously the reception still, and then you get the brunch and recovery lounge the day afterward. And you get priority seating, and you get to get your brand profile spotlighted in the wedding program.
Oh, your brand profile. Do you have a brand profile?
No, I guess
mean,
I
it would
put
be
my
cookies.
Yeah, I put my Twitter at on it. Like, what? That's silly.
It's very strange, and it sounds like they made a boatload of money. It said after they broke even, they donated the remaining $132,000 to a charity.
How many people paid money for this wedding?
They said there was other ways you could add on. That they threw on other little like extra ticket prices. I don't know. Insanity.
That-
I mean, the way it's tiered, like,
bizarre.
do they have an option to walk the bride down the aisle? I mean, how many things were they selling with
I'm
this?
pretty crazy, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, I'm going to filter myself.
Okay, John. It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, AJ Hinch, 97.1.
Hi, I'm Lucas with Roofman. In our third to celebrate, we're offering 50% off installation through the end of summer and a complimentary roof turbo system. Our roof turbo system pulls air into your attic space and forces humid air out through your exhaust vents. This is a game changer for the health of your home and longevity of your roof. Call us at 1-844-4THE-MAN or check us out online at roofmanusa.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices?
Wrap it up today from Lions practice. John, today's our last show from Allen Park.
I know. Normally we have a handful more, but they've with the joint practices, they're going to be practicing during the Carson Anderson show.
They're stealing our practices.
Yeah, they're stealing our practices, but doesn't mean we can't still come down here and watch.
They
just don't have to work.
Kind of plan on doing that. It's actually a little nicer. People don't realize it's kind of distracting. We're doing a show. We're talking to AJ, and they're practicing right in front of us.
Yeah, red zone looked good for the offense.
It did.
Jared Goff is looking good, very accurate, patient in the backfield. So I liked what I saw there.
We had heard that the defense was a little ahead of the offense last week.
Well, that's
just like football 101, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you ask any high school coach, college coach, and 32 NFL coaches, they're going to tell you that, the defense is probably a little bit ahead of the offense right when you come in. And it's a little bit easier because their playbook is much smaller. It's one page, and it's all written in crayon. It's a picture of a ball. It says, see ball, get ball.
See ball, get ball.
There you go. Your defensive game plan is in.
Install is done. Get out there and wreak some havoc. But, yes, we're all excited about this season. I know there's questions on the offensive line and the edge opposite Aiden and the schedule and all these 50 million reasons why it's going to be a daunting year. But I welcome, John, this daunting year because they have the bones of a team that's going to be in the thick of it all season long.
They are, and there's going to be a lot of challenges, more challenges than they had last year. And some of those are ones that they've got to figure out in training camp, as you mentioned, edge. Center of that offensive line, coordinators, rhythm of calling plays, getting things in and out. But there's going to be a lot more challenges because it's on the road to Cincinnati. It's on the road to Baltimore. It's on the road to Kansas City. And if you are sitting there with trepidation, I would question your love for the game of football because this is what you want. This is what you dream about. Now, if you didn't have a good team, and you got to go on the road and play in Arrowhead against Patrick Mahomes. I get that. You're like, oh, are we going to lose by 40? But you have a good team. You have a chance to go to any – not that they will go there and win every game, but it's going to be great matchups.
John, one of the first years I was at the station, I was doing a Sunday show with Stoney, right? We go out to the casino. We do the Lions pregame. It was, I think, Campbell's first year maybe, and it's right around the time where they added the extra game.
Right.
I remember looking at him going,
3-13-1.
I got a lot more of these ugly. You know what I mean? Like those are the shows you're doing where you go, there's nothing interesting. We're going to get our teeth kicked in again.
Right.
Those are the years that you just want to fast forward through.
Yeah.
We're not. These are the years you want to take your time and enjoy and appreciate because those game days, those stakes, those matchups with Philly and Washington that you just can't wait for, they're going to be here before you know it.
And I don't remember the graphic that I saw, but when you look at all of the broadcasts that had the most viewership. Obviously, Super Bowl is always number one.
Yeah.
But then you go and you look and you say, well, last year or 2 years ago, it was the NFC Championship game. It was one of the highest rated and most viewed broadcasts of anything. And it was the matchup against San Francisco again this year. It was the matchup against Dallas this year. There are so many. And then you think about the possibility of what it will be like when they go to Arrowhead. There's going to be a lot of eyeballs on that game, whether it's Kansas City side or it's Detroit side or it's just fans of the NFL. That's going to be a great matchup, and I can't wait for those moments.
There's a quote, you may have heard it, and it's, I wish there was a way to know you were in the good old days before you actually left them. And I kind of have to remind myself of that right now with the Lions, like my entire life, and everybody listening, we've all kind of been waiting. These are the good old days. You're going to look back and go, remember when Brad and Dan took over and had this thing humming and we were in the mix? Like, these are the good old days. So soak it up, appreciate it, get hyped for it. And they're going to lose some games. Take it on the chin and ride the roller coaster.
Yeah, but the beautiful thing about if you do take one on the chin, all right, what does that mean for next game? What are we going to see Dan Campbell, Kelvin Shepard, and John Morton? What adjustments are they going to make? And even Phipp, the special teams coach, like what adjustments are they going to make week to week so that when you get to the postseason, you've had those obstacles. Some have been conquered, some haven't. But you're more prepared and you're ready for anything that can come in the postseason.
So if you missed any of today's show, Brad Holmes joined us.
Yes.
It was kind of a fun. He walked up. I don't think he...
No breaking news.
Disappointed.
Yeah.
He even was thinking about it and couldn't come up with any for us. But I loved it because I don't think he believed us when we said we were on the air.
Yeah,
because he comes up, he's like, "Hey, Costa Jansen, what's up?"
The headphones are sitting on the table, and
Brad.
we're getting ready to ask him a question. I'm like, "Hey, can you put the headphones on there?"
I think he
Pull
thought
the
we were
mic
messing
down.
with him.
Yeah.
Like, no, this is live on the air.
Yeah.
Detroit's listening. And it was a fun, loose interview. If people missed it, we hit on a whole bunch of stuff. Hutch and Za'Darius and Hendon Hooker and salary cap and Tyleek Williams. Go back, Odyssey Rewind. I know the guys will have it podcasted as well after the show, wherever you get your podcasts.
Yeah, I really like the conversation with both of them. But with AJ, my number one takeaway from that conversation was kind of the excitement and the sense of urgency that he had. It's a 40-game sprint to the end of the season. No longer are we going to hear this, well, it's one of 162. And he even referenced, hey, I don't really want to revisit the 12 of 13 stretch that we had, 12 losses in 13 games. But that's part of the story that's being written by the Detroit Tigers. And now it is a sprint to the finish.
He didn't even think it was a stupid question when I brought up Karp getting some more at-bats instead of Riley against lefties. Now, he said it's all kind of as part of the puzzle.
Right.
Didn't commit to anything. But I think he knows, like, hey, everything's on the table right now because they are going to have to throw some stuff and get some stuff to stick if they're going to be the team that's last standing.
And he mentioned, Riley Green needs to be playing at his best if they have a chance in the postseason. Same with Veerling. Same with all of the guys that we have been talking about that have had slumps in and out throughout the year. They need to be playing at their best for this team to have a chance to compete and win a World Series.
I thought of you with Veerling last night. He ended up getting the 2 hits, but started the game slow.
Oh, glass was half full then, right?
Sure, I was thinking of you because we're getting close to that 100 at-bat mark that you circled because whether he had spring training or not, at some point he's either going to be a contributor or he's not.
Right, and as he approaches, I think he's maybe a game or two away from getting those 100 at-bats. That's kind of the mark. It's not my mark. It's the mark that you hear from a lot of baseball professionals that say, hey, you need sometimes, especially if you're coming up during the middle of the season, coming off an injury, 100 or so at-bats before you get back into the rhythm of who you are as a player.
Put it this way. I heard Doug Karsh say this yesterday. They have a bit of a luxury with the lead to not panic about Riley Green. Still got to get him right.
Yeah.
Same is true for Veerling. He's at 82 at-bats.
Okay.
By the time this month is done, he'll be over 100 at-bats. September will be here. The tough competition will be here. Either I've got my guys or I don't. Either he's a bench guy or he's a contributor.
Right.
Either Riley's an everydayer or I may have to platoon him a little bit, right? The bullpen. I got Finnegan. I've established a role for Finnegan. Who's falling in line around Finnegan? And if you don't know by then, gulp, because it's at that point it's more than a sprint. I mean, you are in the final steps.
Yeah, and without moving Parker Meadows to AAA, he'll have a rehab assignment down there.
He should be
so
back.
He'll get some at-bats, and hopefully it's a much quicker process instead of sending him down,
right,
getting those at-bats down there and bringing him up like they did last year. Those rehab starts down there can hopefully get his confidence back to where it needs to be, because I think he could be a contributing factor in a World Series run as well. Should be.
The other thing, if you missed it, was unattractive hobbies.
Yes. And I don't have the list in front of me right now, but I know weed was on there.
Comic books, number
one.
one.
Comic book cosplay was, I think, 2 or 3.
Magic the Gathering.
Yes, I still don't know.
These are the hobbies that women thought were unattractive for men. So naturally we said, hey, everybody's fair game. We talked about both genders.
Yes, we did.
So if you missed it, go back and catch it. Karsh and Anderson are going to be out at Gate A. You'll hear from them after the update. It's next, 97.1.
All right, hello and welcome to the Carson Anderson program as we go from Allen Park to Comerica Park.
Oh.
Here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Scott.
Park to park. Hello, Doug.
Park
How are
to
you?
park. Sorry, we're just going to get set up here, so I'm going to be moving furniture around up here on our stage. But good day for some afternoon baseball. And I like that they play an afternoon game after they played a dog crap game last night and get the taste out of their mouth, huh?
Yeah, it'd be nice. It'd be nice. I mean, it's too bad the season's over, but I mean, it's amazing the ups and downs of a 162 game schedule and what people are going to think about.
Yeah, I just lost us. Are we still? Are we on the air still? Are you guys on the air? Okay, gotcha. Sorry, our volume just went away completely. Hope everybody's doing well. And in the early going here, Scott, I see no marching bands. I see no lawn crews.
Oh,
they must not have got the memo that we're here. So
are you jinxing things?
I am jinxing things. How are you today?
I'm okay.
Yeah.
Just watched the game last night. Hung out. A friend of mine came over and just kind of caught up. Haven't seen her in about a year, so I kind of caught up and just kind of relaxed. I wasn't happy with the game last night, but nobody was.
No.
Nobody was, Doug.
No.
Nobody was.
Well, the Twins were.
I stand corrected.
Yeah.
Well done, sir.
So, look, the one thing about this Tiger team is for a first-place team, there are a lot of questions. For a first-place team, there's a lot. Like, do we have right now? You know what we should do? Everybody at the station should write down who a presumed, and it might not be a safe presumption, who a presumed playoff roster would be. Like, if you had to write down the 25-man playoff roster, good luck.
Right. Well, yeah, because there's going to be so much change to this roster by the time that they get to the playoffs.
Yeah.
I'm really actually looking forward to seeing who makes it, because it's going to be nothing but audition after audition when you get into mid-September. I mean, Sewald's supposed to come back at that point. We'll see if the other guys, Alex Lang, is he back? Or Keedy, is he back? Is Alex Cobb back? You got all these guys that haven't pitched yet that are going to pitch at some point. Are they going to be, good enough to make the roster? And again, it's this competition thing that it's going to make this team better going in. That could be a very underrated thing about this team heading into the postseason, is that we don't know what that roster is going to be.
I made the joke yesterday that a clean-shaven Riley Green could walk through a mire and not get stopped,
right,
because he would look without a hat on and without any kind of beard or mustache or whatever. It would be very difficult he'd be hard to recognize. Jose Urquidy could walk through a mire, and he might be part of this team. He might be an important part of this team. Paul Sewald could walk through a mire, and people would probably Charlie Morton could still walk through a mire.
Oh,
and
I think
there's
so
so
sure.
many Tigers that the fans don't know, people don't know. Heck, the organization doesn't even know what they're going to bring to the table. That honestly, it's a weird dynamic. I can't ever remember a time with such an undefined team about what we hope is about to make a playoff push. Now, the lead is now 7.
Yeah. I mean,
7's comfortable.
It is, but what was it? Was it
14?
I was going to say, was it 14 at one point? 15?
So at what point, where does the lead have to get where you reshift the focus on a playoff team and focus on, okay, nothing is certain. And I guess nothing is certain because you know what? A year ago, the Tigers were certainly out of it and they ended up making the playoffs. So when does the lead become to the point where you have to start following in-division scores again?
I think when it gets to 5, you start to get a little nervous, right? Because you'll start facing some of these teams, Cleveland, I guess, that's chasing you.
Mm-hmm.
But there's the Twin Series began a 13-game set where it looks like, okay, this is a pretty competitive part of the season where these are really these are games where the Tigers have a better than average chance of winning because of who they're playing. And I was thinking, okay, what do they have to do? They have to go 9-4 during that stretch, so 5 games above 500 during that stretch. It would be great if they went 10-3, and they've started off 1-1. I still think that the area where I start to get anxiety is if the lead drops to 5 games, because that feels like that's a bad week from being in real trouble.
Yeah.
And yet to get to that point, it feels like you have to put together multiple bad weeks. They already had their 12 out of 13 stretch. Then they came out of it, had a nice modest win streak, and then they lose the game last night. Okay, yuck, throw it in the garbage. Let's move on and win the series, because that's what it comes back to, is just winning series again. And yet during this stretch, it feels like if you just win a series, it may not be enough. You need to go above and beyond that and start taking and sweeping a series here or there.
Well, bottom line here is there is still work to be done. The work to be done is make sure you close out the division. That is goal 1. Goal 2 is try to be one of the top 2 seeds. And I guess goal 3 is to find some guys. And last night, I mean, that felt like the worst of a lot of things that we hope go right. Chris Paddock got 2 outs quickly in the first and then just started giving up lasers. Now, he might have got out of it had Veerling taken a better route to the ball, or Parker Meadows was healthy in center field on that double that 2 runs scored after. It would have been a catch that ended the inning. But Rafael Montero wasn't good. Jackson gave up a bunch of base runners, but I'm pretty sure he didn't give up a run, right? I don't think he gave up a run.
A couple of walks.
There was some stuff that went down yesterday that was sort of the worst case scenario of the new acquisitions and the new players that they are hoping to get something out of. We've seen the best case scenario over the first 4 or 5 appearances from some of the new arms. Yesterday felt like the worst case scenario for some of those guys. And, it's okay because right now, like for instance, postseason, if we had to sit down and write postseason starters, it'd be Skubal, Mize, Flaherty in some order. Do you even need a 5th starter? Maybe not. Who is 4?
Do you even need a 4th?
You might not even need a 4th, but if you do need a 4th, it might be Chaos.
Could be
Chaos.
Chaos.
They might reserve Chaos for that 4th start, or they could find themselves in a situation where it's just a tryout from here on out between Morton, who's got the experience, and clearly AJ, if you heard him this morning, loves the guy.
Yep.
And he looked great in his first start, but they're a long way to go. Paddock, Sawyer Gibson-Long, Reese Olson, Alex Cobb. No matter what, the name Alex Cobb always comes up. So there's a lot going on here from a standpoint of who are the Tigers.
Yeah, they got a bunch of arms. They're just going to be auditioning. Urquidy is in that mix too. And now, when you start bringing bullpen guys, it's going to be fascinating. And then, I think they kind of tipped their hand a little bit. Scott Harris did after the trade deadline when he was talking. It sounded like they're ready to re-embrace pitching chaos to some degree. And maybe that's exactly what happens down the stretch here is they're, right now they can go with 5 starters because they have that. They've got guys that can give you innings.
Right.
Paddock only went 4 innings last night, but, the hits he gave up were loud hits, but he didn't give up many. And he stayed right around the plate, which is great. He didn't walk anybody. But you got to turn down the volume on what's the exit from what you're throwing. That's the problem with him last night. The first game he was great. So in 2 starts, he's done a great job of doing what the Tigers ask, which is throw strikes. Now we got your throwing strikes. Let's work on that and see if maybe you can get people to chase a little bit instead of just throwing it right down the middle of the heart of the zone and watching these guys, spank it at 105 miles an hour.
Well, there's a lot to talk about coming out of last night's game, and we'd love to hear from you at 248-539-9797. One of the first questions is, are you still, like right now, are you sure that they're not in a division championship race? And if you are feeling comfortable still, if the lead dwindles to what do you start to get uncomfortable? Gator said 5. It's so funny because the number I had in my head was 4.5.
Right.
If it gets to 4.5, if it gets to be less than 5. Remember when we came up to the trade deadline, I said everybody within 5 games I feel like is in the chase.
Yeah.
For me, apparently 4.5 and under is a race.
That's fair.
5 and over is not.
Let
me explain to you why. Let me explain to you why.
All right.
Because it's just how I feel.
You know what? Let me say something to that.
Yeah.
Enough said.
Yeah, 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson outside Comerica Park on a lovely day in downtown Detroit, afternoon baseball. Yes, A.J. Hinch spoke on the morning show, and there were a lot of interesting things that he said. Also, Brad Holmes will give you the most important stuff he had to say, talking about whether or not there's interest still in Zadarius Smith. And how does he feel about the interior of the offensive line as they get set for preseason game 2 in 2 nights? It is Carson Anderson. Let's talk Detroit on a Wednesday. Tigers afternoon game against the Twins here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys, the law firm that puts people over everything. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine, so why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization, it really does matter. Educated consumers would choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. Once they take your case, they will communicate with you. They are the best in customer service and satisfaction. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Lead is now 7 games in the division for the Detroit Tigers. When does a lead start to bring you anxiety? I said 4.5. Gator said 5. You know why? I don't know. These are just probably internal feelings of when you start to panic a little bit.
It's inside of 5 games for you.
Yeah, it's once it's under 5 games. You at 5 games, panic isn't the term. Panic is it's all right. When does the division feel like it's more up for grabs and that they might not win the thing? For me, it's 4.5. For Gator, it's 5. But what about with you? It's sort of that real. You know what? I'm trying to articulate this better, and I'm failing miserably. When do you feel like they're back in a race for the division? That's it. What would make you feel like they're back in a race for the division and nothing is certain? And that's where you get to the 5 and I get to the 4.5. And this is sort of that feeling inside where you start to get a little sweaty and you're like, what's the Cleveland score?
Well, right.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
know?
the first thing I did last night was, okay, what did Cleveland do? Oh, crap.
So you're already doing it.
Well, I'm looking because I don't want it. I guess, yeah, I am.
What's funny is I didn't realize that they'd lost a game until this morning when you sent your show sheet over. And I'm like, oh.
I mean,
because I'm not watching the scoreboard.
I think it's just part of my daily routine anyway, though, or my nightly routine. I'm always checking to see, because I'd like to see when the team expands beyond, to improve their lead. It doesn't matter if they're 12 games in front of their division foes or if it's 7 games. I'm always looking. But the anxiety isn't going to kick in until it gets to 5.
Yeah.
But it's on notice. I guess I'll say that. I mean, seeing this thing drop and drop and drop, it's definitely on notice. And yet, this team, obviously they played well last week against Arizona to get back in the winning ways. But the Philadelphia series, they played well against Philadelphia, but only came away with 1 win. In some ways they played well. In other ways they didn't play well. And then now they split the first 2 against Minnesota. So it's not like this is not trending in a great direction, but it's still trending in the direction where, yeah, this team's going to make the playoffs. But I want to feel great about it.
Yeah, I don't even want to be thinking about whether or not they're going to make the playoffs. But, I mean, at the end of the day, they're still in a very healthy position. I wouldn't trade spots with anybody in the division. And, you know, what is amazing, and AJ did it again today, this organization truly believes help is on the way. This organization is sitting here talking about Urquidy and Cobb and Seawald and more. I mean, Parker Meadows. Who knows if Trey Sweeney gets another shot here. This organization is counting on things that I don't think is really, truly even on the average fan's radar.
Probably not, because a lot of these names we haven't seen yet, and the ones they just acquired, I mean, Seawald goes completely under the radar, and he's not, I mean, he literally just started a throwing program yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not eligible to come off the injured list until September, and likely not until mid-September. So what's he going to have? 2 weeks to show that he's ready to go, and I guess they'll have confidence in it because he's a veteran, and you get the guy back, and you think, all right, let's get this rehab going, and he'll be fine. But it's unproven. We don't know. They acquired Montero at the deadline, and he pitched last night, and it wasn't any great shakes there. There's still lots of questions with this team, but they seem to have lots of answers for them. But the answers might turn into questions quickly too, because it's a lot of we haven't seen you play since blank.
Right. Well, and obviously we're talking about a manager who believes in guys that have pitched for him before. He clearly believes in guys that have pitched for him before. 248-539-9797. Here's feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. Matt Veling has been brutal. His playing time has to be running thin. So Matt Veling has played in 4 of the last 5 games, and he's hitting over 300 in those games. What was brutal was his defense last night. And look, maybe he's played his last game in center field for the Tigers. I would guess he probably thinks he should have made 2 plays in center field that directly, you can say, cost him 4 runs, because he would have had the third out in the first before they'd scored a run, and the ball that went off his glove was the play that got relayed to home, and the throw was kind of up the line, and they had the play at the plate with Wallner where Rogers tagged him, and it looked like he might be out. They reviewed it, and he was safe. So Vierling is hitting more of late. It took him a while to get going, but he's hitting now. Parker Meadows probably catches both of those balls, but he hasn't been hitting this year.
Oh, but he was hitting as well as Vierling's hit.
Well, I don't know if Vierling's warmed up here. It's a small sample size.
Well, but Vierling's whole season is small sample size. He's played in like
Parker
20,
Meadows.
games or
the
28 games.
perfect addition would be Parker Meadows from last year, August, September.
100%.
And there's a lot riding on that possibility, because if Parker Meadows is going to do that, then we won't see Matt Vierling in center field.
No,
and we won't see. We might see some lineup things with Baez in center field, but.
Well, the other thing that could happen, which I think was maybe not, was I don't know who was in the works all the time to be in center field, but you had the Gleyber Torres situation before the game where he's a late scratch. He's got some forearm tightness, so he comes out of the game at second base. That moved McKinstry from shortstop to second base and put Javi Baez at short. Javi Baez is the second best center fielder on this team behind Parker Meadows.
Yep.
So, I don't. You said quickly maybe this is the end of the experiment of Matt Vierling in center field. Yeah, I'm all for that because you've already got the solution. It's Javi.
And they need Parker Meadows healthy, and that would be very, very helpful. But yeah, Vierling had 2 hits last night, and we're doing this with Parker Meadows. Parker Meadows is brutal because he can't hit. Vierling is brutal because he can't field, I guess, now is the conclusion this guy drew. But yeah, he's their third center fielder at best. And last night was not a great night in the field for him. Let's call it what it is. And that might be something that it gets better with more reps out there, but
And some of the things that fans are robbed of in this series to this point is there's great center fielders for both teams, and neither are playing.
Right.
Byron Buxton is as good as it gets in center field as well. He chases everything down. He might be one of the fastest players in the league. And Parker Meadows chases everything down. Those are 2 gazelles out there, and neither are playing. And both teams had issues in center field last night. It was definitely felt by Minnesota. The 3 runs the Tigers scored are a direct result of miscues in center field. At the same time, you go over to right field and look at Wenzel Perez, and he made a couple of he made one play, was just this great catch running backward, just kind of reached up at the last second and stabbed it out of midair. I thought that was a great play. And I figured it was last night of the game before, but, he's able to make an adjustment. If he makes a mistake by coming in on the ball quickly, he stops as quickly and he makes that adjustment. He's able to make the play. I wonder if he's a better solution in center field than Vierling is, or are we just overreacting because Vierling had a bad day?
Probably the second part of that, but
yeah.
I was excited about our week schedule until I saw the Guardians' schedule is equally as bad these next couple of weeks. Yeah, I'd be more worried about the Guardians if they didn't have some players under investigation for gambling allegations. But, yeah, I'm not going to completely dismiss them. I'll worry about them more when they're 4.5 out.
Doug, I'm going to worry about more when they're 5 out.
Love this Tiger team, but they're starting to look like frauds. That's from an unnamed texter. Starting to look like frauds. Using the terminology starting to look like is not definitive. Do I think they're starting to look like frauds? They're playing like it of late a little bit, but we did it over the weekend. People came out of the weekend disappointed, and the Yankees got swept by the Marlins. Like the other teams in the American League, this happens. Now, they came out of an awful stretch. Now they're into what is an average to maybe slightly above average stretch. I think the record over the last 10 is still over 500, but they've lost. They lost 4 of 5 here. They lost the 2 games. They've lost 3 of 5. Whatever. You're not. I'm not at that point yet. But I also don't believe that this is unusual for good teams to go through stretches where they don't play well.
I think every fan base goes through this. You'll look at games and you'll see it's a swing from one day to the next, or even from 5 games to the next 5 games. You've got an all-star lineup like the Dodgers do, and you don't expect to win a game, and yet the Dodgers are, they've
You don't expect them to lose a game.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
They're mediocre over the last 10 games, and lots of teams are like that right now. And it's just, everybody's under the microscope. People are anxious. We got football that's starting up, so like baseball is wrapping up. Like, okay, let's get to the playoffs already. But is this how we're looking at going to the playoffs? It doesn't look good.
You see good play for a while, and you start to get excited. You see bad play for a while, and you get super discouraged. Short-term results and drawing long-term conclusions. The word frauds hasn't entered my mind until that text. Like, have you even had a thought that they might be frauds?
No.
Okay, so that text comes in, and I'm like, well, if he's ready to go there, I am not by any stretch of the imagination ready to go there.
No,
but
I go back to the first 90-some games of the season. I love what A.J. Hinch had to say. It's like people forget about the first 90 games of the year when this was the best team in all of baseball. Don't forget that part.
I'm going to add 60 more games to that.
Yeah, well, yes. You can add 70 more to that.
Whatever it was last year.
Right, okay, sorry.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yes, exactly. So, this is a really good baseball team that just came out of a historically bad stretch of baseball. And they're okay for it. They haven't completely blown things. Let's hope this doesn't follow suit last year with what the Twins did.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up at 11:02. I wonder if people are really concerned about two of their favorite things in sports. Really concerned. We'll get to that today at 11:02. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Wow, panic running deep here. Jim just sent us the following via ticket text. Come on, guys. Admit it. The Tigers are flat out choking. Every game seems to be an epic struggle, and you can tell that Hinch doesn't have an answer. Maybe it's different when you have these jobs, and if you feel like you really believe that and put your name behind it, you better be right. I don't think they're choking. I don't think they're frauds. These are things that have been thrown our direction today in the first half hour after a bad game last night with some guys that they are experimenting with a little bit to see if they can be solutions. They've had a healthy lead. They've had the opportunity to experiment a little bit. Do you think that they know that Chris Paddock is going to be on a postseason roster? Or even, let's say it gets tight, even getting a start if it's tight? Do you think they know if Rafael Montero is going to be coming out of the pen or Jackson's going to be coming out of the pen? I think they're experimenting and looking a little bit, but they've got other guys that can come in here and help. I don't know. Choking, I think choking is such a damning evaluation to put on a team. It's something really damning to say about professional athletes. I wouldn't even go there, because here's what I think choking is. When something that is otherwise normally easy, you don't accomplish because of the situation. Okay? Because of the pressure in the moment, the situation you're in. And remember this, many athletes, they run to pressure. Many athletes run to pressure. They like pressure. Pressure brings out the best, and it's part of what got them here in the first place. To get to this level, you have to perform under pressure. And so, I don't know, man. Frauds and choking, because guess what? If they win today, they'll have won a series. Right. And that's the weirdest thing about this, is that such a quick conclusion. I guess it's not just this series, but
people are worked up because the trade deadline came and went, and they didn't get the players that they wanted them to get. That they didn't land Suarez, and Suarez hits his first home run with Seattle last night, and okay, that's like the first decent game he's had with Seattle since he's been there. But nonetheless, that's a bat that everybody wanted to have here on this team. You couple that with seeing Riley Green struggle as much as he has lately, and he was out of the lineup last night. You're taking on a team that, that Jim Costa lovingly called the St. Paul Saints because of how ravaged they've been by injuries and also the trade deadline, and yet they just lost to that team. So I understand how things don't feel as good today as they did maybe going into the day or what they were several weeks ago. But in order to throw a label like choking on this team or say that they're fraudulent, you can't do that until the season is all said and done. And if they find themselves out of the playoffs, then you know what they did. Or if they find themselves in a race and lose the division, you can say things like that. But not right now.
Look,
there's 50 games left, 45 games left.
I'm okay with people calling their shots. If you think they're going to choke and if you think they're frauds, that's fine. I do not believe either of those things. Are they playing their best baseball? Clearly not. Do they have some things they got to sort out? Yep. Do they got some mojo they got to get back to? Yep. Do they need to get Riley Green going with his bat? Helpful bat. Would that help a lot? Yep. Do they need to get some guys healthy? Yep. But we've seen them play much better than this. This is the first, the last month feels like, obviously some people think it's a total crisis. They got some problems to solve for sure. But I don't know. Choking and frauds both seem like really, really strong language to be using, and I wouldn't yet. But
no, I think it's premature. I think it's a hot take right now. It may prove out to be that. I don't think it will either. But I think it's just a little premature to start hitting the panic button. But I also understand why people are going there. I mean, this was a lead that was twice what it was not that long ago.
Yeah.
And now it's down to not only single digits, but it keeps trending downward. It was 8, now it's 7. And I can understand there's some concern. I have concern, but I'm not at panic level, which is where I think if you're going to say that they're frauds or they're choking, that's panic level. And I don't think there's any reason to panic just yet.
From an unnamed texter, why are you presuming a playoff roster when there's absolutely no guarantee they make it? Going to need to win the division to make it, and Cleveland is clearly visible in the rearview mirror. So, look, I use the term presumably a playoff roster. My point wasn't that the playoff roster is guaranteed. My point is we don't even know who it would be if they do make the playoffs at this point. I mean, I can think of 11 guys that aren't here that could be here. Urquidy, Seawald, Lang. Hannafy might get his act together. Chase Lee could be back.
Montero
Hannafy
actually wasn't bad. Hannafy just happened to have options. So that's why they sent him down.
Montero, Reese Olson, Sawyer Gibson Long, Parker Meadows. I mean, there are a lot of names here that aren't here.
Right, along with guys that are at AAA that haven't, hit the majors, like Hewer, who they traded for, like Sommers, who's pitching well down there, and there's another relief pitcher at Toledo as well that they like.
From an unnamed texter, this Tiger team concerns me. Never been so irritated with a first-place team in the lead that's been cut in half from 14. Very concerning, and they're very inconsistent. Terrible second-half start. That's from an unnamed texter.
It is a terrible second-half start. There's no question about it.
Kyle in Livonia says, the way I see it, 7 games is scary. With the most being a 4-game series, a bad sweep in the division, and suddenly puts you at 3 games or so on. Here you go. The term frauds is such an insulting take. 66 and 49. Don't think that dopey texter knows what the word means. Joe in St. Clair Shores. A really good team goes 6-4 every 10 games on average for the season. Stop overreacting to a single game or a single series. Baseball is a game of streaks. That's from Joe in St. Clair Shores. And Joe's more right than wrong. I mean, the problem with baseball, okay? I was thinking about this today. The batter gets 3, maybe 4 at-bats in a game, right?
Yep.
And that has people drawing conclusions about how good or bad that player is. Over a course of 2 games, you might get 6, 7, 8 at-bats. What if a quarterback got 4 passes a game? What if an NBA player got 4 shots a game? There's such – baseball offers up so few data points.
Right.
And you have to stack them up over the course of days and weeks to really help define a player.
And everything is so different based on the pitcher you're facing, conditions. There's a million things that go into it. That's why it's one of the myriad of reasons that I don't like to compare sports to sports, because everything's different, and baseball is unique in its own way.
We go back to, I remember.
Is that redundant?
Kind of. I remember going back to the 06 to like 2014 Tigers.
Yeah.
Where after every game, it was like doing a Lions post game. After every game, it was like they're going to win the World Series, or they've got no shot.
Or they're frauds.
Yep.
They're choking.
Leland doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah.
Should have bunted here. Like, everything was so hyper scrutinized, and it was fun, but it was also frustrating. Because baseball teams have to be judged over long periods of time.
We all want the perfect team.
Yeah.
And I wonder if some of this also is fantasy baseball. Does this creep in at all, too, because people have their own fantasy teams, and they're able to adjust their fantasy teams how they want on a weekly basis?
Yeah, maybe. Well, look, I mean, there's going to come a time where we could reach a tipping point where I'd say they're in big trouble.
Yeah, if they're 4.5.
And
if that lead gets to
I
that
don't
point.
think they're in big trouble yet. I think they have some things that need to be better.
Let's say this.
Duh.
Tigers at the day game today. Jack Flaherty's on the hill, and he's going for 3rd really good start in a row. Let's hope that happens. And let's just say, for the sake of argument, Tigers win the game today. Cleveland's playing the Mets. Mets have lost 2 in a row to Cleveland. You think they're happy about that?
No.
No, they've got big, high expectations in New York with the Mets. So is it out of the realm of possibility the Mets beat Cleveland today? So if that happens, guess what? It goes up to 8 again. I mean, this is how it's going to be the rest of the season. We're going to have all this panic setting in, and then, hey, RELAX setting in. It's just the nature of the sport being 162 games, and now the last 40 or so are so important. I mean, he even heard A.J. Hinch kind of allude to that today, too. He's like, hey, we're in the sprint run here with about 40 games to go. So
Well,
there is a sense of urgency.
It does feel like it, and I'm sure they're not thinking we've clinched the division yet.
No.
Yeah, but 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback. Frauds, choking have been used today. Whew. People uncomfortable. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. CGC Water is now CGC Home Services, specializing in providing top-tier plumbing, air purification, and water treatment services. An authorized independent Connecticut dealer, CGC Home Services offers the best whole-house water treatment system. CGC Home Services, fully licensed plumbers, will handle all your plumbing needs. CGC also offers Eris, Active Pure technology, reducing 99% of airborne bacteria, viruses, and mold. For water and air purification, plumbing too, call CGC Home Services at 855-339-4242 today. I was just thinking about this, Scott, because, look, we are required to call our shots too, and neither of us are calling a shot yet on the Tigers collapsing or locking this thing up. But I realized during the commercial break, I started thinking about I am much closer to calling this division race over than I am to saying they're in trouble. Much closer. A short winning streak. Every time, it feels like everything kind of counts as double here because the games are dwindling, and so teams have a sense of urgency to cut into the lead now. And I'm not calling it over yet. I'm not calling it, but I'm much closer to that than I am to saying they're in trouble.
I mean, like we say all the time on the show, where's your 51?
Yeah.
It's way more than 51.
Yeah.
That I think that they've got this.
And we did this a few weeks ago when we asked the audience who would you take to win the division, the Tigers or the field. And this is before the trade deadline. And, people were – that was in the middle of the losing streak. I'm still taking the Tigers. Like, if your life savings for the choking and fraud text that we got today, which are two, like, hot-button words, but if you had to bet your life savings, would you bet that they would win this division or not?
That they'd win the division.
Yeah. Now, maybe people would say, well, that's not the measurement anymore, guys. It's whether or not they're going to win a World Series, and I guess that's a whole other thing.
Well, but that's not what choking and fraud
Choking is pissing away this lead.
Yes.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson. Hey, we do appreciate all your feedback. Tigers' record since June 1st is basically 500. They have the look of a team that will lose in the divisional round if they make it to the playoffs. Wasn't the 84 Tigers record like 500 after a certain date, like a good bulk of the second half of the season?
I think it was that's something I think gets mentioned, but I don't think it's factual. I think they were actually above, maybe comfortably above 500 after that 35-5 start.
Yeah, but it wasn't. And maybe it's not after 35-5. I remember there was a stretch of time that they were factually 500, and it was a good bulk of the second half of the season, if I recall correctly. But next one here. This is Tim in Chicago. All these negative texts you're getting are probably from people who didn't even watch them until September or October. We've got the best manager in baseball, bar none. We're 7 games up because we've played so far 7 games better than the Guardians. We're in a great spot. Enjoy this team. It's from Tim.
I'd like for people to enjoy lots of things in life.
Well,
rather than just, looking at the negative of everything. I get it. Last night sucked. It was a bad game. This is still a really good baseball team, and they have a chance to close out and win the series today. And 2 out of 3 games, you win 2 out of 3 the rest of the way. That's the best record in baseball if you do that.
Drew in Woodhaven. Last night is who the Tigers are. Okay, so last night was particularly bad. Last night is who they are. They lost to a depleted Twins team last night, which can happen. How did the Yankees get swept by the Marlins? How come the Dodgers don't win every game?
How do the Rockies win any games? I mean, as Tram said years ago, that's baseball.
Drew in Woodhaven. Last night is who the Tigers are. They were a good story that relied on gimmicks, smoke and mirrors to be successful. They don't have enough depth and talent to compete in the playoffs. They will win the division, which is bad for sure, but will lose in the first round of the playoffs. He's planting his flag.
I mean, what was gimmicky about the first 90-something games of this season?
They weren't going very much pitching chaos.
They didn't do hardly any. And the pitching chaos they did failed.
Yeah.
So what was gimmicky about the 90 games? I understand what they say about the end of last year, because I agree. I think they pulled out every trick in the book and somehow figured it out when he had less than a 1% chance, less than a 0.5% chance of making the playoffs at the trade deadline after you traded away Jack Flaherty. Somehow this team got it together and made the playoffs. It was historic. And they did it in a completely unconventional way. They didn't start the season playing that way.
No.
They started the season with a rotation that they didn't have a rotation last year. So I don't know what smoke and mirrors was, what gimmick stuff there was this year. I agree that last year there was some of that, and it worked to the point where they stumbled into the second round of the playoffs.
Maybe part of this is because, Gator, and I think back to when they were playing so well, and we kept saying, don't forget there's going to be a really uncomfortable stretch because that's what happens in baseball. They had the most stress-free first half of a baseball season I can ever remember.
Yeah.
They were winning every series. They were just building a lead. It kept compounding. They looked great. A lot of stuff was working out. And we predicted at the time, don't forget, there is going to be a stretch of games where we're going to be talking about why can't they get back to what they did. But there's a huge sample size of this core of players playing better. And I think you go back to saying, is that sample size more telling, which is better part of 2 months at the end of last year and 4 months at the beginning of 6 months of exceptionally good baseball that's been followed up by a month and change of really bad average baseball. Let's call it what it is. There were some really bad stretches, but people citing the 500 thing, it's been average, yeah.
Well, and in some ways, the other argument is, okay, water finding its level. Is Zach McKinstry really the player we saw in the first half of the season? Or is he an average major league player? We'll see where it is at season's end, but obviously this is the best season he's had in his career in the major leagues. Javi Baez, what he did in the first half of the season. I mean, should we have expected to see that? I think we all kind of thought that he's going to come down a little bit, but he hasn't come crashing down either. And actually he's found himself to be quite an asset in the outfield. It was a nice find there. But there are lots of players you ask yourselves about that. And I think getting Kerry Carpenter back is no small feat. That's a big bat in the lineup, and he's proven it since he's been back when he's been the hottest hitter in baseball over the last 8 games or whatever, you know. And Riley Green going through a slump here. Okay, is Riley Green going to be in this funk for the rest of the year? Or do you think he's going to snap out of it and resemble the Riley Green we saw in the first half of the season? I mean, there's lots of players that you can say it's found its level, but guys that had great first starts. But then there's guys right now that are not having a good season that will also rise up.
You can't go back and say, look how they did the first 90 games. That's just like saying the Lions went 15-2. How did that work out? That's from an unnamed texter. Did the Lions stumble into the playoffs? Did they or did they win the biggest regular season game in the history of the league at the end of the year? A. B. Okay, let's do the 84 Tigers thing. They got 30 games over and then didn't play that well the rest of the way. Like, I don't – there's so many different paths. And I'm not saying look at the first 90 games. I'm saying look at the first 90 games in the last 2 months of last year. That's a far larger sample size than what we said here. That's why I'm not panicked, okay? If you want to panic, go ahead and panic. I'm not panicked yet. I could cross that threshold. Not there yet.
No.
Sorry.
And I'm not going to compare the Lions with all the injuries they went through and compared to a baseball team and what they're going through. Two totally different sports. So it's not worth comparing.
Tom in Plymouth writes in, Doug and Gator, the Tigers are plateauing. Since June 1st, they're 28-28. Heading into the playoffs, they need to be peaking. If they're still plateauing in October, their playoff run will be brief. I agree with that. I mean, if they're not playing any better, if they're not playing any better in October, they're in trouble. But there is the playoffs don't start next week.
No.
They got a lot of time to sort this out and a lot of variables still to mix in here. 248-539-9797. All right, look, overwhelming number. Kang, I mean, I guess you see everything that comes in there. There's just not a lot of optimism. Last night's game, I feel like, rattled Detroit more than it should have.
Yeah, and we're kind of used to it with, how Ticketex is, but yeah, it's been overwhelmingly panic.
Yeah. Here we go. The Blue Jays and Astros are 4-6 in the last 10. The Tigers are 6-4. People, this is baseball. If the Tigers go 600 the rest of the way, they'll run away with the division. TT writes in, I saw this collapse coming because I could tell by the way they played they had huge flaws. There is a reason I put $50 on Kansas City and $50 on Cleveland to win the American League Central instead of the Tigers before they even played Seattle before the All-Star game.
Oh, okay. Good luck with that Seattle bet. Or the
Kansas City bet.
And I'd say good luck with the Cleveland bet, too.
I mean,
put your money where you want.
At least he put his money behind his belief. He did do that.
No, that's conviction. That's conviction.
And my man he does have conviction. All right, let's move off all the panic Although there is something that's changed a lot, beloved by sports fans, beloved, and it's about to change. Does it worry you? We'll get to that today at 11:02 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. All right, let's get to your phone calls. We go to Alan on a cell. You're on 97.1. Hi, Alan.
Hey, Doug. How you doing?
I'm okay.
I was at the ball game last night, and on my way in, I was talking to my friend who I was with, and I said it was going to be a lopsided game either way. And really, I think having Paddock pitch against the Twins and him just pitching the way he pitches was why it ended up being kind of lopsided, because obviously the Twins know how he pitches, and the coaches were going to be able to exploit that for their batters on the Twins side. What do you think about that?
I mean, there was a chance of that. Certainly, I think that there's a possibility. But, I mean, Paddock also has an idea of who the hitters are and how he can maybe exploit them.
It can go either way.
Yeah, it can go either way. Paddock is a wild card, of which I would probably bet not, if they do make the playoffs, not being on a postseason roster. I think Morton's experience and familiarity with A.J. Hinch. I think right now, if they do have 5 starters on the postseason roster, it would be the 3 we expect. If they do make the postseason, I'll make sure I add that every time. Scooble, Mize, Flaherty. I would bet on Morton, and I think the 5th is probably not here.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And Paddock, Paddock is a chance that they took, and is it working out so far? Mixed results. I'd be more surprised if it worked out. I'm glad he looked good. I always think that there's a chance that Fetter can work with some guys and what they bring to the table. They talked about it a little bit on the broadcast, how they said, look, we like your skill set, even though the results haven't been there. And you know, over the course of time, we'll see what happens.
Well, and if you get to the postseason, the other thing is that because the rotation probably gets shortened down to maybe 4, if not 3, that then you've got extra arms to use in the bullpen. And what would that look like? You know, when you've got guys just throw strikes like Paddock does, or that Morton can. I was so impressed with Morton on Sunday night, and it's just, I guess, you know, picking up where he left off at. He's pitched well lately, not for the entire season, but pitched well lately. But for a guy 41 years old, and he's still throwing in the mid 90s. I mean, hitting 96. I'm encouraged by that, and that can play well in the postseason if you need somebody to come in the 5th inning and give you a couple of strong innings.
Alan, thank you for the phone call. All right, Gator, I think that there are 2 kind of small things. One thing's kind of small in sports, kind of a cult following, and the other's not so much. Another one's kind of big.
Okay.
And they have both been acquired by ESPN in the last week. Red Zone has an incredibly loyal cult following. I don't think Red Zone, and for people who don't know what Red Zone is, the NFL Network produces, with Scott Hansen as the host, a channel that all day on Sunday for 7.5 hours, 6.5 hours, just bounces from game to game to game, red zone situation to red zone situation. They quad box it. They show 3 things at once, 4 things at once. They talk their way through it. You see all the exciting stuff. If they miss something, they play it back. It's a way to eliminate all the 2-yard carries on your own 30-yard line and just go from big play and exciting play to big play and exciting play. They bounce around. I don't particularly love it. I know you watch it. I know Kang watches it. And I do know that it has an incredibly loyal fan base. I found that when I watched it, I felt like I was seeing everything and processing nothing, if that makes any sense. So I like to watch full games and then go back. If I need to see something else, go back and watch it. But that's a side to the topic. Would you not agree that Red Zone has an incredible loyal fan base, kind of a cult following?
I would agree, and I have it's a gut feeling. I just tried to Google it, but there are no numbers to back it up just yet.
Mm-hmm.
My gut tells me that this is a viewership that has increased each year.
I would agree.
And probably not insignificantly. I think it started off as being just kind of a lark and for just diehard fantasy football fans. And it's become not just diehard fantasy football fans, all fantasy football fans. And now it's gotten into the realm of all football fans. I watch it religiously when the Lions aren't playing at the same time. Like if the Lions are playing at 4:25, 1 o'clock, I am watching Red Zone only, exclusively. I'm not going to bother with the game of the week. I want to see everything, and I want to be kind of surprised. I'm not staring at my phone, looking at highlights and score updates, because I'm getting it right there on my TV, and it's awesome. I freaking love NFL Red Zone. I think it's one of the best things that was ever created.
Kang, how do you feel about NFL Red Zone?
I'm with Gator. As long as the Lions aren't playing, I'm locked in on Red Zone. And, you know, I don't bet too much or anything like that, but I know people, it's just channel flipping without having to channel flip. You know, they do all the work for you. You know, they know what plays are going on, what you need to see, the big plays, the big important situations and downs. It's not just touchdowns or scoring plays. You know, it's everything that you kind of want to see in a highlight reel package in real time almost.
So, ESPN acquires Red Zone, and Disney, the parent company, acquires Red Zone, and they have now reached a 5-year deal worth more than $1.6 billion. ESPN will now have exclusive rights to many of WWE's most high-profile events,
including WrestleMania starting in 2026.
Now, this isn't as much a cult following, I think, as it's just mainstream. Huge following. Do you or do people out there have concerns that either A, ESPN is going to muck it up, or B, get ready for streaming charges and extra ways of having to pay to watch these things?
That's it right there.
Okay.
They are going to, because it's all about their new platform that they're going to launch. And when this new platform launches, and what ESPN is with Disney and Hulu and all that, right? It's under that same umbrella. You're going to see that streaming price go up. I don't know how much it's going to go up, but it's going to go up. I'm curious to see what it's going to do with my cable package that I have. Well, that sounds awful. With the different packages that you can select through cable television, because I go with the sports packages on with my cable. Do I need to? Is it possible I can drop Red Zone because it's part of the ESPN family, or it can be streamed on ESPN? Does this make it easier for me to at some point say I'm gonna cut the cord and just go with my streaming services, which I haven't planned on, but now maybe I can. If it ends up being financially smart, then I can do that. But I don't have confidence that ESPN is going to handle this correctly. And I say that because it feels like every couple of years we're hearing about how ESPN screwed up, and now they've got to make all these cuts, and they're trimming this, they're trimming that, and I just don't have the confidence they're going to get it right. I'm surprised the NFL is doing this, although it's an equity stake, I guess.
Yeah, that's a whole other part of this that we'll unwrap later. But yes, the NFL is getting 10% ownership of ESPN.
But there is no doubt to me that that we as the consumer, we're going to end up paying for it, which is unfortunate. We're going to pay more than we already are.
So you're less worried about them screwing up the product. You're more worried about this is going to be additional ways that people have to pay.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know what more they can do. I mean, apparently they're going to still let. I think NFL is still going to produce what they're doing. So, I mean, can you screw up the actual product? I hope not. I think it's just about the price. Are they going to price people out?
Before we even get the call, we know you can jailbreak it.
All right.
We know that many of you out there illegally stream. For those that aren't comfortable with that, and there is probably a good proportion of our listening audience that is not comfortable with that, I want to spare the call. Guys, I've got the greatest thing ever. All you got to do is pay $300, and you'll get a Fire Stick. You jailbreak it, and now you can stream everything, and you never have to pay another cent. Got it. Yep. Kang, are you worried about either of these things? ESPN either A, messing up the product, or B, finding a way to charge you more?
Well, the charging more thing, I think, is just inevitable with everything nowadays. So I don't even try to think about that, Gator. Like, I just let it happen, I guess, when it happens. But yeah, I'm worried about that, of course. But yeah, I think that if they're smart, and I think they've already kind of said this in the statement a little bit, they're going to let it be what it is. You know what I mean? Don't mess up a good thing. But, you know, I think trying to be innovative and things like that, I don't know, man. That could mess things up. I think they got a good thing going. Gator enjoys it just as much as I do. I'm going to let it and see this thing play out before I start, panicking or anything like that.
We're going to monitor the situation.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. 248-539-9797. If you are a fan of WWE or you are a fan of Red Zone, do you have concerns about the ESPN takeover of both of those products? Now we got to get into ESPN giving part of their ownership to the NFL. That's a whole nother thing. That today at 11:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Make Builders First Source your destination for professional window and exterior door installation services. You can add value and beauty to your home with trusted brands like Anderson, Pella, Therma-Tru, and more. Then have your new windows and doors installed properly the first time with their expert Builders First Source installation team. Done right with quality products and services. Visit one of their locations in Clinton Township or Shelby Township or online at buildersfirstsource.com. That's buildersfirstsource.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Before you get back to your feedback on this, and we did the whole first hour on the Tigers, and it's clear. Message got across to us. We should be very, very, very concerned. If you listen to the audience, definitely not happy with what they're seeing. The words frauds and choking were used this morning. Wow. Also, we are talking about the ESPN acquisition of Red Zone and the NFL Network and WWE broadcasts, which anytime you see something like this, you get concerned that, A, this is going to be new revenue streams, a.k.a. you're going to have to pay more to get stuff that you are paying for now. But, you might have a cable package that includes Red Zone or the WWE. It might become more expensive. And then there is the fact that ESPN has given up 10% ownership rights to the NFL. Does that impact ESPN's coverage of the league? And maybe we don't care, but some people might.
Every time I think of this, when it comes like a network and then getting involved with a big league like the NFL, I can't help but think about what was the TV show in the early 2000s on ESPN? It was about the NFL.
Playmakers?
Playmakers, I think I was right. And the NFL hated it. And that thing went away. And I was like, that was an interesting show. And as years would go on.
It was a fictional show.
It was a fictional show that had all these, bad things come up with players. But as years would go on, all the headlines of bad things that happened in the NFL played itself out on that show. And it's like, okay, did they get rid of it because the NFL just said, we don't need that bad publicity? And are they going to dictate what kind of coverage they get? Is that where we are as society now? If you don't like something, the higher ups can say, I don't like that, get rid of it. It's censorship in a way.
Oh, has that happened?
Well, yes, it has. And I'm hoping that doesn't happen with the NFL, that they're not going to, tell announcers what they should or shouldn't say, analysts what they should or shouldn't say, shouldn't silence, people from having a strong opinion one way or the other.
All right, here's a bunch of feedback we've gotten. ESPN will screw this up, writes an unnamed texter. They are a horrible network now that I only turn on for games I want to watch. Well, that's interesting. You turn them on for games you want to watch. Have they screwed up the games you want to watch? Because if they haven't screwed up the games you want to watch, WWE is essentially a game, right, that you're wanting to watch. Red Zone is games you want to watch. Yeah, I don't have a problem at all with their game broadcast. Personally, I'm mostly not entertained by sports TV shows where I'll take this stand, you take that stand, and we'll yell at each other for 30 seconds, and then we'll change the topic. I do like Get Up because I feel like it's more news-driven, and we can, it's useful for our purposes. I wonder if I didn't work in this industry, if I'd like the yelling and screaming shows more. But as far as their game presentation, I don't have much issue with ESPN's game presentations. Do you?
No, not really. I think they've tried to be as innovative as they can and continue to be innovative with making the product more enjoyable for fans. And we talk about Sunday Night Baseball all the time and wondering if that's something that they can also employ in other sports and other broadcasts.
The mic up players is great. Yeah.
Lots of stuff they do is good.
I hear a lot of complaints about how they do UFC. It's going to get more expensive. WWE on Peacock is affordable. I'm expecting tiered pricing. And geez, too big to fail ESPN. And geez, a too big to fail ESPN monopoly. So Kang, Gator, UFC, have they messed that up?
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I haven't watched it. I haven't gotten a pay-per-view since they made the switch.
Haven't you?
Nope.
And why is that?
A lot of it is because I've lost interest in the UFC. I used to love it. Now it's just not the same for me. There's too many fighters to keep track of, so I've lost. I feel like I'm lost in the shuffle of that. But the other thing is it just, we would talk a little bit yesterday about worrying that you're going to be the guy with a rotary phone in the end. In a way, I worry about this too, that I'm not updating myself. It used to be so much easier when I just go to the one specific channel for pay-per-view events and go ahead and then purchase my pay-per-view event that way. Now there are other avenues for that, which should be better, and yet maybe it's just my own laziness. I just don't do it.
Let's get back to your phone calls, 248-539-9797.
But, King, you do still get some of those events, right?
My buddy gets like 80% of them, and he always complains about buffering issues, connecting, things like that. So, yeah, that's not a good thing.
Let's go to Bill in Utica. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bill.
Good morning. Good morning. Love the show.
What's up? Thank you.
I totally agree with you. Red Zone is like cocaine for football fans. It's the best. It just flows. And ESPN will screw this up. They will inject commentators, and it will go on their subscription service. You will have to pay for this thing. I'll be the first one to admit to it. And so will all of football. Pretty soon, within a year or so, all of football will be part of a subscription package. It will not be on the local channels anymore, and you'll have to pay for all this stuff because they'll
here's what
figure
I
out
wonder.
how to do it.
I wonder, because I kind of feel the same way, and yet I wonder if the cost is only going to be added to the subscription service. Like if I have cable and I've got NFL Red Zone channel, does that stay next year? Because in 2026, if it stays there and there's no change in my price to cable TV, but there's a change in the app because they're launching this whole new platform soon, then I have to make a decision if I want to stop carrying the ESPN app. But if I get it on cable, then it doesn't matter.
I agree with you. I manage a charity poker room in the wintertime, and we have all those sports channels on all day long. And it's the same every 2 hours. It's the same regurgitated stuff over and over and over again. And no matter how funny or how clever they are, it's the same thing all over again. It gets boring.
Well, I know why they do that. They do that because most people don't watch all day like you do. They tune in, so they just keep presenting their best stuff.
And it's the same thing with news channels.
If all ESPN does is change the graphics package and puts their moniker on it, their branding on the Red Zone channel, I don't think people will have an issue with it. But major changes. You would have to think if you're running ESPN and you bought it because it's working. Why toy with it? But the other part of this is,
unless you think you're smarter than everybody else.
Well, Bill calls and he says, I'm definitely going to have to pay for it. Right now, I pay for cable. I probably watch 10% of the channels I pay for. And if we are moving towards an a la carte streaming service, where I just get to buy what I want, I could very well see me liking that more than what I'm doing now. And if everything becomes pay for this, pay for that, pay for this, I cancel cable and just pay for what I watch. Because right now, I'm sinking a lot of money into channels I don't watch. And I'm cognizant of this and trying to pay attention. When I hit, because we went to streaming once, and I realized there's too much I have to stream right now to get, and it's not price effective yet.
But now people are starting to bundle together.
Yeah, if the bundling makes sense. So I'm open-minded to this maybe being better as a consumer, so I don't have to pay, for networks I don't watch,
I wonder if 10 years down the road this is going to be so great compared to what it is now.
It could be.
It could be.
I'm open-minded to that.
And I'm not – I haven't cut the cord. I still have cable, and between cable and internet, and yes, I still have a landline-ish. I mean, it's digital voice, but it's something other than my cell phone. It's an expensive bill every month. It's a very expensive bill, but because of what we do, I feel like I have to. There are certain things I have to have and have to see and have to watch.
Hey, Brad Holmes, what's the update on Hutch in a contract, and do you still have interest in Zadarius Smith? Questions he answered on the air this morning. Hear what he had to say today at 11:46 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, talking about ESPN's new deal with Red Zone and the WWE. Well, it's the NFL Network. They got into a partnership with the NFL. NFL gets 10% ownership rights of ESPN, and ESPN gets Red Zone and the NFL Network. Red Zone has an incredibly loyal fan base. People love it. Additionally, WWE, also an incredibly loyal fan base, and ESPN will have exclusive rights to many of their most high-profile events. How concerned are you, fans? Because anytime you see a change, you don't want to mess with a good thing. It's also a possibility they can make it better. Sure. I don't know how you make Red Zone better, but could their coverage of WWE be better?
WWE is. I don't think they're going to do anything. I don't think they're going to do anything to mess with that. The only thing that they can mess with is how it's presented, I guess, on their platform. But I think that they'd leave all that production and all that up to WWE. As they should, because it's a well-oiled machine. They do a fantastic job of producing their product.
From Grizz in Ann Arbor, ESPN will 100% screw up Red Zone. Get ready for commercials and constant audio buffering issues like most UFC events. Well, buffering is unacceptable. Okay? I mean, now, how much does that have to do? I don't know if that has to do with their your own bandwidth, with their technology. Is it, people with better internet signals or better cable providers or internet providers? Is that a me problem or a they problem?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to think it's a they problem, and the example being when Netflix took over the NFL and they struggled when they got NFL games and they struggled initially. I had no problem with buffering with any Netflix programming until they had the NFL. From Joe McComb, the NFL getting an investment stake in ESPN is horrible and builds up even more ESPN bias. Ugh. Well, this way we all get what we want, which is more coverage of the Cowboys.
Right.
Isn't that what we all want?
Sure. But what you don't want are like, hey, let's combine things and let's bring in Stephen A. Smith to do the Red Zone, or let's have a Manning cast a Red Zone. I don't need all that. Leave it alone. It's a great show. It's a great product. It is what it is. It's a little kitschy because Hansen never takes a break and allegedly doesn't urinate for 8 hours straight or whatever. I don't buy it, but whatever. It is what it is. It's great. But if they start throwing like commercial breaks in there, it's gonna take away some of the greatness of it. But I mean, that's what they do because they're all about making money.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
and I can't begrudge them for it. I mean, I can say that as a consumer, I'm not going to be happy about it, but I'm still going to watch.
You always have to keep in mind everybody does something, and everybody's trying to maximize their profits. And if you have a way of maximizing your profit in your line of work, there's a good chance you're going to take advantage of that, right?
Yes.
248-539-9797. I mean, I hate to say it because it feels like we all have vested interest in our sports, but
this
sadly,
show brought
that's
to you
the
by
reality.
the Great Crew Neck. That's what you're wearing is a Great Crew Neck.
Okay.
So that's what this show is brought to you by, the Great Crew Neck.
Well, we do live reads.
Yes.
I said doo-doo. Speaking of complaining about broadcasts, let's praise something about broadcasts.
Okay.
How about FanDuel carrying Seawolves games?
So they're going to carry the Tigers AA affiliate, the Erie Seawolves. I think there's a handful of games in August and that they're going to carry. Is going to be exciting for me. I can't speak for everybody. I love it. I freaking love it. Obviously, I follow the minor leagues. To be able to watch that team, that's a team I want to see. That's a team where all the big prospects are at. That's where Max Clark's at, Kevin McGonigal, Josue Briseño, Tyron Lorenzo, Max Anderson. These are the guys that I want to see. And, just reading a box score every night it's fine, even though they got shut out last night. I want to see the games. I want to see what the next generation of Tiger players looks like. So I think it's awesome what they're doing.
Well, here's why, to me, it is a win-win. Because nobody outside of me is going to complain about the fact that the Seawolves game is playing instead of Epic Trails. or Michigan Golf Live or whatever. Like, I like those shows.
No offense to
which both are shows I really like. But guess what? Epic Trails is on like 30 times a week. Michigan Golf Live is on like 30 times a week. Seawolves replacing a replay of the herd doesn't bother me in the slightest, and I'm not sure it will bother too many people at all.
No,
What's that long-form interview show they do on Fox it's always airing, where it's the old guy sitting across from Ozzie Guillen or something for 30 minutes? Like
I can do without that.
Yeah, this is
that one's terrible.
This is local interest broadcasting that's replacing regurgitated, taped, nationally networked, syndicated shows.
Look, do I want to see Bill Hobson play Arcadia Bluffs again? You betcha. Do I want to see him play all the courses that I love about up north and all throughout our state? But I've seen them all.
Yep.
And I'll continue to watch the replays too. But if it means that, him going up to Grand Traverse is bumped by the Seawolves taking on the Guardians affiliate, I'm all about it. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm actually good for Fox. What a brilliant idea to give. And if you don't want to watch Max Clark and Kevin McGonigal, you don't have to. FanDuel, what I call it Fox. That's like 4 networks ago.
Good for Pass.
Sorry, I'm new. On TV's doing a hell of a job. 248-539-9797. Feedback coming in on the Tigers. Matt in Novi writes, do the Tigers have a hitting coach? They struck out 10 times last night. Ridiculous. They have 2 hitting coaches. And, last night was a bad night.
You know what? It
do. It happens.
They're a top 10 hitting team in all of baseball. They do have they have a couple of hitting coaches. They're doing a good job.
So you have to be able to make adjustments. You have to be able to make changes. You have to be able to counter what teams are doing to you. Right now, they've got one major project, the hitting coaches. It's Riley Green is a major project right now. Sort that out. Others, you get to be better at everything. They got to get Riley Green going again.
They do, and A.J. Hinch addressed that this morning with the guys, too.
Yeah, we'll hear that next hour. Bronco in Royal Oak says, why does it feel like the Tigers are a Little League team? No core lineup, and they have to play everyone.
As someone who's watched a lot of Little League baseball over the last 36 hours, the Tigers are not a Little League team.
Well, but his point that they have to play everyone is actually one of their strengths, is that they do play everyone. And they put people in positions to succeed. Isn't that part of A.J. Hinch's potion?
Yes. That's the magic that is. He pushes the right buttons most of the time.
Yep.
I mean, Jahmai Jones in the lineup yesterday hits a 2-run triple. The Tigers win? No, but that guy did his job.
Yep. 248-539-9797. By the way, the guy that saw this coming, remember the guy who saw it coming and put his money where his mouth is?
There were a couple of...
and put $50 on the Guardians and $50 on the Royals to win the division.
Very emphatic.
As of right now, if the Guardians win the division, his $50 will pay him $1,250. His $50 on the Royals, as of right now, would pay him $2,750.
Oh, wow.
So he's going big. He's going big. And to his credit,
listen, that's a nice $50 hedge. If you lose, okay, I lost $50. But if I win, if you lose and the Tigers win the division, it's great.
Right.
If you win the bet, Tigers lose the division, that sucks. However, you've just
people do this. Yeah. People do this in sports when it comes to gambling.
Emotional hedge.
248-539-9797. Okay, Brad Holmes spoke with our morning show today. Some of the news as far as what he talked about. Alex Anzalone said it's all good with Alex Anzalone. He's sure Anzalone's good to have the contract stuff behind it by giving him a little bump. He did at one point say, I was surprised he said it a little bit, that he said, he's getting a little long in the tooth. And I'm like, whoa. But he said he's still a key part of this team. There's a reason why he's been a captain, and he's out there playing great right now, and they're glad to have that behind him. Other news, as far as the edge rusher opposite of Aiden Hutchinson, he said Davenport is the ideal complement opposite of Aiden. And then he added, we all know the problems, but he is the ideal complement. They got quite a bit riding on him staying healthy.
Well, it's the biggest 2-letter word in sports, if. And for Davenport, that's exactly what it is. If he's healthy,
Yep.
he's going to be a very nice compliment to Aiden Hutchinson. But we know the if.
Regarding other guys that could mix in there at the edge spot, he said Al-Qadim Muhammad has done some good things. He really liked what they saw from Ahmed Hassanin in the Hall of Fame game. He thought Nate Lynn showed up in that game, and Isaac Ukwu as well. And then he brought this up. I thought it was interesting. He was asked about the cap space, and he said, look, cap space is what it is. You see it, and it's a hard number. My takeaway from his answer was, yeah, we've got a lot of cap space, but a lot of it is already spoken for, meaning I think that they have some deals that they are hoping to shore up here that's going to take up some of that cap space.
Yeah, and I think the big one will be Aiden Hutchinson. If that affects this year's cap or not, that's what I don't understand. I don't know. I don't know what would affect this year's cap. To give guys a bump or to get a head start on a contract, if it does affect this year or not. But they have a ton of space right now.
A lot of interesting stuff out of Brad Holmes, including update on how it's going in the middle of the offensive line. No Zeitler, no Ragnow, Mahogany's first run. He updates us on how that is going. Plus, Hutch, the recovery, and the contract. He spoke about it publicly. Hear what he had to say. All that starting at 11:46. It's Carson Anderson, 97-1 the ticket.
Hey, have you noticed with the garage doors that they're making like weird noises, or it's just really, really slow and you're not sure what to do? Let me help you out. Give the folks over at Precision Garage Door Service a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. They know what they're doing. They're experts in the field. They come out, they diagnose the problem, and best of all, they fix the problem right there on the spot. They've got a truck that's got all the equipment they need, and they've got all the know-how that you can expect. Precision Garage Door Service, they're awesome. I had them come out to my house years ago when my garage doors were sluggish. They fixed the problem, no issue at all. In fact, they said, it's not ready now, but down the road you're going to have to get new garage doors, and that's who I called with good reason. These guys are amazing. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or go ahead and schedule an appointment online at a time that works for you at PrecisionDoorMI.com. That's PrecisionDoorMI.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. From down at Comerica Park, Tigers afternoon game against the Minnesota Twins. Go Tigers. Certainly in need of a win after last night's. I got to tell you, the August 5th game against Minnesota, I feel like was a tipping point for some of the fan base today. Because did we ever get some panic text messages early in the show? Frauds, chokers, terms that have been used. AJ Hinch joined the morning show. We'll bring the best of what he had to say next hour. But first, let's start with Brad Holmes. Guys were out at training camp today. Costa and Jansen. Very interesting stuff. And the best of what Brad Holmes told them. We'll start with the interior of the offensive line. Obviously, Ragno's retirement is a big deal. Kevin Zeitler left. They're relying on Graham Glasgow and a lot of young parts, Tate Ratledge, and Christian Mahogany, who showed some stuff last year. So we're going to play this. This is his evaluation of the interior of the offensive line, and it includes a follow-up question about Mahogany. This is this morning with Costa and Jansen. Okay. So, look, there's no sure things right now. Right now they could rely on. Zeitler was a veteran that felt like he was reliable. At this point, there's upside. There's incredible upside with Ratledge and Mahogany, but there's no sure thing. I'm glad it's going well. I think one of the strengths of Brad Holmes, I think he's been pretty honest, as some of these answers will show, because he was really honest about a lot of stuff. I think if they were struggling, I mean, Dan Campbell has talked about guys' struggles publicly. So I feel like there is actually a lot of transparency when it comes to this group and the evaluation of players. So I guess overall I like this, but there's a little bit of believe it when I see it, because the offensive line has really, really been the foundation for what they've been able to do.
Yeah, without question. And I guess I'm encouraged that that they feel comfortable with that the best offensive line they're going to put out there is with Glasgow at center and Ratledge at guard, and that they'll feel completely comfortable when the time is right for Ratledge to take over that position, which isn't likely to happen this year, but perhaps next year or whenever the Graham Glasgow moves on from the Lions. But it's still a giant question mark, and like you, I got to see it to believe it, because this is the heartbeat of the Detroit Lions. Everything starts with that offensive line. If they can't run the ball, or if they can't protect the quarterback, the season goes right down the tubes. That everything is predicated on that. Now, understand this too. I fully expect them to be able to do it adequately. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it at a top 5 level like we've seen.
248-539-9797. More from Brad Holmes. How big of a deal is the backup quarterback? It probably was the number one talking point out of the Hall of Fame game, was the backup quarterback position not looking like it is in good hands just yet. Could it be over time? Maybe. Wasn't a encouraging performance, that window that we got to see what's going on in that game a week ago tomorrow. Here's what Brad Holmes had to say about how important this position is. This thing feels sketchy until we see it's not.
Well, I mean, it says all 32 teams in the league, right? I mean, if you have to go to your backup quarterback, it's obviously you're not running at the same speed that you are with your starting quarterback. You hope that you can get your backup up to speed, and we'll see what happens. Like I said the other day, I've kind of surrendered to let the hierarchy handle
You trust that they're going to handle it
I
well.
trust that they'll handle it the way that it needs to be handled. Now, whether that means that Hendon Hooker is the backup quarterback, or if they go, out of the organization and find somebody that's a free agent, or go ahead and make a trade to acquire somebody else. At this point, Brad Holmes has built up enough cachet where they've done the right things by this team and this franchise to create this monster that it is. Go ahead and you do you.
All right. How confident are you in Hendon Hooker? Here's what Brad Holmes had to say. I think he's going to look a lot better on Friday night. I think he's going to look a lot better. And, the idea that, he just basically said he was playing with guys that aren't going to be on this team. He was playing with UFL guys. And he's excited to see him play with the twos. Now, let alone play with the ones. The good news is Kyle Allen got a shot with the twos. Now Hendon Hooker's going to get a shot with the twos. Where the bar is, well, to win the job as the number 2 quarterback, he's got to be better than Kyle Allen was and has looked when he's playing with the twos, and more so in practice with the ones. But we're probably putting too much weight on these preseason games because, as you heard him say, he strung together some good practices here. Some fans get out there for some of the practices, which is cool, but at the end of the day, we're not seeing probably the biggest data points that he is using to judge who the backup quarterback should be.
Yeah, and look, last year in the preseason, he had a game where he was, I think, 12 of 20 for like 120 yards.
Yep.
Had a touchdown, and also ran the ball for 93 yards. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the game that Lions fans have dreamed about from a quarterback, to show the dual threat capability, and he did that in a little more than a half of football, or a half of football, whatever it was last year. How different would things have looked in the game last Thursday if Lovett held on to the deep ball that was thrown to him?
Yep.
Catches it, comes down the other side of midfield, and the drive continues, and they go on and score. And let's say the Hooker throws for a touchdown pass. Would that change people's opinions?
Probably.
Yeah, he was 3 of 6, and he threw 6 passes. That's it. So it's not a huge sample size. It's not like I was wowed with what he did, but it was such a bland game to begin with that, it sets up for this Friday night that I would expect much bigger and better things from him, because he is working with the twos, and they're going to, probably give him more of an offense to work with.
Okay, so they asked him about Aiden Hutchinson. Now he's coming along, and are there any updates on his contract? Brad Holmes answered it. We will get to that today at 12:02 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, thanks for listening. Carson Anderson, yes, outside of Comerica Park where the Tigers need to apparently bounce back from what was a devastating loss last night. Look, I guess I'm in a camp where I see the big picture, I see the small picture, I zoom out and see a big picture, and I zoom out and I see an even bigger picture. The small snapshot of time last night was pretty brutal. Zoom out a little bit. Last month and a half, has been pretty average. Zoom out even further, I see a really good baseball team. So at some point, you reach a tipping point to think the team's in trouble and they've got no shot. What we've discovered today is that in some people's eyes, last night, tipping point, they've got no shot. That's what we discovered today.
Yes, in some people's eyes, that's how that is. I think it's way premature to feel that way, but I understand why people feel that way because it's a culmination of events. It's coming out of that losing 12 out of 13 stretch. It's how this team has looked after the All-Star break, really going into the All-Star break. It's the failure to add the bat at the trade deadline that people wanted them to add. It might be the failure to add the bullpen arms that they wanted them to add at the trade deadline. And you and I both said we've been a little disappointed with what they got at the deadline. And yet Finnegan's been very good in a couple of outings. Morton had a fantastic start, and we've had a little bit of both from the two starts that Paddock has had. Montero, not so much. But it's also very short sample size. I understand that, and also people don't want this team to lose a game that they think is, 90% winnable against a Minnesota team that is totally, decimated by the trade deadline and injuries. So I get all that, but at the same time, relax. Here's a chance to go out there and win today, and they'd win 2 out of 3. They'd win a series, and if you're winning, just win series throughout the rest of the season. Be better than 500, and if you're winning 2 out of 3 games, that's the best winning percentage you'll find in baseball. So I'm not anywhere near panicked.
Okay. We'll get back to the Tigers coming up, but we promise more from Brad Holmes, Lions GM, who is on our morning show. We've heard him talk about the interior of the offensive line. We heard him talk about the backup quarterback position. These are probably the biggest concerns on offense from the Detroit Lion fan base. What about defense? Well, he gave an update on Hutch and also talked about where they were with a contract. This is Brad Holmes, Lion GM, on with our morning show with Costa and Jansen. I'm surprised he even went that far.
Well, yeah, but at the same time, the first thing I'm thinking of is why not any sense of urgency? Why not get the dialogue started?
Going?
Yeah,
well, because he's not going into the final year of his contract. This is probably earlier than many do it, but if you do it early, you sometimes can get a little bit of you shave a little bit off in terms of what the team has to commit, but because he'll get a signing bonus, you give him the signing bonus, he gets a big check right up front, and then you have less of a cap hit long term. But so I think when he says get the dialogue going soon, I don't know if he means like after lunch or he means in September.
Right. I guess I don't understand why, or not why. What would be the downside of getting something done now, other than a catastrophic injury again?
Making sure that he's back to 100%. And it sounds like he is. I mean, he said he's been playing great. You were one of the first to point out when people were freaking out about the injury that, hey, he got injured at Michigan too and came back. It's not injury prone. These were major injuries and bone breaks. He came back a better player.
Yeah, it was a clean break. It wasn't like the ligament damage with it, which has you concerned. This is just, okay, they go in and they'll figure it out. They'll fix it, and that's guys come back from broken bones all the time.
All right, one more here from Brad Holmes. Zadarius Smith.
Oh, here we go.
It is a topic that comes up all the time. He is a player that came to Detroit and contributed. He wasn't like earth-shatteringly good, but he was definitely good for the Lions in the second half of the season. Lining him up opposite of Hutch sounds even better than lining him up without Hutch. And in the first half of the season, he was lined up opposite of Myles Garrett. He clearly is a player with a skill set that people covet, the ability to rush the passer. He is also a year older, and he's a free agent that nobody has signed. So the guys asked, are you interested in Zadarius Smith? Here's what Brad Holmes had to say. Zadarius has expectations. We have expectations. Is that financial? Is that I don't want to be in camp? Is that Zadarius waiting for somebody to get hurt elsewhere where he can play a bigger role? How do you interpret that?
Well, there's a lot there, I guess, because it's all up to interpretation. So, first of all, it didn't sound like it was an absolute ringing endorsement of we got to get this guy back. He was great for us last year. It sounded like, you know what, he was okay for us. You know, he's another year older. There's a little bit of that. The other thing that kind of always strikes me weird is if you're going to say, you know, that it takes two sides to come to the table, then that seems to indicate it's financial. Well, on a one-year deal, if that's what it is, and if it, you know, I would imagine he'd like to have more security than that. Every player wants to have more security than that. But if the Lions could just give him a one-year deal, and even if you throw it at a high number like $10 million,
yeah,
they have so much money to spend at the cap for this season. I keep saying it's for this year.
Wow.
It's not for years to come where the cap number gets negative because of all the contracts they've got. It's just 1 year.
He did talk about that cap space is a little misleading because some of that money is spoken for. I don't know why.
It can be. Okay, fair enough. But how is it spoken for and how much goes and in what ways? I mean, I don't think – because it sounds like that they want to bring him back on the absolute cheap and not pay him what he made last year, which seemed like it was a pretty cheap contract last year. So, but the other thing that comes out of it is, you know, if Zadarius Smith he's a veteran player, doesn't want to go through training camp, I get it. Lots of veteran players don't want to do that, and that's fine. You know, come back. You're a professional. You know what it takes to get yourself in shape and in game shape and ready to go. You know what it is, whether it's 10 days, 2 weeks, 15 days. I don't know. Whatever the number is, they know what it is, and they can afford to wait to that point. And maybe they've got an agreement in place like, look, we'll come back and talk a week from now, but we want to keep this open. I do want to come back to Detroit. I hope you guys want me back, but let's talk in a week.
So, remember, they had him under contract.
Yeah.
And they released him. So, obviously, whatever amount of money he was due, they're not expecting to pay more than that. They're expecting to pay less than that. And probably significantly less than that because you wouldn't do that to shave like $1 and a half off your payroll. So, I'm going to guess here, this is my conclusion to all this. Zadarius is waiting to make sure he doesn't have a better offer. He's waiting this out to make sure, okay, I know I can be ready to go if I'm in camp by the middle of August. I will consider your offer, but I'm going to make sure that no team has a crisis at the edge position pop up and I can't get a better offer. And I don't blame him for that.
No, that might be too. But I got to get back to the cap space thing. And I guess I just don't understand where the cap space
is complicated, and
where it could go, I guess. So if somebody could tell me where it goes, fair enough, then I'll back off. But until then, it seems like there's an awful lot of it. And whether you're going to pay a guy $3 million or $6 million, am I wrong to assume that it's not that complicated?
Dude, every time I get down the wormhole of the cap, Yes, you're wrong to assume it's not that complicated. Have you ever sat down and tried to read the cap rules? It makes me wish I majored in something completely different in college than communications. It's like I should have been a finance major or something because it's very complicated. And he said, I think he even said, I need to bring Disner down here to explain it, but it sounds like he made it clear that in his eyes, or he wanted to make it clear, whether it's true or not, but I have no reason to disbelieve him, that the cap money isn't what it looks like on paper.
Okay.
As far as he said, it's cash in hand that you need to be aware of.
Yeah, I don't know what that means, but I mean, by Spot Track and other groups out there, they've got well over $40 million under the cap. And again, I hear you. There's something there. And does that mean, is it as simple as we're giving Hutch a big contract, okay? And Hutch is going to take, and it's going to start with redoing this year. I don't know, whatever the
Gator,
number
if
is.
it was easy, they'd do it, right? He's not a moron.
Yeah, right. I know. I just want an explanation. That's all.
Well,
talk me through it.
He offered up one today,
because he owes me an explanation,
yes.
Doug. Brad Holmes, you owe me an explanation.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback next. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, your favorite Wednesdays are back at Twin Peaks. That's right. Just in time for fall. They're rolling back in bourbons and brews. Stop by your favorite lodge and see your always stunning Twin Peaks girls dressed in their finest black lingerie serving up samples of high-end bourbons. But it's not just about the bourbons. Twin Peaks, well, their beer of the month is Twin Peaks Light, and it's $5 all month long. Sampling starts at 6 p.m., so don't be late. And the fun doesn't stop there. Enjoy dynamite dishes for their scratch kitchen like the in-house smoked ribs, brisket, and chicken, hand-cut New York strips, and fried-to-order favorites like boneless wings and tenders. And what brings it all together? Sports. Yeah, you got Tigers in action today versus the Twin City Boys in preseason football starting back up the rest of the week. If you haven't booked your fantasy draft location yet, look no further. Awesome specials for you and the league and the best environment around. See Twin Peaks difference today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. So, Car Scott Anderson outside Comerica Park. We'll get to some Tiger stuff coming up. Tigers afternoon game against the Twins. Let's get to your phone calls. Chris in Ipsy, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Chris.
Hey, Carsh. Hey, Scott. So about the cap, it is complicated, but here's kind of how it works, and I think this might explain why we don't have a deal done with Hutch yet. So from 2024 through 2026, the teams have to spend at least 90% of the available cap in cash. And whatever they don't spend, they're allowed to roll over into the next year. So we're $40 million under the cap, but we're going to have to roll over a big chunk of that in the next year because Jared Goff's contract's going to have to be restructured next year. And so he's got like a $76 million cap hit next year. It's going to have to be restructured and converted more of that into guaranteed money. Now, when you do that, when you do the guarantees, all of that money needs to be put in escrow. So it's not that you're just like, oh, cap magic, it goes away. Like, the money has to be there. It has to be in escrow at the time of signing. Now, if you're Hutchinson, there's really no incentive to sign any deal or have any serious dialogue until Micah Parsons signs his deal, because Micah is going to be a free agent after next year. Hutch is here 2 more years. So my guess is they're waiting to see what Micah's deal is, because Hutch's agent's going to say, whatever Micah's deal is, we want that in guarantees. Then the Lions have to go and find that money, put it in escrow so that it's available at the time of signing. And also, you have to remember, they have to have the money ready for Goff next year, too. So it is pretty complicated, but that's why they're not going to touch the cap, because all that money is basically spoken for next year without Hutch's contract. We are $40 million over the cap, right? And that's because of Jared Goff's contract. So but
I guess my point is,
for.
I understand it's spoken for next year. I totally get that, and I know that they're going to be over the cap for that. But I don't understand how.
Well, he said 10% of the cap you can carry over. So they got to see how much they're going to need to carry over for Hutch's contract.
You can carry over as much cap as you want, but you have to spend between 2024 and 2026. You have to pay out 90% of the cap in cash. So
it's escrow at the time of signing.
Right.
Can we keep you on retainer, Chris? I mean, I have no idea how accurate you are. Yeah, I've read this stuff, and this is not my strength.
Yeah, I'll send an invoice. But this is why the Bengals struggle so much with.
Chris, just out of curiosity, do you have a background in finance, or are you just
law?
Background in law. Okay, there you go.
But this is why the Bengals struggle so much with their contract negotiations, is because the Bengals ownership isn't sitting on as much cash as like the Cowboys are, or like the Chargers. So like it takes them a long time for them to get all the money in the escrow ready to go. And that's why there's all this fighting over guaranteed money, because it's a lot of cash you have to have ready to go for some of these big players.
Closing on the house, Skater, I remember hearing all about escrow.
Yeah.
And I just signed papers.
Right, I hear you. No, I understand. Right. It's money you have to have in your account, so that when you deposit, they have to make sure that they've got money to take from the account. There's a whole lot of that.
Appreciate it, Chris.
Sure.
It is obviously very complicated, and Brad wasn't going to go into that.
So they can't sign Zadarius Smith?
Well,
is that what I'm hearing?
I think money is tighter than it looks on Spot Track is the point. But 248-539-9797. All right, so thank you for the phone call. Let's shift gears because we got Tiger baseball coming up next. Look, Riley Green got the night off last night against a right-hander. I haven't seen a lineup today. Have you seen a lineup today?
I haven't seen one yet.
I'm sure it's out. And whether or not he's back in the lineup today will be interesting. They were hoping that he could get some things right with a day off. It is probably the number one concern with the offense right now is getting their all-star outfielder back performing at the plate like an all-star outfielder. His defense has been good, and it shouldn't be dismissed. An example of how defense can hurt you. I think there were 4 runs that they gave up last night with some problems in the outfield defensively.
So the lineup is out. It is Colt Keith, followed by Gleyber Torres. So Torres is back. That's nice. Keith is playing third. Torres at second. Carpenter's playing right field. Torkelson at first base. Riley Green, and then Wenzel Perez Dylan Dingler, McKinstry, and Veerley.
Now that you mention it, I do remember him saying
He did say this morning.
Yes, he's going to put a righty in between the two lefties. Here is what A.J. Hinch said regarding – actually, Kang, I'm leading into number 4. My apologies. This is A.J. 4. These are about the concerns people have about Riley Green. Interesting they use the term ball and play moving forward, right? Let's get him back to making contact. That's step one. Step 2 is getting him back to where he was. I'm glad they have a 7-game lead. They can't – if the lead keeps getting shaved a little bit here, a little bit there, then they got to worry more about winning every night's game than getting Riley Green going. They still have some time to get him going. It's been alarming, though. It's been alarming.
Well, yeah, the strikeout rate is crazy high right now. And it's been high all season, but not lately it's been crazy high. It's over 40% in his last 100 at-bats. So that's scary. And that's where he's talking about to get the contact. And you don't want to have unproductive outs, which a strikeout is an unproductive out. So he's got to get back to making that contact. It's clear he can. This is a guy who's been very good in his career to this point. And he's gotten better each year, and he's reached career highs in home runs and RBIs already this season with still, 7 weeks to go. Nobody should give up on Riley Green, and I hope nobody is. And hopefully sitting out yesterday gave him a different perspective, just a little break, calm the brain a little bit, and go out there today and have good at-bats.
All right, so Kerry Carpenter has returned, and look, since he's returned, they collectively as a team have been playing better. He has done exceptionally well at the plate since he has returned. Small sample size, but Carp has had a positive impact. How much has it mattered? Here is what A.J. Hinch told our morning show. Carp. That's funny because that makes you realize the level of which A.J. Hinch, and it's no surprise. He's really good at this stuff, and it's why he's a good manager. but he's watching who's warming up in the bullpen and when they're warming him up and when the soonest he can come in is, and how many lefties they have in the bullpen and all that stuff that you expect the manager. I love that he gives this stuff up about his thinking.
I was thinking that driving down here, listening to him on the show this morning, and it was that exact cut, and I had the exact same thought that, like, A.J. Hinch is he's a chess player when it comes to baseball. I mean, he is so far ahead, and I'm not breaking ground here. That's what players say about him. Is that what makes him so good as a manager? He thinks so many moves ahead, and that's an example of it. Like, he's already thinking about later in the game when they've got to go to the bullpen. How many left-handed arms they have? They have one. Okay, so we've got our big bats in the lineup: Colt Keith, Riley Green, Kerry Carpenter. What do we do? Let's maximize the possibility. We'll put him in the middle. I mean, it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant, and I love the insight that he gives. He gives answers to every question that's asked, whether you think it's completely genuine or not. At least he gives an answer, and he does it eloquently and articulately, and I'm just a big fan of A.J. Hinch.
Hey, home ownership is closer than you think. With a mortgage loan from the University of Michigan Credit Union, imagine stepping into your dream home with no application fee, and right now get $750 off your closing costs when you finance with UMCU. So build a new home and use that money to go get some new furniture. They offer competitive rates and flexible terms to fit your life. Whether you're a first-time buyer looking for pre-approval or ready to rebuild or refinance, UMCU, they're here to help. Visit umcu.org to get started. Insured by NCUA. NMLS number 712343. UMCU is an equal opportunity housing lender. By the way, they've lifted the air quality alert. Just so you know.
Well, that's good to know.
Lifted the air quality alert. And I guess you could tell today is not nearly as hazy. So perhaps that is one of the clues that they have lifted the air quality alert.
Yes, and it seems to be breathing easier. I mean, you can definitely tell the difference.
So I couldn't. It's funny you say that because I was like, did I tell the difference? We were up north, and you could see the difference. Physically, I did not tell the difference.
It was almost, you could smell it or taste it. I definitely could tell the difference.
You have a stronger sense of smell and taste then, apparently.
Well, I am part bloodhound.
All right, more from A.J. Hinch. Look, we opened the show. I don't know if you caught this, but we opened the show talking about how if the Tigers make the playoffs, there might be 9, 10, 11 guys that aren't here that could be here.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you talk about Parker Meadows could be here. Could Trey Sweeney work his way back? Starters.
Well, Jace Young is another one that could come out.
He could.
How you leave?
You've got, as far as starters are concerned, Cater Montero, Reese Olson, Sawyer Gibson-Long, Alex Cobb, bullpen arms, Hannafy and Chase. Could they work it at Chase Lee? Could either of them work it out?
Or Keedy.
Alex Lang is working through recovery. So
Hewer.
There's a lot of variables still have yet to play itself out. And A.J. Hinch told our morning show today that is something to remember as they head down the stretch. I don't follow every championship team, Gator, and how their season goes. My instinct tells me that the Detroit Tigers' ratio of players used to wins might be one of the highest. Usually teams that are struggling and are tons of injuries and calling guys up from the minors, feels like those teams aren't very good. The Tigers are good, and they're using 1 million players, and they might use 500,000 more before this season is done.
I mean, what the team did last year, how many players they had to use was insane, and they got within a game of the ALCS. That's how crazy last year's season was. I tend to think if you were to look at rosters of all the winning teams, you do see every team uses players. But I don't think you typically see teams use like 1 million starting pitchers. And I don't think the Tigers have gone that route so much this year. Certainly not as much as what they did last year because they did pitching chaos all that time. It was starters being out like right away, like Jackson Joe being out right away, Alex Cobb out right away. It seems like they've had very few spot starts that have come up. Yes, Dietrich Enns made a couple of spot starts, and we've seen a couple of spot starts here and there. Montero pitched probably started a lot more than what we even realized. But
Melton.
Yeah, and Melton had a couple of starts in here. But it's not like last year where they had to, continue to find ways to reinvent themselves just to survive
they haven't
the
got
season.
pitching chaos, but I think a lot of guys have started games. Sawyer Gibson-Long has started games. Obviously, Reese Olson has started games. He's not here. Now you mix in Paddock and Morton.
But you've had
a lot of starters.
Yeah, but
and that are real starters, not like openers.
Correct. But you've also had a bunch of starts from Flaherty, from Skubal, from Mize. Those are your big three. Reese Olson pitched a bunch of games and then got hurt. And Montero also pitched a bunch of games, and then they've moved on from him. So it's really there's two two spots in that rotation now that are being replaced where you're seeing more starters.
Well, and Job was supposed to be a starter, and
yeah,
he's gone.
We mentioned him earlier. Yeah.
Crazy. All right, so what about the back end of the bullpen and the possibility that Finnegan is going to have a major impact? Look, AJ doesn't really necessarily name who his closer is, although he might as they get closer to the playoffs. Here's what he had to say about Finnegan's impact.
Yeah, I mean that's his approach, and I love that approach. It's I don't have to label anybody as what they are. You'll figure it out based on the leverage situation. If I'm facing the middle of the lineup, if that middle of the lineup comes up in the 8th inning, and Kyle Finnegan's out there pitching, guess who's labeled the closer? It's Kyle Finnegan, because he's going against the best hitters in the lineup. So it doesn't have to be the guy who's pitching the 9th inning. It's who pitches against the best hitters late in the game, whether it's the 8th or the 9th.
Well, I can tell you he's reprogrammed me. I don't think in those terms anymore.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yep.
Certainly don't. And
So-
that's a Hinch thing. Yeah, and it makes all the logical sense in the world.
All right, one final one. AJ Hinch on with the morning show. How Charlie Morton can impact this stretch run. The 41-year-old who looked very good on Sunday Night Baseball. Here's what AJ Hinch had to say. I always learn something. And, if A.J. Hinch believes in the guy, I think it's worth giving him a chance. Now, Paddock looked Paddock didn't put up big numbers. There weren't crooked numbers put up against him. And there were their second time out. And Charlie Morton will see how much he can continue this.
It was a bad first inning for Paddock last night. He didn't get hit often, but the hits were very loud against him. A couple doubles, the home run.
A few Adam balls in the second.
Yeah, but what he was able to do was throw strikes, and in the end, you want the guy to throw strikes and now be more careful with those where those strikes are. But he's been a pretty good addition so far, with the one great start and one start.
We've talked about the importance of Jack Flaherty down the stretch. He's looking to make it 3 good starts today. It would be awfully reassuring if he does that. There's been ups and downs with him, but now is a really good time to get his act together.
It'd be a great time. And just continue doing what you're doing. The last 2 starts were great. Be great again, my man. And it's amazing when you look at his numbers. He's a big-time strikeout pitcher, and let's see if they can take advantage of that this afternoon.
I have great news, and that is there might be some pop-up storms, so you might not be done with us today. So we might be filling in for a rain delay, but we will be on standby. Tiger Baseball, 1:10 scheduled start. Tigers and Twins wrap up this series. That is next. Thanks for listening. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.